Hey guys, how's everybody? Grand Rising. Hopefully everybody's having a good evening. All of the good stuff. I did not expect my TikTok to blow up the way that it has today. But I did, just so everybody knows, I did post 2 other videos that went way more in depth about the process, and TikTok violated me on both of those, so I've got to restructure the videos, figure out a way to get the information across without violating guidelines. So as soon as I can get that done, I will. Like I said, I did post 2 other videos and they just got taken down. How are you? Hopefully everybody's having a good Monday. I do upload to YouTube and it's the same name. I keep the same name across all the platforms. That way it's not hard for anybody to find. And I think I did already upload the one from this morning on YouTube, actually. And I've got the one from, I think, last night or night before, maybe. But I've had a lot of people ask. I think a lot of people are really confused by the whole claiming your tribe thing and learning what tribe you belong to or what have you. I think that's the kind of main question that everybody's got. And nobody can tell you what your tribe is. Nobody can give you that answer. That is something you have got to come up with on your own. What do you feel like your tribe is? Like, it's in your heart. It's the people you're around. It look to your birth certificate is what I can say. Look to your lineage. Look to what made you you. Whether that be the surname, whether that be the you that you are, that you stand for and you create. There's so many different ways that you can go about this process. So there's not one way. There's not just one answer. So it's really hard to put it in one video anyways. The process for you to take, because this is all of our own journeys. Like, what's going to work for me might not work for you. But I am very sure that the post office is the way to establish our rights again, because as of now we don't have any rights, because we are not U.S. citizens and we are not tribal, or we are lost at sea right now. We don't have a home, but like not in the good way. So I think I had it wrong. So what I said about the tribal info is nobody can tell you who your tribe is. You get to self-determine what tribe you belong to. If you are indigenous, like, that is all your choice. But it's self-determination. Remember that. That's the whole key in all of this. Basically, indigenous is being related to the land, like having proof of being related to those that walked on the land before us, our ancestors. That is what indigenous is. Indiana means Indian. It's been right in front of us the entire time. And then the title, all of the titles and everything are held with the post office. You got your bills of lading, which is the original document that has the weight and is like essentially what your birth certificate would amount to being your bill of lading. So I believe that our actual real birth certificate, the one with all of the juice on it, is held somewhere within the post office. Now, I haven't gotten that far. You guys are on this journey with me. I haven't shared everything that I went through just because some of it I don't even know how the fuck I did. Like, if you were to come and ask me, how did you do this? I'm going to be like, I literally don't know. I don't know what part it was that I did. But this part about the claiming the indigenous and doing that part, I am 100% that this is what we do. Because that was the last piece to the little puzzle here that I've been trying to complete. It wasn't the last piece, but it was a huge piece of it. Because I wasn't sure where the circuit connected. I didn't know how to reconnect that circuit and put it all together. But this makes sense because anytime we are getting their benefits, we are losing the reward. And when we claim our sovereign status, our tribal status, when we do that, we get the actual rights. And you don't have to give anything for rights. You inherently have them. No, I don't think that. I mean, it could be. And if you go the right route, I'm not saying that this is the only route that you can go. I don't yet. Well, I mean, I've got a lot of my lives and stuff. The beginning steps of it is really getting your foundation for your trust. That is the whole beginning process, is getting your trust set up and getting your items transferred over to trust and getting that certificate of trust and all of the things that you do in trust law to protect yourself. I don't know if it's actually a requirement, but I have my LLC with the DBA. I have done several things throughout my process. I've done a lot. So I don't know which parts of it had to be done, and I don't know which parts of it are just extras that I've done. But I am a postmaster, I am a notary, I'm a minister, and I'm getting ready to be a federal notary. I am trying to invoke the highest status in that. If I'm in court, I want to have the highest status. And when I say I'm in court, I mean on that paper. Because I have a postmaster general stamp that I put on my documents, as well as my notary stamp that I put on my documents. I guess I should get one for my minister, and then I'd have my own pyramid, huh? Making our own shit. But, you do need to learn about the post office if you're going to do it this way. You do have to be careful, because if you don't do the process the proper way, this is federal, this is postal, like that. They have their whole own police force. Like, you don't want to F around and find out with them, I would say. Definitely want to do your research before you go following any process that anybody tells you. I do have a lot of videos that explain how to set up your post office. I've got a lot of documents. I'm a notary public. State at large. Yeah, the syntax, grammar, and they've gotten us with a lot of their bullshit for a long time. Well, so we're not even, I guess we are correcting our status, but really it's more about just remembering who we are. Waking up to that, that the 12 strain DNA, like waking that up and activating all of those timelines within that, remembering who we are. Has anybody ever looked into the Snyder Act? Or does anybody know about the Friendship Treaty? These things are absolutely foundational for everything. Because the Friendship Treaty gives us the right of way, the through passage, the do not detain. Guys, we've only been getting pushed around for so long because we've allowed it. Because we have not come together as one and said, all right, enough is enough. The reason that they have twisted words and changed things up, they have hidden the indigenous within the immigration laws. If you've done any kind of research into the remittance process, you always end up at immigration. Always. And you end up in Puerto Rico. So it makes a lot of sense that they would hide things such as being tribal and the true definition and meaning of these words. I'm about to get my Black's Law. We're gonna have a little overstanding. It is posted on YouTube. Yeah, I did already post the live from this morning on YouTube. Okay. It was a Dr. Pepper, and I know they're no good for me, but soda is it's something that I enjoy that I know is not good for me, but I like it. Grand Rising. Let's see. I'm more of a Coke person. I'm a cola. Indebtedness and indigenous are a lot close together. Indemnity lands granted to railroads in aid of their construction being portions of the public domain to be selected in lieu of other parcels embraced within the original grant, but which were lost to the railroad by the previous disposition of the reservation for other purposes. Of course, of course. So an independent contractor, because this is important as we start to reclaim who we are. Generally, one who in exercise of an independent employment contract to do a piece of work according to his own methods and is subject to his employer's control only as to end products or final results of his work. One who renders service in course of self-employment or occupation and who follows employer's desires only as to result of work. And that's for, 1099 employees. So you work for yourself. So you're not claiming, or these companies aren't claiming to be paying you out of their funds, and really it's coming out of your social. At least you know it's coming from you. So, Indian Claims Commission. The Indian Claims Commission hears and determines claims against the United States on behalf of any Indian tribe, band, or other identifiable group of American Indians residing within the United States. The Indian country, part of public domain, set aside for use, occupancy, and protection of Indian people. Reservations, Indian tribal property. So that would be like our national parks, maybe. Indian lands, real property, ceded to the U.S. by Indians, commonly to be held in trust for Indians. Indian title, claim of Indian tribes of right because of I can't say this word, immemorial occupancy, to occupy certain territory to exclusion of any other Indians. Permissive right of occupancy granted by federal government to Aboriginal possessors of the land. It is mere possession, not significantly recognized as ownership, and may be extinguished by federal government at any time. And then Indian tribal property in which an Indian tribe has legally enforceable interest. Such terms refers to real property, the title to which is vested in the United States but held in trust for the Indian tribe. Such property, depending on the context in which the term is used, may or may not be public property of the United States. Indian tribe, a separate and distinct community or body of the Aboriginal Indian race of men found in the United States. I'm going to say that again. A separate and distinct community or body of the Aboriginal Indian race of men found in the United States. The Indian Non-Intercourse Act is a body of Indians of the same or similar race united in a community under one leadership or government and inhabiting a particular, though sometimes ill-defined territory. For purposes of statute governing federal court jurisdiction of actions brought by Indian tribes or bands, Indian tribes or bands are separate communities of citizens of Indian descent, possibly with a common racial origin, possessing the power of a sovereign to regulate their internal and social regulations. Anybody have any questions while I'm on here? Or does anybody want to come up in a box? I know that it's hard to get all of this information across in a live, especially when you are more of a visual person. Yeah, I've been working on a process. Absolutely, I have been. I'm working on a lot. I've been putting together my tribe, and I've got like applications if anybody doesn't want to go through this, the whole creating their own tribe and doing all of those things. I've already done all the legwork, and it's whatever you're drawn to. I can't tell you who your tribe is, but I can tell you that you have to feel your tribe. It's not a name. It's just your tribe. Follow your soul on that one. Your tribe can be whatever you say it is. It has to be connected to some sort of like ancestry. We are all inherently tribal because we all come from the land. That is how it all breaks down. We can all claim to be tribal because we all have ancestors that walked this land before us. And if you don't, I would like to meet you, because that means you're not from around here and you got a ship to get the fuck out of here. So either way, it's cool. But and then I'm also working with Tanawa Dowings. He is putting all of the Supreme Court judges all across the United States. He is going around state by state and putting them all on notice that their lower level courts are acting unconstitutionally, and we are going to hold them accountable and try and get as many people aware of this case as possible before January 3rd. And anybody is free to submit an affidavit for that. We'll be taking them for the next 4 weeks, and we want to go in there with as many affidavits as possible to show, that we have this many sworn statements showing, saying there is fraud happening within our government. Now, what are you going to do about it if this is your job? Share the message. Get people to send in their affidavits. If you go to Tanawa's TikTok, he's got the link in his bio. I also have him tagged in several of my videos on my page. The more affidavits that we can get, the better, because these are sworn statements stating that our courts are acting unconstitutionally, and we aren't doing it anymore. And the more attention that we bring to this case, the better. We don't fight with weapons, we fight with our voice. We stop being scared and we stand up for what we know we should. No, I didn't see your questions. I just saw your. What is your question about trust? I recommend Fruits from a Poisonous Tree. I would recommend reading that. And then as far as like actually stuff to really learn how to structure your trust, I don't have any specific documents. A lot of the stuff that I've used, it's not out, like you can't just Google it, or if you can't just find it easily. But I do have a lot of stuff in my Telegram group, guys. I have a lot of documents in there. A lot of explanations on the how-tos and the whys. I've got stuff that breaks down how to set up your post office account and get access to trust and all those things, like not the trust that we're talking about, like the big dollar trust, but that's the easier part if you've already got all the other things set up. Fruits from a Poisonous Tree. I don't know. I don't typically hold classes just because I don't feel like I'm there to be having a class. I'm not a teacher. I'm a student just like everybody else. And but I do try to come on lives as much as possible. And I do have a Zoom that I was doing classes, and then I kind of stopped when me and my husband both got arrested, and then I got arrested again, and he's still in there, and things just kind of went all off course, and it kind of stopped me from doing the classes, and it was getting a little bit out of control because when I started talking about this postal service stuff, that was just like instantly people were flocking to my TikToks, and they wanted classes, and one-on-one, there's so many people. I would be doing these classes forever. I was to the point I didn't have like no me time or like daughter time or none of that. That didn't exist. I'm trying to get him out. I've done a writ, and then I am getting involved in this this larger case with Tanawa. I'm going to be the one filing for Kentucky. So he's going to have one case for each, like one main case to put everybody in the state underneath of. So I'm going to be doing the Kentucky. He's going around, like I said, each state. Currently, we are trying to come up with some donations to get him around because he is not doing this for money. He is only doing this to help out. And I have vetted him, and I'm not saying for anybody to donate. I'm just saying that is what the position is right now. I have looked at the cases that he has worked on. I have looked at, like where he went to school and all the things that are available to find out. And he literally went to school for constitutional law to defend the people. So, yeah, it's this username under Telegram. And it was very draining. And the last couple of weeks, I really had just stepped kind of all the way back. I think I went live like maybe once or twice out of the whole week last week. And, but I had to take a break, like shut down mentally for a minute and like step away from everybody because I wasn't doing any of my studying anymore. I was only teaching people how to access this stuff, and I wasn't feeding my my hunger for knowledge, It's actually the stupidest thing. It's over child support, and trust me, I got the Title IV Section D, fraudulent contract, non-informant. We got all that stuff. Like, it's definitely not for lack of trying. I've filed civil suits. They've got my fee schedule is on the record at the county recorder's office. Like, I filed the writ as the trustee in the trust. I have sent in filed the release form and signed it as the judge because I am the fucking judge. I'm the postmaster bitch. I did actually. I sent off all of his. So I sent the true bills to the Internal Revenue Service, and Janet Yellen, which I know she just stepped down, but this was like several months back that I did this. Janet Yellen was the fiduciary over my my sole prop, my all caps. I did contact Social Security and put them on notice. Contacted the Postmaster General. I contacted the Coast Guard. And let them know that we have a trafficking issue over my property. Kidnapping, all of those. So that is why that's not the only reason. I think I really do stand behind Tanawa and the movement that he is doing. But I do, yes, have ulterior motives. My husband is locked up, so I am really hoping he doesn't have a bond. he would have to pay. So he was stupid back like 10 years ago, and he thought he was gonna jump off the second floor of the hotel room when there was cops at the door. So he jumps off the balcony, and obviously he hits his head and, gets gotten right there. Well, he did almost 3 years, and his child support on his 3 other children was over $1,500 monthly, and he was locked up for almost 3 years, and he petitioned the court to stop the child support while he was in jail, and they refused to do it because he didn't fall underneath the new law that had just came out because his children were born previous to it. And so yeah, he kind of got fucked, and his child support was it's up to like $50,000. And before that, he was a salaried manager at Texas Roadhouse. He was the kitchen manager for like 12 years. So it was not until then that he started really missing any payments. And now he had missed some payments before that, but it wasn't over like $10,000. So we added on like a whole $40,000. And I'm working on it. Like I said, I got the true bill for all of his cases, and I had already assigned the Internal Revenue Service, the Department of Treasury, as the fiduciary. And then I assigned the judge as subagor. And I went in as sui juris attorney in fact. And I've returned the birth certificate to the courts, and they kept it. I mean, Social Security has been put on notice before anyone. I had a Morgan silver dollar in my pocket when I got arrested. The second time I got arrested, we both got arrested the first night. And I ended up getting out like 3 or 4 days later. I had a $5,000 cash bond. So a couple of the great women that I met on here were actually in town from like New Jersey and maybe Texas or something like that. They were in town for me to teach them this process. And here I get arrested, and they ended up like, oh my goodness, moving mountains for me. And I can't thank them enough for that. They literally like moved mountains to get me out of there, and they bailed me out, which they've gotten all of their money back. I did all the things and made sure that they got their money. But for people who didn't even know me really, I got arrested. So my husband had a child support warrant, because whenever you are that far behind, they don't, especially with him, because, okay, after he jumped out of the hotel room, like 2 or 3 days later, when they took him to the courthouse for court, he broke his shackles and tried to escape from the second floor of the courthouse. Like he was going anywhere. Come on, bro. You didn't learn the first time when you just tried to jump off the thing? I was like, you should have pled insanity because you hit your head and it made you an idiot. But play with him at all because of that. He really pissed them off when he did that. Like, to the point that was 10 years ago, and they still make every inmate that's coming or going, like, to the courthouse, they make them get handcuffed behind and shackled, and, like, they search you. It's so stupid. Which they do that everywhere, but, like, this is the process that they go through now is insane. Well, what I'm doing is I have sent off everything to the post office, and I am, as soon as I get the confirmation of recognition, I am going to go and get him. I'm going to literally walk in there and demand release immediately. And then we're going to handle the civil side on the other side. my arrest was for, well, so my husband had okay, I was trying to say that, I forgot. So we stopped at a gas station after we got home from dinner that night. We had went out with these ladies, and a cop pulled up at the gas pump behind us. He ran our plate, and like I said, my husband had the warrant for the child support. So whenever they pulled us over, he wanted me to show my driver's license, and I had a warrant as well. I had missed a court date. And I was like, can you tell me the crime that you suspect me to have committed? And he said that the vehicle, the registered owner of the vehicle had a warrant, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, can you tell me, the crime you suspect me to have committed? Because that's not a crime. And, we kept going back and forth, and I was like, this vehicle is, it's property of trust and blah, blah, blah. And all of the things. And then my dumbass husband, I actually have the video on TikTok. My dumbass husband. And I didn't actually, I got nervous. And I study. If you are new around here, I study. It is probably an issue that I study so much. It's a problem. And I kind of froze up, and so I'm like kind of tripping on my words. But I've got my husband over here like, I'm gonna run, and I'm like, you're fucking stupid if you do. But he did. And he did it in the car with me. And then he just jumped out of the car while it was rolling with no driver in it, while I'm over here in the passenger seat like, holy shit. Please let me make it through. And at that point, I stopped the car. I had there was no more fighting at that point. I was going to get hurt after he did that. So they tried to come over and start busting out my window again. And I'm like, you motherfucker, I've got the whole goddamn window down except this piece, and you want to break it? And then, so I was there for like 3 days. They got me for obstructing governmental operations. I had the little herbage, and then I think that was, like I said, I had the warrants and stuff. So it wasn't, the warrants were for non-payment of fines, and that can't be an actual warrant. There was no warrant signed by a judge for me, I guarantee it. And anyways, I've done the 1414, 1416, all those, the OF90, OF91. And you know what? It was obscuring governmental operations. The fucking thing is, though, they don't realize I am calling reversionary interest, and they're the ones fucking obscuring my governmental operations, because I'm a tribal government, bitch. I got my tribal EIN. Technically, I am already federally recognized because I have my tribal EIN, and the moment you get that, you are recognized. That's what I'm saying. I have way higher authority than them. I'm bonded and I'm under oath. I've taken an oath and it's on record at the county attorney's office, or county clerk's office, my bad. I'm the postmaster general for my post. And I did that on purpose because I was like, I don't know it yet, and I still haven't figured it all out, but I know that I can invoke some sort of like magical powers. Who's that guy that was talking about when the shit goes down, I'm going to the witches? Oh, that was hilarious. If you haven't seen it, it was funny. And then he made a following one after that. He was like, I didn't mean to summons all y'all now. But it was kind of funny, and I was cracking up. But like I said, guys, if y'all aren't in the Telegram, I highly recommend starting there if you're new to this process and you really want to not just get the answers but get the overstanding. Have a group of like-minded people to bounce your thoughts and your processes off of. I don't deal with drama in there. I'm not going to do the mommy daddy, bullshit. And I don't care if you don't like Sally, then don't talk to Sally, because I'm not going to do that. We're all adults here. And this is very, I'm sharing what I gained freely. Why are you worried about me? I mean, I do accept donations, but it's okay. Like, I'm still going to help. I'm still going to do the same thing I've been doing. I don't do it for the donations. I just love to help. I know that this path is one of the divines, and I'm definitely being guided to guide everyone else along with me. I kept hearing, I was flipping through TikTok earlier, and no matter what I did, I kept landing on the tarot readings. And it was like, you didn't know it, but you passed the test. And I know that tarot can be, some people just are very vague and very not direct. It's not direct. But these, when I tell y'all that she was talking to me on 5 different videos in 10 minutes, she was like, you closed the circuit. It was like, you closed the circuit. You were hidden in plain sight. But it was like, and you passed the test. So, and I'm thinking that the you passed the test thing was by sharing that knowledge when I found it about the tribal and the post office and all the things that I've been putting out there over the last couple days. Somebody come up here with me. I hate talking to myself. I don't like it. I feel awkward. If you go to a real reader. Oh, I trust me, I believe in tarot and runes and scrying and all of the things. And that, honestly, you're not going to hear a message that's not meant for you. But well, I think that they know what happens when I achieve my goal in this process. So they're trying every way that they can. And I don't know I think a lot of the issue that I'm having with my case, I was enjoying my peace. I was enjoying my peace and quiet, okay? But also I don't really have the best comprehension of maybe the execution part. I can do some killer documents. I can create some of the best documents. I was just saying. No, I'm joking. I'm sure there's way better documents. But for real, my verbiage and all of that stuff, I always use Latin. I go back to the old stuff and pull that forward. And I always, if possible, I lean on the friendship treaty, which I will be leaning on my own friendship treaty now because I have one submitted. And I know I do. I have a copy of that in the Starseed Problems group. Hold on, I'm going to put one more thing in there too. I'll be right back, guys. In the Starseed Problems group. Hold on, I'm going to put one more thing in there too. I'll be right back, guys. In the Starseed Problems group. Hold on, I'm going to put one more thing in there too. I'll be right back, guys. In the Starseed Problems group. Hold on, I'm going to put one more thing in there too. I'll be right back, guys. too. I'll be right back, guys. Too. I'll be right back, guys. The application for Verdigris Botanica, which is the tribal government that I have created, that is now in the Telegram. In case you don't want to go through the whole process, if you feel like you're part of my soul tribe, come on, come on. It doesn't matter where you are. We are all connected at heart. We are all have that right to claim our soul tribe. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Pretty good.
Glad you brought me up. I got some questions, but I'm laying the kiddos down, so just give me a couple minutes.
Okay, no worries. We don't got time for that. Anybody else want to come up? Grand Rising.
Hey, Starfleet.
What's up?
Hey, so let me tell you my situation here. I came home the weekend. Um, yeah, I came home. Well, yeah, last weekend, and I got a suspension on my commercial license, and so and just so happened I'm near my renewal. I have to renew my commercial license by the 8th of next month, but my suspension probably won't be lifted by this. I'm kind of things that kind of uh went
Put a
south all of a
postage
sudden.
stamp on the back of your driver's license and tell them you're delivering the mail.
Uh, well, actually, I know that there's no such thing as because they're suspending the straw man per se. I know what they because I can think I know I could use do the go to Secretary of State and do the UCC 11. It's probably really no extent no suspension on it, but they kind of got me because I've never done the process before.
I mean,
Before, and then it's in the I'm working. In a sense, I'm trying to because I've never done the process before, so I'm trying to kind of not to ruffle no feathers.
I
With
would
my
get a
company I
passport.
work for.
You need to
I got
cancel
one.
that
I
contract.
I I got the blue passport
Okay, so then
because
why are you keeping your driver's license?
I'm a commercial license driver. I have to have it.
Oh, okay, you do that for a living. That's different. Okay.
Yeah.
Um, you can
But look,
also write.
but what I was wondering about is because see you're on land then that you're in the post office. So I don't understand. I know the private's supposed to trump the public. I'm not understanding why they giving you all this pushback when you already on land.
um, because they don't want to admit. I call them out like hardcore. Um, like if they, this is gonna, my case would fall, under a lot of these cases because the second time I was arrested, they literally arrested me on
Yeah,
obstructing governmental operations. Everything else
yeah,
they charged me with, like, no, I didn't have the registration on the vehicle, but the vehicle was registered. It was like they just made bullshit up and kept me in there on a
yeah.
$1,000 bond for almost a week
You
over
know, I found out that though when they give you a citation, when they give you a citation,
to take it
you
and cash it.
right, you can cash it in at the IRS, but I don't know what department of the IRS you have to call for.
I would do like an 8888.
No, I'm saying actually when the minute that the officer gives you the ticket, you can make the call and give the IRS whatever the
Well,
code
but what I'm
on the
saying is,
ticket.
alongside that, you send the form 8888, which allows you to draw down the credit. So you send in the
Okay,
negotiable instrument with the 8888 directing them on where to deposit the funds. But all of that ties into the post office too and the remittance program, and that brings in Puerto Rico, and
okay.
you're
What?
getting into immigration, indigenous.
So so you just with the 8888 and the ticket code, the citation code, you just called the
Well, no,
IRS.
I would not call. Anytime you're calling, you're conveying to them that you don't know how to do the process on your own, and you need
Oh,
help.
okay. So I have to what? Yeah, I heard you said that earlier, that yesterday or the day. I think I never knew that. I
And
never knew that.
the blue mailboxes, there's no difference. Like they all go in the same mail and get mixed up. But the thing about it is that it is separated. Hold on, I just got something in my eye. Oh, that hurts. Oh,
Yeah, I'm worried about you because I know your schedule. I mean, with dealing with this system, it can get hectic and stressful. So yeah, I'm not going nowhere. I'm in your corner.
oh yeah, and
I'm in your corner,
I do have like a third.
I'm only like an hour and a half from you. I go
Well,
through
I'm on third shift
Louis.
time. I actually work at a I
Oh
work
my
for
God.
my school, and I do like it's like a call service, but it's through text messaging for
Right,
crises.
right.
Um, so I do that at night because people don't have crises during the middle of the day. I mean, they
Yeah.
do, but typically I don't have people coming in to chat until 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. So
Okay. Okay. And that I remember I mentioned today when I called that somebody on the previous live on a panel, somebody on the panel on a
I
previous
think it was
live.
Lee you're talking about.
No, it wasn't you. She was telling her,
Oh,
she was talking about her journey that she found out that when she tried to get credits from the bank or from defects, the Department of Children's Service, they kept denying her full allotment, and she said she found out that it's because a wagering system that they had was categorized under.
well, they have us categorized as we're so the moment you're born, you are enlisted into the military. If you look at the bottom of your driver's license, you're going to notice that it says DD on the bottom of it. Now, the DD is that is actually a financial instrument. So that
Oh,
is you are connected. You're considered to be a in the military. You are. We all are.
e-
They put us
even though
on
okay, I didn't even know that. I thought
just.
yeah, I didn't even know that. I didn't know that. So
Mhm,
they automatically got you listed, even whether you go in or not.
mhm.
I knew. Oh, you know what? I think
Here,
I
I'm gonna
found.
explain. I'm gonna explain the story. I don't think a lot of people, if you've been around, then you've heard me talk about it. But so you're when the mother is in labor with child, and contractions are going, and when they hook mom up to that machine to keep track of the baby's heartbeat.
Right.
That's cute. That's not
Yeah.
what they're doing. They're
Yeah.
they're
I seen your video on that
yeah,
with the father cuts the umbilical. Yeah.
but they're measuring the amount of electricity,
Right.
and
I
then
didn't
they're
even know
they're
that.
looking for light at the moment of birth. They're looking for light.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, what? You're looking for artificial light the moment we give birth. Have you ever heard of life doesn't happen without light?
Right. So it's actually a criminal scene in the hospital.
Right.
That is crazy.
You have
Man,
okay.
this,
The
this shit
umbilical
gets crazy.
cord or the placenta has to be connected to the mom for 1 minute in order to ensure that it has proper blood flow going through it.
Yeah.
Because in order to be considered a live birth, it must have blood flow through it. So that's why they used to cut the umbilical cord immediately. Like baby comes out, boom, we snip. Now
Oh yeah,
they wait
yeah.
that 1 whole minute that way because the all caps name is an entity. It is the placenta. If you look up the Latin definition for placenta, you wind up
Yeah.
with cake.
So, wind up with what?
Cake,
Cake.
cake, CAKE, birthday cake
Oh
for your
wow.
placenta.
Mm.
That's what placenta translates to.
Um. You know another thing too is okay. So you saying the full alignment is
I
tied
can't
into
hear
the
you.
pulse.
It's like
You
you're
say
like
you saying the full allotment. The full allotment as far as your full allotment from from defects and stuff. You said that's tied into the post office too.
it's through the it's through the Bureau of Indian Affairs.
Oh,
Through the post office though. You have to claim you got to register your tribe through the post office because that is where all the bill of ladings are kept.
okay. So that's what I need. Then that's what I
That's where
need to
you're real.
start.
Well, what you need is
'Cause-
to go through the postal manual and understand what you do before you touch the post office. Everybody does. Don't go in here
okay,
pew
okay.
pews are blazing ready to roll because it's not like that. You know, it doesn't work like that. I promise. It is
What
a
that?
very
What?
simple process, but you have to do the work or you're going to end up with your accounts shut down. They're going to be suspended. They'll be permanently suspended. They'll trust us.
What?
We went through the stuff. So
God. So how do I get that manual?
I do have
Just
a EPS so it's going to be the enterprise payment system. If you go to my Telegram,
I
in my
did.
group,
I text you at the telegram. You hadn't responded yet.
it's a group. What do you mean? I posted in there. It's and the group's unlocked. Everybody should be able to get in there.
Yeah, there's a lot of information in there. I was just looking around today, and
That's
just
right.
in the
Yeah.
file.
Like
And
I really highly, strongly recommend that before you really start asking questions and stuff, open up some documents in there and look around.
yeah,
I have so much laid out in there that it's
how, how many pages is that manual?
oh gosh,
That
the manual is a lot.
yeah,
I mean, but that ain't. I've got y'all don't understand how many documents I have. But in the Telegram, I lay a lot of the stuff out and I walk you through how to do it as far as like on the document itself. I don't
are a
have
lot of it,
I don't have a
are
lot of videos of me filling them out, but I have like a lot of the explanations, if that makes
right?
sense.
Are there printable documents there?
Oh yeah,
Like,
but I do ask
can
that everybody be respectful if you are going to be in my Telegram group. Thank you. Welcome to the fam. I also ask that we do not act childish. I don't have time for any babysitting or any of that. We are all adults here, and I do not have a problem throwing anybody out of the group if you're acting crazy. And
well,
also,
that's totally
if we go
understandable.
live in Telegram and, say we're on there for 6 hours, I will, if we are like, hey, who's sitting down here in the bleachers? That's what we call it when you're not talking. Like, who's sitting down here in the bleachers? And if you don't like respond, at least with like a message like, hey, my kid's sleeping right now. I'm listening, because it gets weird when people are listening to you talk, have these conversations for hours and they don't respond to you and they don't say anything and you're trying to talk and it gets like, okay, who's watching me?
Right.
It's like, I feel like if you don't at least like
There,
acknowledge
there-
it's
there's
like,
so many people out there that have bad intentions, is what she's trying to
exactly.
say. That's what you're trying to say. I mean, simply put, I mean, a lot of people out here aren't here for the greater good. They're here for their own desires, plain and simple.
Absolutely.
So
I've had people threaten like to come to my house and not like in a good way. And I've had people be like, so what are you going to do when they come get you again? like just crazy shit that why would you even say that to somebody first
That's
off?
why it's hard being on a platform like this. I totally understand that. I mean, I'm very selective. I'm was I've been reached out by a couple people now because I've been so active in all of this in the last couple weeks. Reposting stuff that I'm coming across from different channels and different people. Because knowledge is power. You know, and there's a
Mhm.
wealth of it out there. But the problem is who is the one that's doing this correctly? And one of my things that I've learned is the gatekeepers out there are the ones to avoid, the ones that are asking for things in return, other
Any
than to be civil and respectful.
anytime somebody's like making you give them money for information, it's probably not worth it.
You know?
Because those that have found true remedy, they don't care about that fucking fiat.
Yeah, the big thing that we're trying to do here is, there's a lot of people in this world that are struggling and they're hurting and they don't know where to turn and where to go, and that's what we're trying to do is break people free that want to what I like to call is value creation. Create things of value, and helping each other out. What's the sense of having a neighbor if he's just going to be mean to you all the time? Type of stuff, you know.
Right.
So
My Telegram group and my YouTube is all the same. It's Starseed Problems 22. I kept it simple for you guys.
I'm gonna mic up for a minute here and cook myself a piece of French bread pizza because I'm hungry. But I'm gonna stick around for a little bit.
Yeah, of course. And what are you doing, Cap and Gunplay? Cap and Gum.
Can you hear me, Stacy?
Yeah, I can.
I'm on the I opened the Telegram and I text you. I text you, but there's nothing on there but my text. I don't see anything else on it.
Well, you're not on the Telegram group. Like you're not in the group then.
But that's what I'm saying. How do I
Hold on. But see, a lot of people have gotten remedy. People have gotten paid and they have, succeeded in their process and gotten some sort of relief. However, I do believe that this way that I'm learning right now, um, that was loud. Sorry, guys. Oh, that just threw me off too. Whatever that fucking tone was. Vibes weren't vibing with me. Okay. I think that was you that I just sent an invitation to, maybe? I get a lot of messages on here, so. Hey, Wesley, how are you? Hopefully, all is well in everybody's world. Everybody coming in that wants to know where to start. My Telegram group is open. It is the same name as my name here, and I have the same name on YouTube. I did post a more in-depth video on my Telegram group explaining the indigenous and a little bit about that. I had it on TikTok. It did get taken down. I did have 2 of them today taken down for sharing private information. So I do have to be very careful what I'm posting on TikTok from here on. Um, because they actually, so I appealed the video being taken down. They let my appeal go through, and then like 10 minutes later they permanently took the video off with like no chance of coming back on. So that's what we're doing now, apparently. When you too much truth in that shit'll get you. Hopefully, hopefully I got you together now. What part's facts? The video's on YouTube. Oh, you mean the newest one? I can try. Like I said, TikTok let it come back just to fucking. I think they were just trying to build strikes up against me or something, really. Because now that I'm thinking about it, that was fucking stupid.
You got YouTube also?
What?
You got YouTube also? You're on YouTube?
Yeah, I'm on YouTube. I've got some of the older YouTubes and Sloan and Big Wayne and stuff are coming up on YouTube. Some very, very good YouTube videos.
Yeah, they were awesome together when they get together. They throw it all out there.
Because like we were just sitting here. I mean, after my husband, especially after my husband got arrested, I would sit here for days on end working on paperwork, trying to get acknowledgement, not overstanding that I give the acknowledgement. I am the highest authority. They chumped me last time. I had a perfect opportunity, and I fucked it up and instantly. I didn't even. I was so upset with myself, honestly. But okay, it's one thing to learn this stuff in a book and then to apply it in real life and have it go through all of the procedural bullshit is a whole nother issue.
Yeah, it's totally different. I was chopping it up with somebody earlier talking about that. And you can like have everything in place and know what you have. But when it comes to apply it and people start testing you, you're going through the fire, it's very difficult to actually stand on your square and, put it down the way that you know you have to put it down. And that's where a lot of people struggle, is knowing where they stand when they stand.
And guys, real quick, I just enter a couple of the questions down in the comments. The YouTube from this morning is actually already on, or the TikTok from this morning is already on YouTube, and the one from the other night is on there. I've been updating them basically as we're doing them so that people have that stuff available. I know that I do my TikToks pretty late, and a lot of people have morning jobs and aren't available to do the evening lives. It's partially why I got on this morning to try and catch the other crowd of people that I don't ever get to talk to and they don't ever get to answer their or ask their questions. But we need to learn about the friendship treaty, guys, and we need to enforce it. That literally, everybody's talking about UCC and OIB and you know me, and I just fuck that shit. Fuck that shit. Yeah, I don't usually go live that early. But like I said, I'm trying. First off, I'm trying to get my sleep schedule to a normal, like, person schedule, and it doesn't usually work very good for me to do mornings. So yeah, I don't see that going very good. But I'm trying to get my life organized or something. It's kind of hard to do that when there's like so much in my brain all the time.
And for me, all I have is controlled chaos.
Oh, I can't even say controlled most of the time. I'm just chaos. No, not really, but I do um not have the very best of organizational skills. Something I could work on, I'm sure.
Yeah, me too. That's been tough for me is putting everything where I know I need it, so I know where it's at when I need it.
Yeah, I wish I did that. That sounds like a good quality that I'll never have, probably. Or maybe I'm gonna manifest it.
All in time.
And yes, I did um freeze his social. His social's actually been frozen through LexisNexis for probably closer to 6-7 months now. It's just, I know it had to have been a procedural issue, the reason that he's still in there, because the writ was actually accepted. The judge, had it on the docket for a minute. Yeah, the Social Security Administration one has been frozen. He's got one of the pins and everything, but I'm saying like after that, I froze it with LexisNexis as well. Yeah, it does keep you from being able to use it until you unlock it. Frozen. It's like Elsa up in this bitch.
Hey, like Elsa.
Yes.
Great. That's all I've been listening to the last couple of days because my son found
I
that
seen it
song
when
and
I
I was
was in
just
here.
That's hilarious. Yeah, I'm
Daughter,
my
you
kids
got.
love Disney and my daughter thinks she's Elsa. I always wanted to be Pocahontas. I swear I did. That's the only um like Disney story that I liked. I was always so drawn to Pocahontas. I was like, I love
What?
her.
What is you? What is you doing?
As a matter of fact, Pocahontas was the only princess I cared to meet when we went to Disney.
Hey, hey, Star C, Star
Yeah.
C. Okay, so let's one guy, one guy is in the middle of the process of doing the taking
You're gonna have to move
bringing the
your
break.
phone like away from your
Can you hear me?
yeah.
One guy, but what he's doing is he's going to the federal bank. He's bringing the state to the federal bankruptcy court, and he's doing a chapter 7 and a chapter 11. And what he's doing is the state, the state trustee, the state trustee, and he's acting as the plaintiff,
Ain't
as
no way in hell I'm
the
putting the state as the trustee.
no, but the state is already the trustee, and from what I
Nope.
understand, yeah, he's but no, but they, in the bankruptcy court, the state they have to, everything is being transferred over to
You put them in the
the
fiduciary role, not the trustee role.
well, he's acting as a trustee on his side because as a creditor, because he's already proven he's the true creditor, and that's the when he, while he's since he's doing the bankruptcy court, the state has to bring over all their evidence.
But look, here's what everybody's missing right now.
Okay.
I'm not trying to cut you off or anything.
No, no, I just
Y'all are
don't know.
wasting your fucking time with all these processes and all of these things. Because if anybody understood what I'm telling you guys what the process is to do, the way out of here, I'm
Yeah,
telling you guys that is the
it's the
moment
post
y'all
office.
heard what I was talking about, everybody should have dropped that shit and been like, okay. Because you know what? You don't have to do all of those things anymore. There is more than you'll ever be able to spend in 10 lifetimes sitting in these accounts that we are going to be granted access to as soon as we declare our status as the sovereign indigenous of the land. More money or more credit, whatever you want to call it, than you will ever be able to spend. Ever. There
Okay.
won't be any need to do all of those processes. There won't be a point. Why would you sit there and do paperwork whenever you have more money than you can handle? That's like
No, man, no.
literally.
I was mentioning about the federal bankruptcy court is because the state doesn't have, they don't have jurisdiction over the federal bankruptcy court. So when you bring the state over into the federal bankruptcy court, they have no jurisdiction. So and the federal bankruptcy, the bankruptcy court, they act real swift in getting relief and set-offs. And you know, I mean, what I'm saying is the federal bankruptcy court, they give out prison time and fines for all this stuff they're doing on the state level. It's the reason why that's the reason why I'm just bringing up the subject.
Oh yeah, and I was just saying that we have got to now transition from being driven by studying and learning these things. We should, I'm not saying anybody has to do anything. This is my opinion, and this is what I think would be good for the collective, but you take your own opinion, do with it, whatever. But we need to shift away from all of these processes now, and
Right,
we need to work on our humanitarian fund, like our humanitarian projects. What are we going to do for the universe, for the community? Like, how are we going to contribute and it be a good thing?
right. I see what you're saying. I
Because
just
we've
want.
gotten to the point now where we know y'all haven't done all the rabbit holes like I have, but um soon I will be coming with like I'm gonna be posting a bunch of documents with like all the codes and all the stuff that makes everybody's heart happy. I'm
Yeah,
gonna be posting some documents as I come up with them. Like the stuff that's in my Telegram about the post office, a lot of that stuff, not all of it, because I've definitely used their templates and stuff, but I made a lot of the stuff that like didn't exist. It didn't even exist before this.
I remember you had a guy on one of your lives, and he spoke about the U.S. Congress, the 73rd Congress, and the Federal Reserve Act, and how we could use that. You remember that?
Uh-uh. I'm not gonna lie, I'm guilty of sometimes not paying attention so much when a bunch of people are up here talking, especially when they're like having full blown conversations and I can't fit a word in. I'll
Mhm.
just sit back and like, you know, study or whatever. I'm listening, but don't always catch everything. And especially, I don't look. I don't. Anybody can do what they want. I'm not doing the fucking tax bullshit. I'm not studying that shit. It's stupid.
Yeah. No, no doubt, no doubt. The
Not
postal.
saying that people that study it are stupid. I'm saying that I think that that shit is that process. It doesn't make sense to me. It's like there's a glitch in there somewhere because it just doesn't convey right. It doesn't. I can't get like it to add up and actually make sense.
Right.
So I just don't do the tax stuff. Like I said, I made them the fiduciary, and I said, "Here you go." I do a
But,
cover letter
but
with anytime I send off anything. I do a cover letter, letting them know my intentions and letting them know that I am new to this all of these processes, and to please let me know if there are corrections that need to be. Actually, I authorize them to make the corrections on my behalf. Um, I always send in a 2848 and a 56 and a, what is it, a 30, the 8821, sorry. So the 8821, the 2848, and the other one.
56.
I'm trying to
56,
look for
right?
something that fell under my bed, so my brain's like, nope, you're doing way too much. I'm trying to walk and talk. No way. But
But you so have you have you got your husband to do his postal open his PO his box
we've
postal
already got a
box?
PO box.
Oh, okay,
We
okay.
had one when we got arrested.
Oh, wow, wow.
When I say I've done the things, and there's no reason that man should be locked up at this point.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering. That's what I'm wondering why. Uh, That's what I'm wondering why. Damn, that's oh my God.
Sorry about that. 30, wait, I'm missing one down here, I think. 8820. It's the 8821.
Yeah, you said that. You said that
Well, it's somebody
8821.
has it down in the comments as 8822. So
Oh,
I was letting them know that
mm.
Morgan Silver
Yeah,
Dollar
so
Bills.
and then yeah, and yeah, I'm on. Mm.
I need to get some documents ready to mail out.
Yeah, yeah, you need to you need to get ready for you need to get your sleep in too.
Oh, I'm not going to sleep right now.
Oh wow. But I
I'm a
be
third
I
shifter.
be
I do classes. I'm in college right now. I'm studying to get my bachelor's degree in psychology and addiction with a business
yeah,
foundation.
yeah.
Um, but I do all my classes at night. Like my classes are they're like one of them doesn't start until 2:30 a.m. One of them
Oh,
starts at like midnight. But I prefer the nighttime. I don't like mornings. I don't morning well.
yeah.
I never have.
But yeah, but that's why I worry about you because you got a schedule, man. You got a real. I'll be 64 next month.
I
I'll turn 64 next month.
mean, I do
So
work and I do have a schedule. It's just different than most people's.
yeah, yeah. But that's what I was worried about because I know, man, that's and especially in this system here. But with all this pushback, you do processes and they just keep pushing back. I don't. That's
We're not pushing the right process. We have went all around where we actually need to be going because the only true way to establish ourselves back to the land is by claiming it. And
oh, I know you said you I know you said you found a code for Kentucky about the land, getting
oh
land.
yeah, that's the KLW, so the Kentucky Land Warrant.
Yeah,
It's you should just be able to search in Kentucky Land Warrant Act or something.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But what about for Indiana? Um,
I think there's one in every state. Ugh. But because it's look up unappropriate unappropriated land, Did you guys know that the definition for revenue is unclaimed property? One of their definitions for revenue is unclaimed property,
That's
actually.
wow. I haven't heard that one yet.
Because I was looking, because I've got like all the accounts now. I'm trying to set up through the treasury and, you know, become my own bank account, Circular 10, all the things. And, yeah, that's loud. But yeah, I'm doing secured. I did the secured party process, but I'm trying to get like I said, the Circular 10. I'm working my way up through the numbers.
I'm gonna read these off to you and add any or correct me. I got 1583A, 6002, 6003 PS forms, 2848,
Oh, I don't have my
56.
notes. I really wouldn't even be able to tell you if you don't. So with the post office, you want to do you want to fill out the paper form, which you have to get the PO box. You go online through your EPS account. So after you have established your business account with the post office and you have done all the things to have an enterprise payment system account and you have funded the trust, from that moment you are going to get your post office box registered through the enterprise payment system, or the enterprise payments post office boxes bill of lading, to get technical.
That's where I was going with it next. Like, after I used the postal money order to fund that trust account, I kind of got stuck right there with the whole process after that, and I messed it up quite badly. I don't know if I have to call and see if I can correct it.
Is your account
But
suspended?
that's right. No, it's not suspended. But I looked on there the other day, and the PO box that I had opened up before I started any of this process was on there on the USPS Business Banking, and I didn't even put it on there, but it showed up one day.
Because, their workers do a lot. Like, they'll get in there, and it takes a minute after you get the account. It takes them a minute to get the account activated and to get everything going. And it's not like the quickest process, because if you've ever dealt with the government, they're not in a rush to do anything. And even though they are federal, they are still a government, and they don't like to move for shit.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. But I after I funded it and they accepted the money order, like I kind of just messed it up with the whole BCG account and this name here and that name there, and I just got to go in and fine tooth it better. Okay. And figure out what's going on with my account.
Well, I'm working on like a better funding method for the trust, and I've got some things I'm working on. However, that's something that I'm not going to put out there until I've made sure that it works, because that's where things start to get dangerous. You're dealing with some pretty important stuff that could get you in a lot of trouble if you don't do it properly. So I don't want to have anybody out here doing like these crazy fucking ideas that I have come in my head until I've like at least vetted it a little bit to know that like there's not going to be any felonies issued on my behalf or anyone else around. Because like people, as they have went through these processes and they get a year down the road and then they get in trouble over a process that they attempted to do at the very beginning of their journey. I've seen a couple people get hit. You got Lee Daniels, who she took a negotiable instrument to the comptroller, and she was charged with a felony. Because she walked it in there. If she would have conveyed it through mail, I don't think she would have had the same outcome. A postal money order cannot be $1,000 per money order. 1,000 is that magic number on there. Hey, can you mute up, please? If you are not talking, it is loud. That is rude. Very rude. Apologize.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hello. Hey, I was just looking at your posts and also listening to you guys, and I've basically successfully changed my venue from state to federal by using registered mail only.
Okay.
And what it is that the word registered already appears on the envelope. So you don't need to ask any human for your record to be registered.
Right,
It says
because
it
you're getting a
already. You
registered
just need to
number with
declare.
you get the registered number to register
Yeah,
whenever you put that on the document itself. You have to have the barcode
yeah,
information.
and also on your car, as well. It becomes your new VIN number.
Yes, all of it, all of the stuff. Anytime
Yeah. So when
you're
you
registering
retag the
something,
vehicle, so when you retag the vehicle, you're when you register to someone else, you're leaving another registrar, which is the state. That's what you're doing.
right? Anytime you
Yeah.
oh, what was I gonna say? Oh yeah, anytime you're using the registered mail for like your documents, put the registered mail sticker on the document. If not, you're only registering the envelope.
Yeah, on the document as well, and put it inside the cover, which is inside the envelope. But if you put a sticker with your tracking number on it, and then you put it on your car, that's actually in your envelope already.
What do you mean? So you just put the sticker on an envelope in your car and then your car's registered?
Yeah. So what you do is that you get a sticker, like a label maker, and then
I have the postal
print out
printer.
the tracking number. Yeah, and you print out the tracking number, and then you put it on your plate, your creative plates on your car, and also by the VIN number.
That
Don't cover
sounds
the
like
VIN
jail
number.
time.
Just put it underneath it. Sorry?
I said that sounds like, not that it's not legal and not that it doesn't work, not that like it's not, but around here that sounds like jail time to me.
No, no,
Because
no, no. It's basically like this. If you look at it this way, a state police, if they got a contract with you, which is the state driver's license, which you have in your pocket, then they have the right to put a sticker on your car because it's a state property. And that sticker now crushes your car. So if they can do a sticker, so can we, but in a different jurisdiction, which is not legal, it's lawful, which is federal.
so we just put the sticker on the vehicle itself.
And now you're outside the jurisdiction of the state and the terms and conditions of the driver's license because you voluntarily surrendered the driver's license back. Soon as you give that back to them, now you've left them mind, body, and soul because it's voluntary. Because when you come into a contract, you've become meeting of the minds, which is mind, body, and soul. So the only way to leave is with clean hands, mind, body, and soul, which is voluntary surrender the driver's license. Soon as you do that, now you can re-register to someone else.
Y'all, how many of them driver's licenses they getting tomorrow?
Sorry?
I said, y'all, how many of driver's licenses are they going to get tomorrow?
Sorry, I can't quite hear you.
I said, how many?
Can you hear me properly?
Yeah. I said, how many people
Okay.
are gonna give their driver's licenses back tomorrow?
Yeah, so anyway, once you understand that you moved your venue from state jurisdiction terms and conditions under your driver's license and then moved it over to the federal jurisdiction, you don't have to worry about all that shit. Because now you've moved over to a new terms and conditions, which is not on the Transport Act. It is not on the Transport Act. Because you don't have to worry about that. It's outside. So now you like look at UPS USPS vehicles. Do they have a tag on it? No, they don't. They don't need it.
So you're just
Do they have a
re-registering it to the
registration?
federal level?
Yes, yes, and the only
Not
way to get federal level is registered mail. No other mail. No other mail system. It's only registered mail, and that's why registered mail is so in the background, and the standard and express mail is in the front of you when you walk into the store. It's different venue,
uh,
different envelope. That's
you're not
that's the, that's
registering
the
it.
key.
You're not registering it to the trust. You're registering it to the federal government.
You're registering it to the tracking number that's already on the envelope with registered word on it already. You don't have to ask for a human to say, can you register this for me? No, it says it on the envelope. It's already pretensed. It's the intentions is to go into contract with you. But no one's
But
sending the envelope back to themselves. No one is.
at at that point, aren't you just registering it to the feds?
Well, look at this way. You got ego, you got alter ego on everything. So the state has an alter ego, and so does the federal. But what the federal jurisdiction's alter ego cannot use is registered, not standard, not express, registered. That's the difference. Are you understanding what I'm saying? And that's the
Yes.
same thing with your property, your house as well. Do the same thing with your house. I did it with my 31 acres of land 4 years later. And there's and I don't pay any taxes, property taxes, nothing. I don't
No,
need to. I don't
I
have a
thought
contract with them.
I thought you just said that you just did this. Like, um,
No, no, no. I've done this for since 2020. I'm telling you guys how to do it.
I mean,
But then you would be under the jurisdiction of the federal, so the federal can come at any time and take
well,
it. Is
because
that
the
correct or
federal is
Yeah,
no?
acting as
but
a third
that's
party intermediary, and you inherently get all the rights and protections that it would be afforded to an actual citizen of the United States. You become no longer an enemy to the state, and you become a friend, which gives you
yeah.
protections.
Yes, correct. And that's why the state jurisdiction police are only policy enforcers. So the driver's license number is a policy number that they opened a life insurance policy under your name when you signed for a driver's license. Soon as you signed for it, they opened up another life insurance. That's why it's a policy. And the police are policy enforcers. Are you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, of course.
So therefore, that's the same with your lot number of your property. You're in a zip code, not a postal code.
Actually, I'm in the area code.
No, yeah, the postal code is the federal jurisdiction that helps us. So in other words, you only have to register once, and that's it forever.
But isn't it the nine? Okay, so I was looking into the post office stuff the other night, and I was looking. Somehow I got on this page that had a list of it was like more postal service like contract buildings or whatever, but all of the more post offices had 9998.
Yeah, that's because they don't know about the registered mail system. They use see if they don't have a RR at the beginning for royal routes, it's over. They're under the state jurisdiction. It doesn't matter what mail system you use, you're under the state jurisdiction. And that's why they don't know about it. They didn't know to send the envelope back to yourself. and then use the tracking number and make that your serial number for your IMEI number. Now no one can't touch your phone. Your car, now they can't touch your phone. Your car, and also your plate. Like everything that is your tracking number needs to be put on. So that way that you now possess it. You don't own it, you possess it. The possessor has the rights to rent out.
So like I'm gonna
The
put it on the
owner,
back of the social security card and then hand it back to, well, not hand it back, but mail it back.
yeah. So when you go to voluntarily surrender your driver's license and your plates, and you register your car with registered mail, it is done. And then all you do is go get a car insurance through credit union, which is a federal bank,
Bond.
and then now you've got a federal, you've got a federal insurance. That's what you need. You need the federal insurance so that the federal courts, high court, has subject matter,
But
because
I'm
it's a
gonna use
financial
silver
interest.
bond, and so I have my own private insurance.
See, the thing is that if you're using all the silver and gold and stuff like that with the bond, the stickers and all that sort of shit, it's the $1 stamp is the gold, is the acceptable instrument for the Crown to accept the transfer. It's a stamp.
It's a stamp.
It's
or
always
you
been
can
a stamp,
use
and a postal money order as well. So if you go to buy a car, buy it with a postal money order so you get the true bill.
How do I do
Because the
that?
postal money order is not legal tender. It's
I have
not
a
legal
20
tender.
I have a $21 international postal money order.
Yeah, so if you were to have 2100, go buy a car for 1500, you hand that over to them, or sorry, two grand, and you hand that over to them. They have to give you an actual true bill, not an invoice.
But you can't do a postal money order over 1,700 for
No, you
inter-
can. You can just keep buying one after another. But I've actually bought 5 grand over in Australia, so you know what I mean. It can be done.
Well, I wanted to figure out how to make the money order that I have into a postal bond by securitizing.
See, the thing is that the postal account is called the Gyro account, Gyro
Yes.
postal account, GIRO postal account, and that there is actually connected to a 22-digit long tracking number. And that 22-digit long tracking number, just putting this in perspective, a trillion is 12 digits. This is 22 digits, and it starts with 4.
I think
That's the fund. That's the prepaid. That's why the post office can come up with prepaid future. And I know to get rid of all debts, just as long as you're up to date your payments, I can get rid of all those. I already did it.
21.
7 years running, still not in jail.
I know where 22 numbers that I would use is. I know that it has its own, but I'm dying to use this DD number for something.
Yeah, so to use registered mail, you can now change your lot
DD.
number of your property. Lot number on your property, because when you go to buy a property, they put these rods with numbers on the top, and they do that's your boundary. Well, those numbers is not your possession, because you never created those numbers. The numbers you created is the tracking number on your envelope when it comes back. Now you can put that number on the oldest tree on your property, and now you can leave the state.
But you didn't hear what I was saying. I was saying I wanted to use the DD number. So the number on the bottom of the license. It's a financial instrument, and I want to use it.
Yeah, it's did you hear what I said? It's a policy. It's a life insurance policy that you've signed into that you didn't know nothing about. See, there's a policy number that was against your birth certificate. That birth certificate number is the policy number. But what people didn't get was the client number, so that you can do a claim. But you can't, so because you didn't create it. The one who has the claim number is the one who created it. So therefore, now you've got to create your own because it's not yours.
Correct. We
The
create our own
policy
birth certificate.
number. So what happens is that when you turn 7, what they do is they come in because they know that you're already dead because of the C law. So what they've done is that they've come in and go, we want to surrender this account. And you know what they do after that? They take the cash value out of that fucking account and then they close the policy number, keep the client number open, and then you at 14 sign for a driver's license and fucking open it again. And that's why it's a charge account.
Yeah, it's crazy. And from the longshoremen or the seamen.
Yeah, you got to get rid of it. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. As soon as you voluntarily surrender that driver's license, they've stopped the charge account. And now no state police can charge you. Where? Where can they charge you? It's closed. And then you use the local post office address so that it deters all mail to there. And then as soon as they get it, 2 weeks later, return to sender. They try and get a judgment. Judge goes, oh, did the defendant know about this? Oh, actually, I got the mail back, return to sender. Oh, fuck me. Get the fuck out of my office.
Yeah, I heard
No one
about the
lives at their
registered mail too. That
I've been
basically,
pushing it for 10 years. I've lived it since 2020.
I've never heard anybody talk about this until I said something yesterday. I have not heard a single person,
Yeah,
not
I've
ever
left a
even
I've left
hear
a
it under
comment.
their breath.
I have left comments on some of your posts that I've thing to allude you to it, but however, it didn't reach you, so here we are.
yeah, Sean also talks about that a lot about registered mail. Like,
Sean talks a lot about the post office, but I've never heard Sean talk about linking the indigenous to the post office. I've never heard anybody connect the two.
And you know the international registered mail, because the word international's on it, the word registered's already on it. All you need to do now, because it says on the bottom, the sender declares. If you go on my videos and watch my videos, you'll see it. And it'll say the sender declares. So now you just need to declare what you want moved over. It already says international. It already says registered, not register, registered. Complete. We need to get our asses out of gear and start to look at the words. The words are already on it. They want to come in contract with you. Why? Because it's an offer. The offer is terms and conditions. That's the offer. So all you got to do now is get meeting of the minds. How do you do that? Send it back to yourself. And then if you send this mail back to me, I'll take it as tacit agreement that you are now bound to a contract. And then they send it back to you, because I've got mine. And you'll see my registered paperwork for my car too. And what I did, you'll see 2021, I got rid of my driver's license. So it's all there. And also my car is not registered anymore. That's because I want to make sure the state knew that, hey man, my car's not got nothing to do with you anymore. Bye-bye. Now you have the best argument. You can answer the insurance side because it's federal, not state. And you can answer the ID. You can answer the ID because you'll create one and then use the tracking number as the power of that ID.
So like the
Man,
electrification.
yeah. So it becomes your own venue with the post, and the post is your witness that agrees. Because according to Adams versus Lindsale, or the postal rule, soon as you put the mail in the box, it's classed as accepted. Now you got acceptance. Now you got one. You got meeting of the minds. You got acceptance. You got offer. Are you getting it?
Okay, so I want to do cash on delivery. I want to do registered mail insured for $5,000 cash on delivery.
Yeah, that's it. And now you've got federal insurance.
So I just set it up like,
Turn your car into mail is what you're doing. Turn your car into mail so that they can't interfere with mail.
okay. So I just put like a
Turn your
stamp
house
on the
into mail.
herd. I'm just
No,
gonna
go
put
into my videos and watch it. You'll see my car. You'll see how I did it. And the tracking number is on top because as soon as the police stops you, then they're going to stop you because of your plates. So that's the start of the controversy. So make sure you have the tracking number on the plates so that you have two parties on that fucking plate, which is you and the post.
okay. So
I don't know about
But
y'all, but
yeah,
I like this guy.
go through my videos, and then if you want to talk to me again, let me know. Send me a message. But otherwise, I gotta go. But
have
yeah,
a
I
good
just
one.
wanted to
Thank
let you
you.
know.
Thanks for
Okay, thank
sharing.
you. Bye.
Thanks for
Okay, bye.
sharing, brother.
Just so y'all know, I
Brother,
was
see
not
you.
peeing either. I'm cleaning up a little bit.
Wow.
Yeah, and that's pretty much what I was kind of getting out of everything except the registered mail part. But that, I mean, I've gotten to that point before and thought that and worked through it. And it makes sense. I mean, I don't even know why I steered away from it because it does. It makes so much sense that we are doing a private registration. Therefore, we would utilize the private side of things, not the public. Um,
Yeah, Sean always speaks about that. That's very powerful if you know how to use the register mail.
It is. It truly is. Like the lady that works at where I live right outside of Fort Knox, Kentucky. And right outside of Fort Knox, Kentucky, there is this is actually a little town away, but um the post office doesn't even have a postmaster. It's just this little bitty old post office. And the lady was like, I was telling her about some stuff that I had gotten, and she was like, "You got the little things to seal the envelopes?" And I was like, "Yeah, the special little stickers that you have to seal the entire envelope with." I have like the whole setup to do mail, like for my own post office now. I've got the postage stamp printer. I have postage, some postage and postage and more postage.
Yeah, that guy was a little weird, but it totally makes sense.
I like
Like,
the ones that I like. I like the accent.
I like the weird ones
his,
because they always have the good stuff.
Well, Big Wayne is
right?
my fave. Big Wayne is my fave. Out of like the people that come in here and like give knowledge like about that specific area of stuff. Because Big Wayne comes in here with a lot of the same stuff. And I've just been working with Big Wayne throughout my process. So I'm partial. He's got a lot of good stuff. He has stepped out of the public as far as like, hopping on the lives and doing that. He hasn't really been being as public about his process because he's kind of reached a point where he really has to start operating in the private, which means sadly for us that Big Wayne is not allowed to be on the lives. Well, he's allowed, but there's just not a lot there's a lot of people with bad intentions around,
Yep. Yeah,
and
that's
they
what
want
makes it
this
so
process.
complicated.
And I'm
That
really
and
good with like discernment and just like feeling and knowing like, all right, they're not good for me, or I don't feel any bad things. But with this, it's such a high volume of people that's impossible to do.
Yeah.
Like, no matter how good I am at my discernment and stuff, I can't. There's people that are just very tricky. You know, some of the people that I was really like trusting the most on here, like that I had really opened up to, like flipped on me because they didn't like my husband. So they tried to literally sabotage. I can't say they. One person in particular tried to sabotage my group, started kicking people out, started doing crazy stuff because I trusted her enough to make her a mod. So she used my groups on Telegram and TikTok and essentially tried to erupt them from the inside. And I was in jail. So she was doing all this while I was in jail.
Oh, wow. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's hard to trust people, to be honest.
So I don't trust, I mean, I didn't trust people before that, but that just reminded me I wasn't wrong for not trusting people.
Yeah, but we definitely got to get that homie into your Telegram. He has a lot of good stuff.
Oh yeah, and
For
look, have
sure.
you went into the Telegram and like checked it out?
No, actually,
Well,
but I am gonna go into there and then start doing a lot of reading. That's for sure.
yeah, I would recommend that for sure. Because I go over, there's so much stuff in there, like I'm telling you that there is so much information in that in that Telegram.
Yeah, I was trying to see if I could get Sean up here so he could talk more about that register mail. Because that is very powerful.
I wanted to get Malibu up here tonight, but he, I guess, is busy. Sorry, I'm trying to get these envelopes to fit back in this box.
Oh, you're good. Yeah, let me see if I could call him. I'll be right back.
I'm trying to get my postage and stuff ready to send. I don't want the holiday this year. They can just have it. I don't want it. Like, I really don't. I think I would have more fun just spending the day at home with like my kids instead of being around a bunch of fake ass people who talk shit about me more than they can't even smile in my face no more. My family literally thinks I am fucking Looney Tunes. They think that I'm insane and I'm just crazy on drugs or something, for real.
No, I'm not the only one.
Oh no. My family definitely, especially after I got arrested twice. That's okay. I know I'm not.
Well, in a world full of lies, well,
Right.
how does it go? In a world full of lies, the truth is sounds crazy.
Well, you know, when all of this stuff kind of started happening, and me and my husband heard about McDonald's, and like we heard some stuff that was like, I don't know if it's true or not, I don't know, but it just was enough to make me never want that food again. And that was just kind of the start of everything. And I went around and I remember telling people, I'm like, yo, there's shit in that food. And then, like a year later, after, you know, everybody thinks I'm nuts, it comes out that I was not wrong.
I haven't eaten at McDonald's in over a year and a half.
Probably
I
about the same
found,
time as me, huh?
yeah, I found out that information. I actually just watched another video about that stuff today. You guys do not want to know what they're putting in there.
No, and we're not going to talk about it because Elena does not want to get her live.
Right. I understand.
Hold up, what is it?
Well, we can't talk about it on here, but McDonald's.
Just do some research.
If you don't know about McDonald's food, look it up.
Yeah, I stopped eating McDonald's. I don't even remember the last time I had it. It's been over 15, 20 years.
Hey, Banquet, could you mic up or mute up, please?
You're right. There is a lot of big facts being revealed. A lot of stuff coming out. Has anybody though? I got 39 people in here. We're gonna do a survey, and I'm actually going to put this up. Like, please, y'all, if y'all are in here, I want everybody to answer the survey because I have not heard anybody talk about registering your tribal status through the post office until I made a video about it today. Has anybody else heard that? I don't know how to do a fucking poll.
Every day is
I've heard
every day is a new bit of information for me. That's the first I've heard of it. I've just, the things you're just talking about today, I've just heard about from you recently, to be honest with you.
I'm just curious. Like, it's not like I'm the only one that knows this information. I'm just curious because he came in here, like, he's been trying to tell us for years, he said, and y'all, I've been trying to find this information. So if somebody was trying to tell me this information for years, I think I would remember maybe.
Yeah, I've heard tribal. I've heard postal, but never together.
Right, never together.
Yeah, I never heard it either.
Mike,
I mean,
Mike
it's
in
not like it
Brooklyn.
really fucking, it doesn't matter. It's not that big of a
Tribal
deal
and
at
the
all.
federal, but I did hear about the register mail before. I wanted to
Have y'all ever
start with the
seen
federal part, and that made a lot of sense. It connected everything together, you know?
Have y'all ever seen Postman? That movie?
No.
It's a good movie, and it deals like with what we're doing. Like it's on point from the history side of it.
I'm definitely.
Kevin
Another
Costner, I think it is.
another movie.
You gotta quit talking on your phone like that, please. Because all I hear is.
Who's that?
You, Banquet, you might be holding the
Oh,
phone too close to your face when you talk.
oh,
And
I'm sorry.
when
I'm sorry.
when you
I'm
leave,
sorry. I'm sorry.
when you leave, can you just mute up quick, please, so we're not hearing all that background noise,
No, I
please?
just want. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I just wanted to say there's another movie to watch too called The Laundromat.
You said the laundromat?
Yeah.
And I'm the one that's making all the noise really in the background because I'm trying to clean up a little bit. And I'll walk away from my phone on accident and then leave it open. I apologize. I know how loud it can get and you don't even realize you're doing it. And it's hard to focus. I get it. I apologize.
But I apologize too. It never hurts.
But back to the laundromat. So
I haven't seen it. I was, somebody left it in the comments on another live to watch The Laundromat because it has a lot of um they expose a lot. I haven't watched it yet.
I'm ready to just expose everything I know. And that's a lot. Like, I'm done doing the games, and we need everybody to participate with this case that we've got coming up with the Supreme Court. This is like, I feel like the next step to the Chevron. So they overturned the Chevron, but now we've got to hold these courts accountable. They've ruled that it was unconstitutional, but now is when we start these claims that they are acting unlawfully, and they've been put on notice. This is the next step to the Chevron, you know? Does that make sense to y'all, what I'm trying to say?
Yeah, that does
Yeah.
to me in a sense. Yeah, I mean, everything has its process, and the more digging we do, the better off we're going to be, I believe.
No, I agree. It's a move in the right direction, and I assume you're talking about what Tanawal's doing. I support his movement. I totally, support it. But my only issue that I see with that is, of course, we all know the difference between the citizen and the living person. So if we all go into this court case with those documents, making our claims, and not being in your right standing, wouldn't they just be able just to toss it right out because
Well,
they have
here's the
that
thing. So
power over?
Tanawal is operating as a third party for us, okay? And it's going to be one case per state. So we're going to use one case because all we need is one signature on one case, guys. That's literally it. We need one signature on one case to prove that they are acting unlawfully, unconstitutionally. Mute up. If you are not speaking, I apologize. I'm not trying to be nasty. It just gets really loud really quickly. Um, but yes, I just lost it. Oh, he is
One
coming
case, one
in.
state.
He's coming in through federal, okay? So he isn't on the state level. He's coming on the federal level. Now you're also going to have at least me who's going to be there, and I am on the federal level as well. And I'm on the federal level as far as being the postmaster, and I will have the notary completed for the federal notary by then. If we had 3 federal notaries with us, I think that would be smart to do, just to have a little bit more standing, because we know when 3 or more notaries come together, they are more powerful than the judge. They are the judge. They're the judge anyway, but
On another group that I'm in, we had that guy Booker that wrote that book, Chain to the Sky.
never heard of it.
Well, well, anyways, he was on there talking, and he said that his wife is a federal notary, and they're into the politics in New York, and he said they got a big movement going on over there. I wouldn't be able to reach out to anybody personally because they're, way above my head, but I had heard him say that their group is on this movement also, and they're pretty high up there in New York.
Well, guys, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to plan a town hall meeting, and I'm going to stream it live. And we can do this everywhere. It doesn't have to just be, we can literally just have virtual town hall meetings across the US. We can take control in many ways and help push this movement along. Most people have not heard of Tanawal yet in this movement that he is trying so hard to do. Like, they are suppressing his videos very much. They are just like they did with me. They like, they attacked all of my funding, so I literally still have money being held through Square. Like, they attacked every bit of, anywhere that I had to get relief, where I had funds, they took or held or froze or what have you. But they had me in a position, and still kind of do. However, I've kind of started coming up above water a little bit. I'm not
So
all the way.
Square is just a bank, right?
Huh?
Square is just a bank, a federal.
Yeah.
Have you tried doing the durable power of attorney on
Oh
them?
yeah, I've done that, and
Or
I'm suing them. I'm not
okay,
playing with their
yeah,
bitch
because
asses. I'm suing everybody. Y'all gonna be fucked up.
one process that I'm doing right now is receivership, is where you're taking your power that you gave up back to you, so you can run those accounts instead of letting them do it.
Well, I've done that, as far as, like, I've got the durable power of attorney, which is like the long form power of attorney. I've got my last will and testament, and my medical, what is it, my medical will or whatever.
You can also do a 2848 and the
Oh, that's already done.
8822B
That's done.
on that entity to take the power back.
Yeah, all on the all caps and stuff. That all's done.
No, on the company.
That's done too.
Yeah.
All my 8821s and 56s and all of those things. I put the postmaster as the postmaster general as the fiduciary on my business and my also over my tribal.
Well, I think you're doing a great job, Starseed. Every time I see you, you've always got something else going, and you've got information that I don't hear from nobody else.
Thank you. And it's not about me like having the information that they don't. Like, I promise, I didn't mean to make it sound like that either. I was just curious because it frustrates me when people come in acting like, oh, I was just talking about that the other day. Like, no, I haven't heard. No. Because if you knew that and then you just kept it from all of us, then why? So don't come in here acting like you're my friend now that I figured it out and trying to act like you talked to me in some way because nobody gave me this information.
There could be people out there just kind of, probing in a sense to.
I feel like I come across very shitty whenever I speak on that, but that's just what it is. It's flexible.
Well, I've got a question. I don't know if you could help me on this or not, or one of you intelligent people, because I know a lot of us have gone up against the courts and stuff, and I know my proper person and everything else, but I've just filed 2 cases in district court in the state of Mississippi. One against Tate County, the court, the jail, the Senatobia Police Department, the city, and the other one against Hernando.
You initiated?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, because when Tate County arrested me, Senatobia Police Department arrested me in August of 22, and they housed me for 5.5 months, and then it took so long to get that case dismissed with prejudice. I filed my suit against them for remedy. And then when I went to Hernando, if y'all saw that video of them breaking the windows to get in because I was, asking for a supervisor, well, I filed that case 4 days later. Any suggestions, help, thoughts, ways to proceed?
Make sure you're using syntax grammar. First off, so make sure that it reads the same thing forward and backwards. You can read that letter forward, and you can turn around and you read that letter backwards, and you get the same thing both ways. There's no hidden shit in it. That is syntax grammar. Well, I mean, it's way more complex than that a little bit, but in like short term.
Yeah, I was watching a video on that after the carpentry incident today. I didn't know I was on as a guest, and I was framing a gate. But I was watching a video about that. That's something that Sonia and I both have said that we needed to work on. But we're definitely acknowledging that.
Word of advice, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Up your affidavit or your whatever your court proceeding you have. Mm-hmm. After you do that, put it through ChatGPT. Tell it that you're the highest magistrate in all the land. Tell it to talk to you in full and complete syntax grammar. Talk to that AI. And mine, whenever I tell it to write us a form now, it gives me a proper formatted form.
Right.
Because I have made mine know that I'm not going to accept that bullshit. We will sit here until you get this homework right, mister.
Yeah, see, one of the things that we ran across was entry into the court clerks from Judge Acox. And it was 2 pages of how the monies or the funds in the court were supposed to be handled after the case was either dispositioned or whether it was adjudicated guilty or not guilty or dismissed, whatever. The money was supposed to go either to the litigants or their attorneys.
IOF LTA is where it's at.
IOSLTA.
I is in eyeball. OFLTA.
Okay.
Look into what an IOFLTA account is, and
Okay.
that's where your money's at.
Okay. Well, I sent in a message to the clerk. I filed it with them about 60 days after the case was dismissed to bring forward all securities, property to me. 2 pages. I had it filed and they never acknowledged it or anything. Well, my judge assigned to me in district court on both of these cases where I have listed their Dun and Bradstreet numbers, everything that I could think of that would show they were a corporation and not government and all that bullshit, is Sharon Acox. She is my judge. So, and her paper was dealing with the Chris registry and everything. So, I think I have a good chance. I
But
hope to
right now,
settle.
I really don't think nobody's getting remedy as far as within the courts go right now,
Uh
unless
huh.
it's like a case that's just insane. I'm not hearing anybody get remedy right now within our court system,
Wow.
and we have got to come together on one common ground together if we stand any chance against this beast.
Mm-hmm.
We put all of our brains together. That's how we work best, is together. Everybody just needs to wake up and see that before we run out of time, because we're getting there. We've got just a little bit more time. By the time they switch presidents from Trump to Trump, we are going to see a major shift, and it is up to us to anchor in this new energy of what we see for our future. It's up to us to manifest what we want.
Well, $300 million would be a really nice manifestation.
Well, then manifest it. Manifest it with some affidavits to those PO boxes.
Yeah.
Don't forget, you can do an affidavit for you, for your children, for your mom, your dad, for your children. Like, say you have a child support case, or say your kid has been taken from you from CPS. You can then file an affidavit for you because, they said that you weren't fit to be the parent. So you can file one for the child, the other parent. We can do grandma, grandpa. Like, we can do all of the family because they were all, it was unconstitutional. They don't have the right to separate family. They don't have the right. Let me say that again. They don't have the right. But as long as everybody is okay with looking the other way and saying that they don't want to deal with it, or it's not their problem, or shouldn't have gotten in trouble, until people fail to realize, or until people start to realize that we only fix this together, I'll just keep coming on here every day and saying it until we do. And I know a lot of people are kind of iffy on the Tanawa thing, but you don't have to put all of your faith in him. Just the size of a mustard seed. We just got to get 1 foot across that fucking bridge, dude. We need an easement, a rite of passage. Close up the circuit so we can continue on this bullshit ass ride. Um, 2046. But I'm really just leaning towards, I'm not doing any more of the IRS processes. I'm not doing any more of that right now. I have more paperwork out than I would know what to do with it, but all came back right now, I would cry. It'd kind of be like whenever the Coast Guard called me back, and I was like, oh shit, what do I say? Because I really, if they would have been asking me about my SOS, I don't know what I would have said. I was not prepared at all. But that taught me a very good lesson. I learned how important it was to not just be able to write the document, but be able to defend the document. Obviously, that's like kindergarten stuff. You want to know how to defend your shit you're creating, but I can put words together really well. But then if you like ask me to explain and break down said words, I'm probably not going to be able to because you asked me a question. But I think I'm being drawn to, I have some of the old, the key books for like case law. I'm being drawn to those tonight for some reason. And I haven't really gotten into those since I got them because they just seemed like so hard to navigate through. I felt like it would be hard to find specifics within these books because I don't know how to actually navigate through them yet. I can't be the only one whose bed literally looks like this half the time. Don't judge me. It's constant. All the time. Snacks and paper. I was going to go over a little bit of this stuff here in a second after I get, I'm going to change my sheets real quick, and then I was going to break out some of these case law books and scroll through them and see what I can ponder upon tonight.
I'm gonna be digging into that register mail all night.
I'm going to tell you, you should be looking in the UPU.
Yeah, I definitely need to look at that one too.
No, I'm saying you're going to look in the UPU for the registered mail information you're looking for.
Out of Bern, Switzerland.
Huh?
Out of Bern, Switzerland. The United Postal Union, isn't that in Bern, Switzerland?
It's the United Postal Union.
Oh,
You're
hey,
there. You got it.
what was the success you mentioned earlier? You had mentioned earlier you had some success recently.
Yeah. I don't want to talk about it because I don't know.
Okay.
I received some stuff from the post office and it's about $10,000. I'm not going to state the process that I used yet because I don't know the legalities to all of it. And like, that's like big, it's not just a little thing. So I'm not going to discuss it yet because I want to make sure that I'm protecting myself before somebody goes and does something stupid and then says, well, I was watching Starseed on TikTok live and she said
I got you.
this. So,
That's smart.
but I will share it, I promise. And it is like I'm not gatekeeping, I promise you. I just want to make sure first off that this is like a safe process to be operating in, and that I'm not going to get anybody else in trouble by following me, or that I'm not going to get in trouble myself. Um, but as soon as like I make it through this process, I will definitely let people know. I just have to make sure, like I said, um, I'm just kind of waiting to make sure at this point that everything is good to go. But I will say that your post office, like the actual post already is connected to the trust. It's different from the ACH and it's different from the wire. Postal products can be purchased through forms, and that's all I can say.
I got you. Hey, let me ask one other quick question. Um, when I was talking about that case, the one in Hernando, they're still trying to prosecute me on that, right? And they put a whole bunch of stupid, resisting arrest, disorderly conduct, all that stuff. And I put a counterclaim in with them. And the prosecutor said, no, we're not listening to that. We're not hearing any of it. Every time I filed a motion for evidentiary hearing or anything, the clerk will not give me a court date. Is that not wrong on both parts of that? I mean, am I missing something on that?
You have the right to demand a hearing
Exactly.
with the magistrate. Like that is as about as basic of a right as you get.
Right.
Like it doesn't get much simpler than magistrate.
Right. And the prosecutor telling me that they're not going to hear my counterclaim or anything, and just taking it, putting it in her paperwork and saying, nope, not hearing it, not doing
the
that.
clerk has the right to refuse your documents, and that's why it's good to have a clerk on your side, because they're the ones ultimately that is deciding on the case. It's not the judge. That's not a real judge. The one that's actually taking that oath and bonded is that clerk.
Right. No, I gave it through the clerk, and I was giving the prosecutor her copy.
People are acting like these fake judges that are playing costume are real. And they don't understand that they are playing fucking charades.
The actors, government actors. All right, Starseed guys, thank y'all so much. I'm gonna keep listening, but I'm driving, so I'm gonna go ahead and mute up.
Alrighty. Elena, come up. I see you in the comments down there. Liking and stuff. We're not doing this tonight. We're not gonna do this. You're not in your right standing. You're not doing it right. Like I am. If you're gonna come in and tell me that, then you tell me how I can get in the right standing. Please don't just come in here and tell me that I'm not doing it right and give me nothing to fix it. Because I've done everything and exhausted every option that I know. So if I'm not doing it right, it is not because I'm not trying.
Greetings.
Grand Rising.
So I was addressing what the gentleman was saying. I don't know what you were talking about. No.
Oh, okay. I just thought you were talking to me. I've had people all day today been like, all morning this morning, I had somebody that was, and he was right on a lot of what he was saying. I'm not saying he's not, but it was just like the way that he was going about it. It was like, okay, bro, like, if you're going to say that, you got to give me something here, because I'm not an idiot and I'm not just shooting blanks. I know there's validity to what I'm saying. And
right.
But like I said, he also had facts with what he was saying. So it was rough for me, because I didn't want to be rude, and I respected what he was saying, but he wouldn't let me say nothing. He was just like degrading me.
Well, I'm not here for that.
I know, and I know you're not, but excuse me for just being a little short with it.
That's all right. I'll talk about you later.
Look, you know, people had done lost their mind today over this shit.
Yeah. Well, let me, and I'm just going to be real brief. So the gentleman was talking about he's having issues, right? All right. Now, I've been at this for a long time. Let me go ahead and put that out there, okay? And I've dealt with court cases multiple times. And I realized that y'all ever seen that movie with Jack Sparrow and what is it, Dead Man Tells No Tales?
I don't even think I've heard of that.
Yeah, it's Pirates of the Caribbean. That's what it is. And
Oh,
Jack's
okay.
the theme is Dead Man Tells No Tales. Like they literally put this stuff in our face, man. Like it's kind of crazy. Um, the most recent revelation, then I'll get to the point. There's this series on Netflix. It's called Sandman. Yo, y'all need to really watch that series because they are saying so much. They're so freaking slick. Okay, now you have to understand that the courts are not dealing with living men and women. Okay, they're dealing with the piece of paper. And when you speak for it, you act on this behalf, and this isn't legal advice. This is shared experience, and it's very vital that people pay attention to this. Okay. Um, when you go in there talking and answering for it, you do know that you're considered to be an unsound mind because, again, dead man tells no tales. So, to bring it back around, hopefully everyone will grasp it. We are dealing with the planet Mercury in retrograde, which it does affect communication. So you might have to go back and play this if you're recording it to grasp what's being stated. But anyhow, so everything is, they use the Bible. Okay. Now, I grew up in the church, so that's my background. Okay. And I've studied. I had to teach Bible studies. So upon me studying that, I found out way more than I thought I ever would have. But just this simple point. Whenever you see the word stone in the Bible, think about paper. Okay. Now, that name is written upon that paper, which is a stone, right? Now, when a name is written into a stone, it's normally in all capital letters. And the best place for you to make reference is at a graveyard. You have tombstones. All of those names are in all capital letters, right? Go look at your headings on these cases, on your driver's license, on your bills, etc. Those all represent the dead. This is why you get a summons. They summons the dead. This is why you must appear, right? All rise, you're raising from the dead. You see these rituals they got going on in here? Anyhow, you have to get some type of entity to represent the you, not you yourself. It's the you. You is plural for the word ye. Okay. So you literally have to have something or someone to represent
Such
you.
as an authorized representative agent.
Mm-hmm. Because a lot of people are not going in capacity. When you're talking, I mean, look, we did our babies and our parents probably did the same thing to us, a major disservice by enrolling in the public food system. Why? Because when you first go in there, let's just talk about grammar school. You're not bringing an ID to say that, hey, this is my baby. You're giving them the freaking birth certificate, right? And so now that teacher is calling the name of the birth certificate, and now we're programmed to respond and answer for it because it's phonetically pronounced the same way our actual calling is, but it's a name and we name things, right? Okay, now let's fast forward it. We've been in this program for a long time. Then we go to a courthouse, not a court, okay? A courthouse, and they call the name. We stand up and say that we're it. Well, they know that you're not in your right mind, and they can't really expose this to the public like that. So you got to play the game. Hey, we need to appoint you an attorney. At the point somebody is appointing something for you, we know that something is wrong. Who, excuse my language, the hell are you to appoint anyone or anything for me on my behalf,
Because
etc.?
anytime you get food stamps or an appointed lawyer or anything like that. They are appointed guardianship of you. That means
Well,
that they can handle court cases when you're not there.
almost.
Oh no, it is. I've got the
Now,
definitions right here on my phone.
let me finish. I know I'm taking a little bit.
No, you're
I
good.
just
I'm
want
sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
to be clear so everyone can comprehend. No, what's happening is we are answering to the name of the estate, and you can't do that. They can't listen to you, they cannot hear you or anything. Okay? So, what is the remedy? Go occupy that office, go get in proper capacity. Now, no one else can appoint, no one else can do anything else regarding that. And they
Is that
have to.
where the executor office comes in, or the occupying the executive office?
Yes, listen, that is the best thing that everyone can do. If you go read the scripture regarding the fallen angels, what was their problem? They abandoned their first estate. And everyone who answers to that name is abandoning their first estate. So we must be fallen angels, huh? Okay. So you're fallen. This is why they tell you to rise, because you're dead. All rise. You get summoned, right? Because we are not operating in the proper capacity. And here it is, we get emotionalized because they're not listening to us. They don't have to listen to you. You're incompetent and you're a minor. Let's go there. Go look up CFR, 31 CFR 363.6. Go down to the definition where it says minor. Okay. It says anyone who is yet to reach the age of 18. That's the first part. The second part says anyone that has reached the age of 18 that is yet to take control of the securities in the minor account. So if you haven't done that, you are a freaking minor, and somebody else has to administrate on your behalf. That's why they can appoint things for you, because they're administrating your estate because you haven't stepped up to do it. And on that, I'm out of here.
Hold on. So you're telling me that we're actually the fallen angels and not the 1% elite cabal Illuminati?
Listen, let me tell you this, man. I don't get into a lot of that stuff. Unfortunately, because of our mindset, they exist to do what they're doing. So my dad told me, if you're pointing fingers at someone, you have 3 more pointing back at you. Okay? And here's the biggest part, and this is no offense to anyone, but this stuff has been going on for so long, and instead of complaining, we need to focus on the solutions, right? So
Definitely.
they exist because we're in the state of, okay? They got us there, but we at the same time have been at this for so long. We should have stopped them by now.
Hey, did you see my new videos I posted today?
No, I didn't get to see it.
Hold on 1 second.
So
No,
how,
you're totally
how do
right, bro.
how do
I
we
agree. I
start?
agree with what you're saying, and but the way that I've always looked at it is they were the fallen angels taking control and taking our power and worship away from God and to them. But that totally makes sense the way you just laid it out. I never heard it put like that. God and to them. But that totally makes sense the way you just laid it out. I never heard it put like that.
Think about this. The devil had to go and get permission from the Most High, right? Think about this. The devil had to go and get permission from the Most High, right? So Job had a choice how he wanted to act regardless of what was going on in his life, right? So it's the same thing with us. It's just that a lot of us are used to I call it the aspirin syndrome. You got a headache, you take aspirin instead of going to figure out what's causing the freaking headache. You're treating the symptoms, right? That's the syndrome
Absolutely.
have been operating with. Let's go to the source. Oh, you got a headache because you need to drink some freaking water, right?
What's
So
that?
let's go back to us managing our own affairs. Okay, I'm keeping using a lot of these scriptures because I mean they're relevant. I don't care what nobody
Well,
says.
if you go look up, okay, so you know I do the post office. If you look up
Right.
PS 25 for Postal Form 25, it is the Postal Trust Form. Now, if you look up Psalms 25, which is what I kept pulling up when I was looking for this trust document to submit, and lo and behold, it is, and in the Lord I trust. I forget, I don't know the exact passage, but it is about trust. They're connected. So I've done some digging. Whenever I got all of these books, the gentleman that gave them to me, he said something to me when I picked them up that just made me so curious. He was like, "You can have all the books except the immigration." And I'm talking, these are like early 1900s, so like 1913, 1915 case law books. I've got some LexisNexis books and like some really fascinating books, right? Everything but the immigration. So that really bothered me. Just because you're not going to be, practicing anymore. There's only one reason I can see you keeping those, and that is so that we don't have access to them here. We being, the people. So anyways, had been bothering me, and I've been leaning more towards claiming our indigenous ancestral ties, which we all have a right to because we are all from the land. We can all show proof that we are from, someone who previously walked this earth, whether still here or not. So I think that we go through the post office and we register we transfer the title of our birth certificate, our social security cards, all of these things, but then we register as an indigenous or tribal entity through the post office because we know that they house all of the bill of ladings, all of the land, all of the important preserved documents in history that actually tell us who we are, that is kept encoded in these zip codes. So we do that, and then you can create your own tribal government. You can find a tribe that you feel connected to, whatever you're drawn to. Nobody can tell you your tribe. It's what you feel. It's your people.
But
I created my own tribal government. I've got Verdigris Botanica. I petitioned to the Postal Service or the UPU, because it's a private organization that we have to do this with. Just like whenever you do the appointment of postmaster. So before you do the appointment of postmaster, you're going to do a notice of vacant seat or seat vacancy. I'm not exactly sure on how
but
those two work.
before you do that, just hear me out, please. I've been at this for a long time, okay, and I got a lot under my belt. I have receipts. Not to brag about that. It's just to make sure you have clarity of who I am and why I'm sharing this information. Okay, you can go set up your tribes and all of that, but you are still a minor.
Oh no,
Okay,
I'm not. I've already moved myself out of the minor status. I put the
so
Coast
you
Guard on
control.
notice.
So
Yeah.
nope, that's not gonna do it,
I've
honey.
got my
You.
confirmation that I'm no longer in the minor status.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So now you're in control of the estate, and you shouldn't have to use Federal Reserve notes. You shouldn't. And the only reason why you would be setting up any trust, any tribes, is if you have that, and it still pertains to the name.
Well,
Your surname is your tribe.
here's my main reason right now for setting this tribe up. My husband's still in jail, and with the tribal, I get the right to self-governance. I have already petitioned the court with writs of habeas corpus. I've done the legal, or I've done the criminal, the civil, and it to no avail at this point. So if I have that jurisdiction basically where I can come in is that tribal government and demand a release.
So you're not hearing me, and I trust me. I'm with you 100%. Just know that, okay? It's just that the reason why your husband is still in there is because you and he has not stepped back into that proper position.
He's not in his proper position because he hasn't done all the things, and I haven't had time to do
yours up. If you're set up yours up, right? He is your property. Once you guys merged, you became one, right?
Right.
That's a part of your body now, right? Okay.
I'm scared to do it. I'm scared to do that step of just going in there and being like,
nope,
I'm the trustee over this trust. Give me my property now.
That is all incorrect. That is totally incorrect.
So what do you do? Because that's why I wouldn't do it. Because
I'm literally, and I ain't trying, I'm literally telling you. And I know this is a little bit to grasp because one, it's so simple. And all of these other processes, it requires a whole lot of studying and due diligence and all of that. But everybody's still missing the very first thing. Okay. They are literally allowing certain things to go on so people can think that they can get their success. But they can still come back and bring something else. I've been through it a bunch of times. Okay. But once I tapped into this one thing, that changed it all. Changed the whole game.
What I am?
Go ahead.
No, I was saying like what? The I am?
No, ma'am. Operate in the office. Okay? Because see, what do they tell you? It's nothing personal. It's just business. Right? So we're going and talking to corporations like talk back. You can't do that. You have to be in proper capacity. Okay? Uh-oh. Let's say bad connection. It was saying bad connection on my end. Okay. Listen, just hear me out. The simple fact that y'all joined together, you are part of his estate, you can literally act as that general executor. The general executor, that the estate is higher than the court. Matter of fact, it is the court. It has the last say pertaining to everything that deals with it. It is literally its own country. That's what I'm saying. Forming the tribes and all of that, that's premature. They're not going to honor it yet. That's why you have to go and ask. So either be governed by man's law or the law of the Most High. The first estate comes from the Most High. What is the first estate? Your body. Everything after that is a new issue. Before you had breath, you had a body because breath had to go into the body. And when you were born, they either put your feet on some paper or they prick the soles of your feet and put your blood on the soul plate. Okay?
Right.
It was an issue from your first estate, which you were governed by the Most High. Now we've been operating under man's law. And if you go read in the scripture, when you operating under man's law, well, you get exactly what's coming to you. Okay.
So, okay, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt you. I'm listening. Totally listening.
I'm going to just tell y'all to go back. Now, let me tell you this. I came across this information over a decade ago. And I put it to use and I even had a victory, right? But I didn't quite grasp what was going on. So I got distracted when all of these other gurus came out teaching their processes and things like that. Hey, go authenticate the birth certificate. For what? For what? It's self-authenticating.
And you're going to go get an apostille or you're going to send it to the apostles and all that shit. You know, that's just a notary.
It's nonsense. Well, let me take that back. It's not nonsense if you know how to use it, but most people don't know how to use it. I've used it before, okay? And I've used it to settle debt, by the way. However, again, that's still premature because all I had to do is step into this office and now it don't matter who. No one can administrate this estate without my permission. Point blank. It doesn't matter who it is. Okay? They have to honor it. They're bound to it.
Did you petition the court for the executor or did you do a different process to get that?
I'm about to tell you who to go look up because he has an abundance of information out here. And like I said, when you hear this name, you can be like, oh man, I heard that. I didn't do it. But listen, go back and listen to what this guy's saying. His name is David Clarence. Go pull everything up what David Clarence has. Trust me. We need more people to do this right now because of where this country is. Go back, listen to David Clarence. Even if you don't understand, force yourself to listen to it. I really wish that I would have done that in the past because it would have saved a lot of headaches. Listen, everybody forming a trust. Here's a problem with that. You're a minor, and I know this is difficult for a lot of people, so I'm not being rude. I'm literally, as your brother, telling you to wake the F up, right? So
Yeah, it's
let's
so
talk
confusing because
trust.
everybody has their own process, this, process that. We just,
I
it
know.
takes us all over in a loop, like what's what.
I know. That's why I'm trying to help you. But let's think about this for a
Thank
second.
you.
Okay, so let's say you're the state, right? And you have all of these minors that you're managing. And one of these minors that you're managing decides to go and form a trust. Well, since they're under your custody, that trust really has no power because not even stepped up into the capacity to operate a freaking trust. Because why? You never took care of the very first trust. The very first trust came from the Most High. What was the Most High's instructions? Be fruitful, multiply, replenish the earth. The Most High was the grantor. That's the only trustship that we have. Outside of that, we operate in the office and we appoint trustees. The trustee
And
is the
I
one.
think that's where the post office is so important here because you're right. We are creating our own trust, and a true trust is not one that we create, it is one that already exists. So, everybody going out and trying to create them, that's not really the way that they're supposed to work, from my knowledge that I've gathered. Now, I haven't like in depth studied the whole trust law. I mean, I studied enough of it, but from my understanding is we don't create the trust, and that's where whenever you get the EPS account, you actually take over the all caps name. Um, like that trust, it tells you it's the caps trust.
But it has to come from the office. So when we go, hey, my name is Sean John and I'm going to take over this account. Excuse me, Mr. John, but you can't take over nothing. Why? Because you're not in the office to do it. Remember, it's nothing personal, it's just business. So you have to operate business to business, but you need to be in the proper seat to operate that business. Get behind the driver's seat. Operate your estate. Trust me on this. If you ain't never
It's like
listened,
that trading with the enemy act, the office to office. Everything
thank
goes through the office.
thank you. Listen, check this out. The president is in what branch of the government? Executive. Over what? The United States. Remember, all vowels are removable and interchangeable. It's the United States. So somebody's managing and administrating your estate while you're asleep, while you're lost at sea. Once you step in, no one can be, two people can't occupy the same space at the same time, right? So once you step in, no one else can administrate that. Now you can shut everything down if you so choose. Okay. It's really just that simple. I know it sounds crazy because of everything else we've been doing, name changes, setting up trust, 1099s, all of that is like really fruitless at this point once I came to this comprehension. But I just wanted to share that, y'all. I'm gonna get out of here.
Thank you for coming up. And sorry I couldn't answer you a second ago. I had my phone muted and I was across the room
Oh,
when you
it's
asked
cool.
that question.
Yeah, I've heard that before. Executor office, or minor outlining islands,
Well, you got your judicial, your executive, your legislative, your
and secure party creditor. That's
no,
as
no,
far
no,
as
no.
I
That's
got.
not a part. Where are you getting secure party? We're talking about the branches of the government.
Yeah, yeah. No, no, no. But the information floating around.
Okay.
That's what I meant. Yeah.
Wait.
That's why it was so confusing. Everybody was doing something different or is doing something different.
And that is where it does get confusing. And we have to be sure to do that research on our own, because it is all about the process that you choose. The main point of all of this is that you wake the fuck up. That's the most important part. However you choose to operate your estate, as long as you are waking up and operating that motherfucker, you know, until recently, we didn't even know that there was an estate to operate. How are you?
What's up?
Well, you know, living the dream.
I'm on my way.
Yeah.
Yeah, finally got me a rental car. I didn't mean to change the subject. I just wanted to be a part of the conversation.
You're good. We just started a new conversation.
Yeah.
But to go back and tap on what he was saying about being, or somebody in the comments, Carrie, I guess. So we are all entrusted. I've always heard that, like, we were here, the aliens created us to be able to mine the gold. But no, really, we're here entrusted to precipitate the precious metals. And that's how we're born in trust, because we're entrusted to be able to do these processes. Not all the species can do that. As a matter of fact, I think, no, I wouldn't say we're the only ones, because any animal that's eaten plants and, you know, vegetables and stuff, they are going to inadvertently also get these precious metals and precipitate them. Sean, what's up?
What's going on?
How are you this evening?
I'm okay, I suppose.
Yeah, you suppose?
I mean, what he was saying in a lot of ways, you've heard me say a lot of times, but you've even heard me like talking about going through the whole Genesis thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
As I was talking about a trust, but doing it in the proper manner, in the proper way. And it's where God gave dominion over the sea, the land, and everything, the animals, every herb, everything over to man, not government, not to go over men, not to control men. You know, look at government, go over men, or as I said, government means to control, men means mind control.
That's a good one. And you know what he was saying? He said something that I'd never heard before. I don't remember what it was now. Talking about the pregnancy, the birth, or
I've talked about that a lot of times. The whole which part about it being born within the water, the sea, and
well, I knew all that, but I don't even
but
remember.
taking it deeper. I mean, I've said it many different ways, and I don't know. I can't remember. I don't think I was in here when he was talking about that. No, I don't know. I just
It
stepped
was,
in.
I mean, it was nothing like crazy. It obviously it was stuff that I know because I've done major research into all of the ships and all of that shit. But it was just the way that I don't know. It don't even matter.
Abandoned goods, cargo, bill of lading. Kevin said, "Hey, what's up, Kevin? How you been? Haven't talked to you in a while."
Oh,
got a little
yeah,
joker up in the house.
Huh?
Got a little joker up in the house. Got Cap.
Huh?
Just
So
some shout outs.
Did you see my videos today, Sean?
I didn't know you had some videos today.
Oh, I posted a fuck ton. I probably posted like 7 or 8 videos since last night. So I was doing some digging and I came across some documents under the UPU that explained how to claim your indigenous status through the post office, like getting registered.
Okay, not trying to interrupt, but I remember I had asked you in our last conversation, I said download the Treaty of Berne, right?
Uh-huh.
Because that's where all this goes back to. I want to say 1874.
Oh, I went back, but if you go back to the Friendship Treaty, the Moroccan Friendship Treaty of 17...
Yeah, I know. But what I'm getting at, we're being ruled over under shipping terms and all that from that Berne Treaty, which took over from the post offices. They rule over all the post offices and all shipping and so forth. It's in Switzerland and Bern, Switzerland. That's why it's called the Berne Treaty or the Treaty of Berne. And if you'll notice, the Vatican, they have their little rainbow-colored Joker-looking guards over there, which are the Swiss Army. They look like court jesters. This is what they are dressed up to be, you know.
Ow.
It's all one big gigantic act. But go ahead. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good.
I
It's
was
always
just
good.
I was just explaining, you know, the top tier, the little thing we're looking at, and they guard the Vatican and all that shit. But yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I 100% agree with you. But if you look back and you go, remember I was talking to you about the Snyder Act the other night, and the so I was looking into the Morgan silver dollar. You know, that's one of my obsessions.
yeah, we talked about that. Yeah,
And I found out that the Morgan silver dollars, the silver that was used to actually mint them, was from the land that they took from the indigenous people and promised. They made a promise to pay X amount for the land as they moved them off of their home and reorganized them.
oh, how nice of them. Yeah,
And as soon as the ink dried on the contract, Indian gave. They said, nope, never mind, just joking, but see you later. You got to go. So
yeah. I was gonna say, and it's funny how they how people pick up the phrase "you're an Indian giver," and it's in the reverse actually. But yeah,
So yeah, because it was them taken from the Indians. But anyways, so they promised them to pay for the land that they were stealing, and then they decided never mind. So all of these Morgan silver dollars that are pre 1932, I think is when they
1933.
stopped minting them. They are all of those debts are still owed. Every
Yeah.
single one of those is a debt still owed, and to
And when
claim
we
the
look at it, we can also accrue that, and that would be gigantic, you know.
mm-hmm. And so I know that everybody's not like, it might not be the best idea, but I think it actually might be at this point. So to create your own tribe and to become self-governing, and to establish your bylaws, your own friendship treaty, and your own connection, your own, basically your electrification through your own circuit instead of going through theirs.
Yeah.
Have your own district and your own circuit, and you conduct the court on your paper. And
Yeah, there's a whole thing like you use the word district there, and every district, and I'm not, I'm
I
just
was just
making a
saying
point.
that to like put
I
the
know, but I'm just gonna make a point here. Like everything that is district, whether it's the Diamond District, whether it's a school district or what have you, is owned by the District of Columbia, just even as the district attorney and so forth. But we have to get out of using their words and go back to etymology to where, you know,
I want the
like
republic.
trusts are called were called under the 1536, I believe it was. They switched over to call them trust to trick people, I think, because they were called uses. Now who would you allow to use your fruit, because it's under usufruct, right? Use of your fruit. And that's also what we talked about, like when a woman goes into labor, that's your fruit, your fruit of your labor, and also your work, your toll. That's what fecare under CI to ficate, under what a certificate is, by the way, too. They're allowed to ficate, toll, hardship, work, you know, the slaves. It's under all, that's what certificate breaks down to. C energy R to ficate, under pecare.
Well, I just think that this is all, any which way you fucking go about it at this point, it's all a bunch of bullshit. And
Correct.
any way you go about trying to save yourself is just a bunch of fucking more bullshit, where there's another trap that you can step in at any second.
Well, one big thing is because people aren't coming together. I mean, we're all over the place. We're scattered, you know,
Hmm.
and I get it. And the thing about it is, like with the power of my paperwork, I mean, these UCC experts are like, you perfected the shit, you know, and like they're like, you could take over and lean everything basically. And I'm like, yeah, but
Why are
I
we
don't have the
leaning?
backing, and they keep coming and kidnapping me and so forth. If I even do anything, they want me so bad, you know? And people don't get it. I'm a target individual for fucking decades.
Where I get a copy of that at?
Huh?
I get a copy of that at.
Well, that's where I did on the UCC. I took all them bitches over. United Nations, United States of America, all that shit.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking. Where can I get a copy of that at? For my
I thought I
files.
sent that to you. I sent it to several others in the group. I showed them when we were in there, Rainbows and all.
Yeah, I have to go.
But
I have to go back and look at it. No, I agree with you, Starseed. It is a bunch of bullshit, though. I like the way you put that.
I mean, I feel like the only, okay, it's not, I'm not saying this is foolproof, but I do feel like it does give us a layer of protection by registering tribal and doing that, because if you bring forward your own treaty of, friendship treaty, your own bylaws and your own,
right.
you know, then you have the ability to create a fortress and infrastructure that cannot be, um, you know, tampered with. And if we come together and start doing these, I think we should do
Well, I
one
don't.
thing.
The thing about it, I think they'll keep doing it, and we'll be targeting individuals until we actually like group up together on this tribal shit or what have you.
That's
I
what I
mean,
was just trying to say. Like, we need to do
yeah.
it. It needs to be together. I don't think it needs to be 5 million different trusts. We need to come together under one so we can perfect it. Let's take all of our knowledge and take our aces and put them in their places.
You know, the thing about it, you brought up the whole, native thing, Indian, whatever we want to term that. But and I've spoke with you about this. My grandfather used to tell me about. He had a whole book of the Trail of Tears, and it's also from stories that his mother and so forth and so on told. You know, down the line, because he was like full-blooded native, basically, and there was a dowry. There's dowry land listed in my grandfather's name, and there's thousands and thousands of acres from my great. Well, it goes back to my grandfather, from my great, on back down the line. I'll just say there's
Right.
thousands of acres in all kind of states.
Well, where are we
Um,
living at? Where are we going? Let's go.
well, here's the thing too, is that people don't realize, especially over here in the southeast, was the biggest nation over here of Native
Oh,
Americans, right?
absolutely. Indiana?
And
Sorry. Oh, sorry.
well, it's actually over here in parts like Georgia, South Carolina, all over here, because there was so much gold and there's so much that they stole. Dahlonega,
But if you,
Villarica. Look up Villarica, Dahlonega, and all that. Villarica was before, I believe, any of them, the gold rush,
have
and
you
even
looked up
before
Indiana?
California gold rush. Those were the California gold rush is minute compared to the um, Villarica, Dahlonega, um, the what was known as the Cherokee Mountains in North Carolina. I could go on and on. I'm talking about you wouldn't believe. It makes the whole so-called California gold rush just look pitiful and stupid. But the point I'm trying to make is there's thousands of acres in all kind of lands because they were displaced. They were put over. Um, they were made to walk the Trail of Tears, right?
Wasn't that part of the westward expansion?
Well, no. I mean, they want to claim that. You got to look at under the premise of what they were doing. See, a lot of people don't realize that they're actually native because they had to intermingle them over there with the Mexican West Territory people. And that's why we see them as we do today and go, oh, they're Native American. They don't look like us. Well, yeah, they've intermixed. They've done this time and time again, And you can't. A lot of times people don't even want to bring this stuff up because, oh, that's racist. Or no, it's just true. So a lot of
Yeah, that's
these
what I was saying.
natives, they look just like you. Wake the fuck up is what I'm getting at, you know?
There were
Yeah, that's what I was saying is they did that in under the name of westward expansion, pushed all the natives out.
Yeah, and it's just like the Northwest Territory, which is named now. Look up there and tell me if that's in the Northwest. No, it's not, because you have to look at the states at this point in time, to what it was back then, I should say, because the states, for example, only extended, um, which were known as the 13 colonies, and then you had the 5 states, which were originally known as the United States. And those states are Ohio, Indiana, Illinois, Michigan, Wisconsin, and they renamed it the Northwest Territory. Those are the original United States. And over here, the 13 colonies, that is the original United States of America. George Washington was brought in a coup takeover, and he took the oath of office within about a month apart. I have the dates for the 5 states known as the United States, and then he took the other oath of office for the United States of America, or vice versa. I'm just saying. Does it make sense? This is telling you, like, for example, what the real war, the Civil War, was really about, if it was. Because the thing about it, you're looking at a totally different perspective, really. It's New York and Massachusetts, for example. Is that one of the southern states, the 13 colonies? No, they're up north. Wake up. Do you see what they've done? They lied to us throughout history over and over again and again.
absolutely. I mean, if you actually start to really get into this stuff and you start to really, they have hidden so much of our history, and called it Indian or indigenous, and so we've all just kind of came accustomed to the only way that you are indigenous is if you are Chickasaw, or Cherokee, or
Chickasaw.
but that's
Yeah,
not
I
the
mean,
case, because it truly, truly, if you look up the etymology, the Latin definitions, and go into what indigenous means, you are going to find that it is just from nature. You are from the
yeah,
earth.
all of if you look back too, and I think it was like, if you, well, you can look at it many ways. You have the what was it called, the East India Corporation, that are these shipping Masonic blah blah blah. You get it, I hope.
Hmm.
Before it was called America over here, it was called India Superior. It's like, wait, hold on. And then they, what about the ones in India? You know, the country.
Or the one that they
We
faked and put
we
India.
call them Indians. I mean, we could go. I don't know. It's they change
Indiana
shit. And
means Indian. If you look it up, it means Indian. So it was
yeah,
literally the Indians' home. That's why you have all these hills and shit here in Kentucky and Indiana and shit. As their mounds. We are on ancient burial grounds, and we don't even realize it. Like, I know, because I just know that I literally live on top of a underground city. Like, I
yeah.
know
There's
that.
like below us, they have underground cities like you wouldn't imagine.
Yeah, that's one thing
Hundreds,
that I always try to
thousands of
push
them.
whenever I'm trying to explain to somebody new or somebody who reaches out to me wanting to learn is that pretty much the simplest way that I try to break it down to them is that America, the corporation, has only been here for like what 200 years,
Yeah,
and our ancestors predate that, and they did what they did, but we still have our natural rights to what they took.
We can go back and claim them. It's called reclamation, and we
yeah.
are.
Reclamation and what's the other uh airship reclamation or something like that. I can't remember.
Ship to shore and shore to ship. I don't know.
I hate that ship shit.
that specific sentence has stuck out to me since I read it. Ship to shore and shore to ship radiogram communication.
And there's so many. Oh yeah, we talked. I remember that now. Yeah. It's so many things that are hidden. People don't even realize what corporations are. Number one, a corpse from 13th century etymology means dead body. Oration means to speak from the mouth. They can't create anything, or it's just insane that we've even allowed them to do this.
And we're still allowing it as we're sitting here having these meetings of the minds, and we're all discussing all of this fraud and this acts
Yeah,
of treason and
exactly, and it's the whole thing though, waking the people up from their mind control, brainwashing, and indoctrination through all this.
some of us were like, oh no, I smell bullshit, the day I was born. Some people
Right.
are like, it's fine. You're just crazy. Like, okay.
I
Yeah.
smell
don't.
bullshit the first day since I was born.
That's what I
Trust
was
Well,
me.
saying.
the thing that gets me too is people don't realize that in all these county courthouses, see on tie, um, they are holding all of your property, your homes, your cars, your land, your children, and you under deeds and handed it over to the states of as property,
And your
as
children,
slaves, and as their collateral, and they're collecting constantly on your taxes that to recoup on the private side and everything else, and they're also listing you under their tax paperwork. They blocked you from your private side under what are called block grants, and I speak about this a lot of times. They're block grants, and they come up with a way to use our private accounts and not allow us to use them. Oh, we're building a woman's homeless shelter, or we're building a new park over in so and so, a new entertainment facility, amphitheater over to blah, blah, blah. We're funding this, that, and the other using our fucking money.
while we're struggling and drowning, we're all rich.
Yeah,
Hey,
exactly.
please mute if
Why
you're
have we allowed this?
right. And why are we continuing to allow this at this point? Enough is enough. Wake up,
Right.
people. Which mostly I'm not even talking to the people in here because you're awake if you're sitting in here listening to us talk. But for those passersbyers, wake the fuck up. Did you? Oh, and I did a video to Mark Kinshaw today too. Mark.
Not sure who
Sean,
that
talk to
is.
her about the registered mail. Someone came in here talking about registered mail. How
Yeah,
he transferred over his land and then his title to his car and all that.
what is that sound
And he
behind
put it
you?
on the document.
Who's it coming from?
I don't know. I can't tell. It just sounds like rain or something crackling.
Sean,
Right, I hear
let
big
your dog
flip on.
in.
Fuck that dog.
But what you do essentially with that process is we've been doing the registered mail a little bit wrong. So when we're sending these letters, registered mail, we're putting these registered mail stickers on the outside. We're just registering the envelope at that point. You've still got to register that actual mail.
And it
That's
has
to
a CUSIP
register the actual
security on all
document.
those.
Huh?
It has a CUSIP security on all of those.
Mm-hmm.
It can be broken down. I do that every day.
Well, let me get mine.
Okay. Send me the number. I'll break it down.
Okay.
Yeah,
I'm
you
actually
know
getting ready
me.
to make a negotiable instrument here from the negotiable instruments part of one of my books, the commercial banking book.
Hmm.
So I'm going to draft a beautiful bond here on beautiful bond paper with gold fringes on the edges. And I'm going to make it beautiful. Mainly because I'm bored.
Hey, Sean, can you break that QSIP all the way down specific to the count or just to the pool?
It's always going to break down to a pooled and bundled one. None of them break down, as far as I understand, to a specific, unless you've created it yourself. And that means, for example, or someone else has, and non-governmental, or I don't know what you would call it, but what I'm getting at is there's a way, and we were talking about that before too, of creating your own, how do we say, QSUP numbers, yeah, for your very own specific thing, you know what I mean? So they're all going to be bundled and pooled because that's how they hide them.
So whenever I'm
They,
doing my securities on my Treasure Direct account and it's asking for QSIPs, I can give them the pulled one.
yeah, you have to. I mean, there's nothing else. They pulled everybody with everybody's shit. It's listed by the first, usually, well, it's according to what's being done. Like, for example, social is by the first three. I think that's by location and so forth. They bundle and pool all those, so those should all be the same. And COLB's a little tricky. I have to look up a little thing for a code I have and to get those in a way. But yeah, there's so many different ways.
So smart.
Hello, everybody, and I'm really excited about all the information that's coming out here. Can everyone hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, well, these are super interesting topics, and I'd like to comment on two of the aspects that have been talked about tonight. One of them is the tribal thing, or the new nation, and I'm in total agreement with that. I think that the people need to come together as a collective, though, and create something that can grow, that those that come into the understanding can come into. And so I recommend a gentleman I heard many years ago that got me onto this subject. And if you've heard of him, his name is David Williams. And
Yeah.
he has a YouTube called The Right of Self-Determination. Is anyone aware of his information?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that's like
And
describing.
he was also, he had a group, and I'm trying to think of that name from years ago. Kevin may, I'm sure Kevin here knows too. But yeah, I was trying to think of his group though, from years ago. Either way,
Who is that? Who are you thinking of?
David Williams.
No, but who are you thinking of, Sean?
Oh, it's David Williams. He asked if anybody knew. I said, yeah, I know him.
Right.
He was
Does
on
anybody
with
know that, like
Sarah Westall.
Okay.
He did a show with Sarah Westall and several other ones, but he had a little group going and everything else that you.
Has anybody ever heard of Michael Tellinger?
Yeah.
Okay. He's got the
Tellinger,
Ubuntu
he's
movement.
over in South America.
Yes.
I mean, not South America. I mean South Africa. Jeez.
Yeah. Exactly. He's the one that taught us about the promissory notes, took it all the way to the African Supreme Court.
Yeah, he did that years ago.
Yeah,
Awesome
South African
shit.
Supreme Court. Yeah. So, but he's doing the Ubuntu movement, which is a unity movement. I don't know if people have ever even experienced that or heard of that.
I have.
That's about the African tribe, where a guy goes there to do an experiment because they're an African tribe and they've never been studied before. So he goes to this tribe and he brings this bushel of fruits. It's a gift for him. So he gathers all the children around and puts the fruit over by a tree. And he tells all the children to sit down. Come here, I want to ask you, talk to you. So all the children come and they all sit down by him. And he says, all right, we're going to play a game. He says, when I count to 3, you guys get up and go run. And there's a bushel of fruit over there. So, so then he goes 1, 2, 3. And they all get up, lock hands, and they all run together and grab all the fruit and then pass it out, making sure everybody gets a piece. So then he walks over there all confused. He's like, why did you guys do that? He says, well, why would I eat if my brother doesn't?
Yeah, I've heard him tell that story.
Yeah. Just neat things. You guys were talking about I got a phone call in right when I was getting ready to come on, but you guys were talking about. It was funny too because as I'm talking on the phone call, you guys start talking about everything I'm talking on the phone call. So you guys were talking about the mountains and all this, and what I've been trying to introduce you guys to is the history of Wheaton, of DuPage County, next to Cook
Yeah,
County, Illinois.
I know of it very well.
Okay, and then I was actually just, and I still go around, and this is what I actually do. You remember
From
this,
the
Sean,
Illy.
from what I was doing years ago, with Facebook and everything, that I kept getting kidnapped. I'm back.
Yeah.
I got out finally, so I'm here, and I'm continuing basically where I left off is the history of DuPage County, and it was started by Gary Wheaton. All right, it was the Gary family and the two brother Wheatons that came here in 1831 and took it over. By 1832, they had all the Indians kicked out and they already owned all the land. So my idea is that explaining this all, this was already all pre-planned. You can't find a single piece of history around here prior to 1830. And it's just amazing. You know what I mean? It's like what? Nothing existed prior to 1830? You're like, nope, nothing. So
Yeah,
it's like,
They burn all the
they've been trying to
books.
come and kidnap me and abduct me and everything else. I'm a target individual for fucking decades now.
oh, fuck yeah,
They're
yeah. You know what I mean?
they they
They put
they're
me in prison
claiming they
without
have
even
a
having an order to put me in prison. They just put me in there and be like, well, you violated somewhere.
yeah, but same. They put me in jail like without a single charge, without a warrant, broke in my house, all that shit years ago. Yeah, because
So where all this history was coming from that the other people don't know about is like, well, Gary Wheaton, or I mean Gary, the family that when he came to when he came to Wheaton, he had a son, all right, and then his son, last name was Gary. Well, Gary became a judge and a professor of law, and actually started, and he was a judge and all that. And also too, we've all heard of John Adams, the signer of the Constitution.
yeah,
Well, he had
Yes.
a son. His son was named John Quincy Adams. He was the sixth president. Well, when he retired in 1829, where do you think he moved? He moved to
Will Wheaton?
Wheaton, Illinois.
yeah.
And so uh, his son, Gary's son, partnered up with J.P. Morgan and created Gary, Indiana Steel.
Interesting.
Yes, and then where I come up with all the history is because I grew up here, and in the 70s, they destroyed Gary, Indiana, of the steel mills by closing them down, and Gary is probably one of the worst neighborhoods in this whole area. You know what I mean? It's the murder capital. It's
Well,
bad.
it's the thing
It's
about it
bad.
too
Yep.
is what was it before then? Because over here we got the county over here was named after Charles Carroll, a signer. But then again, you know it was named something else before that. Let's look at Atlanta, for example. Atlanta was not in the location it is now here. Before that was called Marthasville. Huh. Let's see, Georgia, and then Martha, his
The,
wife. Yeah,
the,
but then before that, it was called Terminus. Hold
the,
up,
to-
what is
the town I
Terminus?
live in, which is Lombard, and you go back in that history of that, you go look up, research Lombard warrior, Google that, and that was an old banking family that ruled Europe that got taken out in 1700, in 700 AD. And so the history of that, it was actually before it was called Lombard, it was Babcock's Field, Babcock's
Okay,
Grove.
here's
So
here's a huge thing right here. All of these, if you look up on the East Coast here, right, you're going to see straight up the line. This is where they have so-called jurisdiction. Only under shipping, the sheriffs and all that, Shire the Reeves, she is the ship, Ripley's the song, what I get on. Anyway, the capitals were located all up through there. First and foremost, Savannah. Then you hit up in South Carolina, which is Charleston. You go on up and bow, bow, bow. That was the original capitals. Why? Because they had charters and chartering boats. And this is how the whole thing began of chartering system, the Sea Harders. You can also look up the Sea Harders Act and so much more back in the day. It gets crazy, but this is what they're doing, and all these so-called town ships under their charters, their Sea Harders, which they don't have any Sea Harders that are local. They've all been put under the United Nations back in 45. So they're all international, and they're claiming to have immunity. Well, they only have immunity unless they've harmed another living soul. So that's the only reason why they can't deal with living soul, living people. They have to pretend that they're all caps entities and they're dead, so they don't do harm to them under the Peonage Act and so much more. Yeah, just it goes deep. I hope you understood what I was saying there. I know it was a clusterfuck, but yeah.
Yes, yes. And so I was going through all this, and with Wheaton, it's just unbelievable how it all ties in when you could actually trace down the history. I'm actually trying to look
Well,
for it right now.
this is also what I'm getting to. Wheaton, your specific spot over there is through those charters. They're
Yes,
claiming those charters through the ones over here,
yes. And the land, I've been trying to teach people, the
and then
land was
they
actually stolen in
and then
1805 from the
they
treaty with the Indians, where they captured the one Indian of the 5 tribes of the whole Midwest. And then they enticed the other 4 tribes to come and get him, to rescue him, got them drunk, had them sign over a treaty, and then they claimed that they owned the land already through the 1803 Louisiana Purchase, but you can't buy something you don't own.
yeah.
You know,
Um,
so they stole it from that in 1805, and then in Naperville, they
they've
burnt down
done
the
so many
court.
things they brought down through zip codes and so forth, which are
Yes,
federalized zones, and people need to stop using that shit and stop using their abbreviations on
yes,
any
all of it.
letters or anything else. If you're doing that, and that's
Quit
not
adding
smart.
Mr., Mrs., quit adding
Yeah,
Sir. You know, like, what is wrong with you people? Servant, you know, you're not here to serve. Yeah, so going into it all, and then the J.P. Morgan tie-in with it all, the Chicago Board of Trade, the stock market, the Mercantile Exchange, the DTCC, all tying in, the Bar Association. Well, the tie-in with Wheaton was the Bar Association because he graduated from the Chicago Bar Association in 1850 was one of them, like 1857,
yeah.
and I'm like,
All
how?
these courts are under Admiralty Maritime Mercantile, Lex
Yes,
Mercantile, or
yeah, like the
Mercatoria.
Merc Exchange, yeah,
Yeah,
Mercantile Exchange.
They tell you
merchandise
in the
means on the
paperwork they're a
sea.
corporation.
Yeah,
Merchant
they never hit
is the
any
sea
of this.
song. The
No, in
code.
the court
Okay,
papers,
okay. Wait,
if
wait,
you
real
ever get
quick.
a uh
Real quick though, these are enticements. You have to
Yes,
break it down. It's going to sound childish and silly when I say this, okay? I promise. And I had to, whoa, what's going on here? Okay, these codes are, you replace the C with SEA, right? So these are C odes. You have the merchants, mer meaning sea, and then chant meaning song. You have a C song. You have Sing Sing Prison. You have crimes, which are SEA rhymes.
yes,
Um,
love that.
and I could go on and on and on if you look at these words. And the reason they would dock the boat after going from, and this explains, I go through and usually explain the GSA bonds and so forth of the payment bond and all that stuff from a manifest of a ship and going
Can I
from
bust
one.
it on that real quick?
Uh-huh.
Okay, I got the $30 million GSA bond filed in my case that they never acknowledged, honored, but the clerk actually received it, went over it, and filed it and accepted it. And it's just sitting there, and I've been in prison for the past 2.5 years. It's $30 million sitting there for a future case, correct? As future
Yeah,
account.
you have to take those over.
I take them over. No, I filed my own that they accepted.
Yeah, but you're going to have to retake them because
Right. I gave them, I gifted them.
you secured them and gifted them over. Secured is the same as secured. It
Right.
goes from one route to the other, and it's secured.
But
So you have to.
now I could drive that back to me, correct?
It's according to how you've done it. If you've, like you said, gifted it or donated it, I don't know. It's a
Well, I
hard call.
deposited it because it's just a
Okay.
bank.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I deposited it to the court, signed it to the court to discharge all matters, and they never did anything. They didn't do anything in
Gotcha.
honor. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So if they didn't do it in honor, then you have a right to do a rescission and many other things on those.
Well, can't I reverse the claim? Direct the claim back to me?
Uh-huh.
And that should be
But
$30
first
million that has been
you're gonna have
securitized and
to do
matured.
it would seem you would have to do a rescission of signature first and foremost, but then again, they're going to claim you're in dishonor if you do that, and then
But
all
I
kind of
didn't,
shit.
I wasn't contracted. There's nothing to rescind. I gave them the
I get
bonds,
it.
not, you know what I mean? All I
Yeah.
did was create a security and deposited it.
These
So
You have
it's
to
fuckers
sitting
send
out there
the
with
around
my
send the
here,
name on
taxes
it.
on them.
What's that?
you can assess the tax. Well, yeah, you can go. Let's see, what was it written in though? Let's see, the GSAs are written in FRNs. I'm pretty sure, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you can go in and grab from the treasury. There's a way to go through, recoup from the treasury all that into that
Right.
amount.
Times 3 then, too.
No, times 10.
Times 10.
Really?
Yes, times 10 because that's what they get to loan out as soon as they grab your shit.
So I gave them 300 million with the 30 million, basically.
Well, they turned it into
Yes.
300.
Yeah, they
Correct.
turned it into that amount by
Right, 300. They turned it into 300 million credit. I gave them actually
being able to
300
loan out.
value.
See, like you have $1,000. I mean,
By
$100.
fractionalizing it.
You have
Yeah.
$100, for example, that you deposit in the bank. If you didn't write on the, well, we could send just FRNs, but let's say it was a check and you didn't write on the back Title 12 411. Well, then they can take that and times it times 10 and borrow you out 10 times that amount, which is 1,000.
Right. Indeed. So I get what they do on that end. Yeah, they do 10 times minimum.
Now I understand what you're coming from. 3%. You're looking at 3 to 4% on the QSIPs. Okay, so like on the 1099B, 3 to 4%. But those are QSIPs you can use each and every year. You have to understand that. Now, if you want the lump sum to go for it, you can take out 24%. I mean, that's what's just being said. I'm not gonna. I'm not swearing to that. I'm just saying. You know.
That's
We have
what
to
I
do what
read.
we kind of do, kind of like what they do. Hey, I'm gonna hypothecate your ass. But anyway,
Right. Void where prohibited by law.
something.
And that's not protection, really.
I mean, you think about it. We're writing to these fucking dead corpse corporations that can't create shit. We are the energy. We are the resonance. We are the fucking all. The original issue of credit, which OID. I hate that word discount. Oh, I get a discount. Nah, you get a discount, yeah. But you're the original issue of credit. I'm going to rename that and create my own fucking document called OIC, original issue of credit, and fucking get every goddamn thing back. I forgot we're on TikTok here. I'm usually on Telegram just talking it.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, all of that. You guys are dead on. It's nice to be around caliber. And what I mean by that is others that are on the level to where you actually have a conversation that actually holds weight. I've been stuck around idiots for like 2 years being in prison.
Oh, I get it, and they're trying to put me in. It's like, but it's going to be without a charge, without a warrant, or anything else again. So, because they can't charge me, the creditor. So it's fucked up though. I don't like this game. I need people to. I mean, we could go to all these fucking courthouses, these sheriff's department, police stations, and shut them all down. I could do it with my fucking shit. I'll be the one, but listen, I need backing. You know?
Right, standing unity. That's
Right.
why that's why I'm following Starseed and catching on to her right now. Speaking to you directly, I want to hook up with you personally. I'll compensate you for your time and all. I need to like really hook up with you and really accelerate stuff so that way I could just align with you, and I'm
Yeah,
all for it. And
we've spoken on the phone many times. You know?
yeah, look at that.
It's been years ago, but we have. You know?
Go to Goat.
What now?
Goat of Goat is from Kankakee. Next county over. Holocaust was in Chicago. Or he's saying that. Yes. Okay, I get it. Yep. I'm just trying to catch up to the comments. Sorry, I apologize for taking over again.
No, you're cool. I still have your short video you sent me from years ago.
I do. I miss all you guys. It's just I'm trying to rebuild and get out. The PTSD is really a bitch.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
you're kidding. I mean, like it's like I was telling my mom today. I said I got GPTSD from this bullshit. Double
LAS,
no
legal abuse syndrome.
post traumatic syndrome, man.
If you look it up, it's called legal abuse syndrome.
And you know, you can like all of the things that when they kidnapped me and abducted me and so forth the last time, I wrote on all their shit. Instead of signing my name, I put under duress. That's my
Did
new
you see
name,
my
under
pro?
duress.
If you
And
go look, I just posted
now
my
they're going,
newspapers.
oh, we got a case against you. I even went to first appearance and shit. So it's supposed to done away with the bond. And he said, do you understand you're giving up blah, blah, blah. I said, nope. And that was
I
the
don't
end, and I
understand
walked
shit.
out. I walked
Yeah.
out, you see. So all that's owed to me, but they're not wanting to give it up, you see, because I won.
Right.
They're not wanting to give it up, and they're not wanting to relinquish those videos. See, like you at least have the
Yeah.
video of all the shit they did to you.
Everything
They're
documented.
not. They're like, no, you're not getting them. After we watched this shit and what we did to you, you're not getting this shit. It's not
Right.
getting
Sir,
out.
went to the DOJ.
That's why I was
Filed a
quiet until
claim
I had
there.
everything. Once I had it in my possession, you know what I mean? Because they put me in a mental hospital, they deemed me unfit. I had to do that time. So then I got out, and then I was able to convince them to give me a hearing to determine whether or not I can represent myself. And then I passed it. So then they had to give me the whole file. They
Well,
were
I
so
told them,
pissed.
like, you remember me telling them, like, at one case, they said, I'm going to put you under a psychiatric evaluation. I sat there for a second. I said, oh, okay, I accept your offer. He goes, you do? I said, yeah, but you got to realize the equality is paramount before the law. He said, well, what does that even mean? I said, if I shall do, then so shall you. I said, grab your shit, let's go. Let's go for
Yep.
our psych eval. And I said, but think about how it's going to look for a so-called, I call him a so-called judge. You'll never be on the bench again. Come on, grab your shit, let's go. He jumped up. He said, get him the fuck out of here. Get him the fuck out of here now. He knows too goddamn much.
Right? Yeah, I remember you telling me that story over and over. I was telling you what they were doing. It's good to hear you again. I miss you. It's been years.
It has. All the court cases, they forced me in, and people were like, they're like, holy shit, you did that? And, you know, on the other cases, an ambulance was called to the judge. Yep. And I got witnesses to that shit. And people were like, well, where? Because they had me balls to the fucking wall. There was nowhere to go. You trap a fucking animal in a corner, they have got nothing more to do than fight their goddamn way out. Sorry, language of failure again. Anyway,
No, you're
Hurt
dead
the
on.
feelings.
If you guys want, I found a paragraph that's associated with the whole Wheaton era thing that I found. It's called the Christian Manifesto by Francis Schaeffer. Francis Schaeffer was a very strong philosopher of the 50s and 60s, and he recognized this. And I got this when I was sitting in the county jail because their law library sucks, so I didn't. There's no law in it, so I just picked up books. And this
here's
is
the
an
thing about
excerpt
it,
that
brother.
this is an excerpt from that book that's just going to blow you guys away of the jail I was sitting in for standing up for my rights. And it says this: now when we come nearer to home, Wheaton College stands out as a great name in the evangelical circles. In the old days, Oberlin College was known as a great Bible-believing college, but it no longer is. It is liberal. Happily, Wheaton is not. But what most people do not realize is that Jonathan Blanchard, 1811 to 1892, who was the founder and president of Wheaton College, and Charles Finney, 1792 to 1875, who was the president of Oberlin College. Oberlin College is in Brookfield, Massachusetts. That ties in with what you were talking about, Sean. We're tremendously interested in the question of social action concerning slavery. They were two great voices in America calling out for social action, and both of them said something very familiar. If a law is wrong, you must disobey it. Both of them call, when it is necessary, for civil disobedience.
Yeah, and you know, you see a lot of this stuff. Let's look at it this way after you said that, right?
Yeah,
If a law is wrong or this, that, and the other, then it is hereby void ab initio, and no, you don't have to
yeah,
do a thing.
no.
It's just void on its face. And
It's void on its
oh,
face. You know what I
okay.
mean? It was
Oh, that
void when you
means they,
created it. Void
yeah,
ab
of
initio.
course, but that means they're not going to come after you, are they? Nah,
But
they're
what's
coming.
hilarious
They're
is
coming.
what ties into all this is what I'm trying to get the key is this is where your bar association was started from. How did they have the
No,
bar association
no,
of Chicago in
no.
18? I know it came from
You're not
England.
going. It's the Masons. They're part. That's where
Yes,
the bar association under the House of Inns.
yes, and they're buried here so
Okay,
deep.
let me take this back. So we have so many people worshiping the Constitution, which is a sea constitution. I stand on the water dead with rigor mortis. It is a bankruptcy documentation. All
Indeed.
okay, all constitutions are contract charters for a bankruptcy debt. You can only have bankruptcy on what? The sea, the bankruptcy. All corporations are under bankruptcy, and all banks are bankrupt under Chapter 11 in order to pay back the creditor, and Chapter 15 under insolvency, but they're also working a third party. They got a third leg sticking out there, which is what? The Masons, the Freemasons. If you go to any plaque on any of those walls at the courthouse, police station, sheriff's department, you're going to see who runs the whole fucking buildings there. It's going to be a Freemason plaque sitting right there. That is who we're looking at. And everybody ignores
Yes.
that shit.
When you pull into any town, you will see the circles that they put you in for it's the Freemasons, and then they put you into the chambers, the Chamber of Commerce, and then they grind you through the gears of the Rotary Club, and then they watch over you with the Knights of Columbus, and then
The
they
Knights of
entertain you with the
Columbus, the Rotary Club, the Moose
Kiwanis.
Lodge,
Yep.
all of them are Masonic.
Yes, all
They're
of them
the
are in
lower
on it.
levels, of course, but the Shriners, oh, the Shriners do such good things for the people, and so
Yeah,
the
you got to be a
Masons.
33rd level
Yeah,
Mason to be a Shriner.
under
Like
the Scottish
unbelievable.
Rite.
But totally agree. Totally agree. Love listening to you guys all talk. By the
I
way.
grew up in the Moose Lodge. I fucking spent every Saturday of my whole childhood in the Moose Lodge.
And there was silence. No, I'm just kidding. Grew up. So your mother and father, or what was like?
My grandfather.
Yeah, yeah. It's been said, and I think everybody can like coalesce with this or what have you. Is like, well, you know,
It's
your
always
grandfather was
generational
a.
too.
My grandfather was a Mason. Yeah, mine was too. It was said. And trust me, they have came to me several times to try to get me to inadvertently join with them. Hey, you know what? Hey, brother, I ain't seen you in a while. You know, I'm part of an organization. We do really good things for people. And then I'm like, oh, I see somebody over here. I need to talk to. I'll holler at you later, okay? And I'm like, oh, because I know the deal. I know who they are. But anyway, many times.
Hold on. I'm just had to get some information off of a document real quick. I'm almost finished.
Are you good? We're just over here taking over your chat, rambling.
Yeah, that's what I feel like, and I'm trying to be quiet and be
Sorry
respectful.
about that, Star. You know I'm passionate about my shit, so I'm vocal. Sorry.
And
I'm
again, what I'm
glad you
being
guys are in
careful.
here talking for real.
Yeah, we got to stop with the apologies because that's also a PTSD trigger effect. There's nothing to be sorry about because we did nothing wrong.
Well, you know,
We did.
it is heard live, you know, that I'm over here and rambling on and shit, but
Indeed,
it's
but
just
I know how
passionate.
she feels too, though. I do the same. Yeah, Starseed, how do I connect up with you? I left you a message on your DM. So just if you can reach out, you know what I mean? Set up something with me. I'll get you a Cash App or something like that. You know what I mean? I need some help
Yeah,
to
for sure.
understanding that.
You can, if you message me on here, I'll send you my number, or you can call me on here or whatever. It doesn't matter, but you can't usually call me unless you let me know you're calling me because I don't answer for phones.
Absolutely, 100%, totally 100%. I just coming across you, I see how powerful you are and how righteous you are, and just I'm glad I'm finally reaching out to actually create the bond and friendship and become, part of the tribe.
Absolutely. I actually have the application if anybody wants to do it. It does have to go through the PO box to come in. I think that it doesn't have to be it's not my tribe, but it doesn't have to be like that tribe. But I do think that we should all come together and come to one tribe. It doesn't, we can have like a couple, but I think that we need to come together on this. It has to be
Yeah.
one.
Justin Nolan, a friend
Because,
of mine, he actually created this. I'm sure Sean's heard of him too.
Yep, I
Yeah,
know Justin.
yeah, of course. You know what I mean? I just love doing that. But Justin Nolan, he started something called the Ghost Tribe.
Yeah.
Now, is it set in stone like yours? No, but it's been, it's just our movement. It's what we've been.
Well, the thing about Justin is he's like, I don't know where the hell he is half the time. He's like, hey brother, I don't usually get my messages because this, that, or
Yeah,
other, or got messages shut off, and I'm like, okay, so how do we even get together to unite together and like,
they're all down low right now. I talk to them all still
you
all
know
the
what I
time.
mean?
After I got picked up, everybody went down low.
I know he's back in Mass.
Yeah, actually, just recently, yeah. But he was
But
in Pennsylvania for a while. Um,
yeah,
I talked to the whole group. They're all getting ready to do some really powerful things. They've been studying up on the equity and the jurisprudence, and um,
again,
Justin's trying
equity
to,
still under Admiralty Maritime.
yeah,
You know that,
it-
right? Equity's under Admiralty Maritime also. They put everything under it.
yeah,
It's
of course.
under equity
Equity comes from
equity
common
comes
law.
from the the what?
The common law.
No,
It's
it doesn't.
equity was
Um,
established in the English courts.
no.
It was carried over.
This goes back to the German Hanse, Hanse, under the German Hansery, which were ship merchants, and they had their own courts from their docks and so forth. It's under the Hanseatic League. You might have heard about it.
Yeah, you need to go there with the German thing, right? Because my last name's Ladwig, which comes to Ludovicus, which is the Frankish Empire. Freaking, from 540 AD.
It all dates back to
It's
the
always like,
shipping and so forth. Now, a lot of people have a misconception about common. Oh, we need to go back to common law. See, common law was created under what is known as Cura Regis, which was the king's court, right?
yes.
And that allowed the people to actually behead a king or queen if they fucking did some shit. But they did away with that and replaced it with common law, which is the common law comes from communism. Believe it or not, communism, and so forth. Communism can be a good thing if you're in a small group. I said a
Right.
small group, but if you're as a nation, no. Mm-mm. And we're communists right now. A lot of people are like, "What? No, we're
Oh, yeah,
not."
no. Yeah,
Yeah, we
definitely.
are. They own your car, they own your house, they own your children,
We
they
live
own your
under the
property,
state.
everything. And you registered with them, which
We live
regifted
under the
your shit
state. We're
over to
property
them.
up.
Yeah, communion and communism, common. It's all under common law. So the thing we got to stop is this stupid common law bullshit and all the other things we keep saying. You got to go under natural law. There's only one law under natural law, we say, and that's not to harm another living soul without just cause.
Ten
In
Commandments.
other words, you have a right to protect your family, yourself, and others. And
That would be the ultimate goal.
it's
Yeah, and
primary.
that's to separate from the system completely and let the government, fall wayside. And everybody stands independent and self-govern and sovereign.
That's the thing about it. There
It's the
is no real
Fiji.
government.
Right.
They're all
But that's the
insolvent.
Fiji. Right.
They don't even exist.
They're no different than a table. It's a figment of your imagination.
Right.
They're in an
Can I
inanimate
get a
object. That's why you object in
can I get
court.
can I get a question in if I may?
All means.
Anything.
Um, so I've heard about the tribal stuff, and over the last couple hours, I've been digging into it since I heard Starcy mention it, and I touched on it before, but never dug into it. But recently, before this, I've been doing research into PMAs. How does a tribal group correlate to a PMA?
Well, you
Being
got
a
to look at
private
it as
membership
in,
association.
everything goes to this trust law since the whole thing of the so-called trust, Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit, right? So we have tri and ball put in the one, be all, three be all, which are the is a trust again. Um, but supposed to be a living trust under tribal law. I don't know. All trusts are for the dead under uses. Who would you have using your property? A PMA under private membership association. That is all that the United States is. Well, I voted. Well, you just entered their little private membership association, didn't you? I'm a U.S. citizen. Yeah. You. How do you think they can fit all those people into the less than 10 square mile area known as Washington D.C., and yet claim that that America has been conquered and there's no living people in America because that's what they want. It's all been conquered, they say, and yet all these all caps names are all the way up there in the United States, less than 10 square mile area. See, you remember me talking about Cap here a while back. If you're doing a settlement, right? And if you're saying, listen, I'm gonna go ahead and accept this court case and do a settlement on it. I need all the debts, post settlement, full closure, and settlement on this, and da 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 da, all that shit, right? Well, when you're doing that, you're doing two parts there. Number one, you're putting pay to the order of the United States, and you're putting your Social Security number with the dashes, right? And down below that, and also pay to, and then you're going to put your name, and you're going to put your Social Security number without the dashes. Now, what did I do there? The United States is replaced with who? Us.
Wait, what was the question? The United States is what?
It's when you do a settlement. We talked about this the other day, Starseed. Like when you're doing a settlement for a court case or something like that, right? You do the whole I need the full settlement, post settlement, full closure of all accounts, balance to zero, right? So you got to take care of both sides of the book, the double entry bookkeeping, the public and the private, right? So on the public side, you're writing down pay to the order of the United States, and then you're putting your social security number, right? And then also pay to the order of down below, and you write your name, and then you write your social security number without the dashes, which is the private side. Now, what is being done there? Why didn't you write your all caps name at the top part where the United States is instead? Because that is the United States, and you see where I'm going with this?
Yeah, I mean, so if I'm hearing you correctly, directing it towards my question, you're pretty much saying that the PMA is public and the tribal is private?
No, it's a private membership association. They're both on the same level. It's according to which way you want to do it, and you could also probably combine those two. We have to stop.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get at is that PMAs, like if you start your own PMA within your own group, you can operate as your own government and tribes, so they kind of correlate in one another, being tribal
Yeah, you
versus
could,
PMA.
and you could even do it under 508c1a, and not even have to go up under their bullshit. And because see, they've made it to where we have to have these intermediaries. In other words, financial institutions and banks, right? And go through to recomp our fucking money, if we want to call it money. I'm just saying, our securities, credits, whatever.
Just don't call it checks.
Oh, you can call it, I need a check or money order. Yeah, you could. Because that's part of the whole negotiable instrument, non-negotiable as part of the promissory note and international bill of exchange, and so forth. But the thing about it, you got to realize what you're doing and what position you're going to be playing. For example, anybody who's writing up a promissory note is sitting in the debtor position. Just as an example, because it's a promise to pay in the future, since we're under bankruptcy, And it's a gambling procedure.
But we're about to be out of bankruptcy. I feel it, y'all.
Well, it only takes a sliver of silver or what have you to take it out of bankruptcy. They don't want it. And that's why they put the plus side on the how do we say that? This is how they put the why they put the plus side on the public side, and
Like,
the negative sign on the monetary sign on the treasury
has
part,
anybody ever thought about sending
and
like
many other things.
a negative negotiable instrument because it would force them to bring the account to zero by balancing the books?
Yeah, we were talking about that last time, and we had mentioned when you're doing like a refund claim, you have to send in 3 different instruments because it all rolls on threes, right? 2 of them
What
being
they
negative and 1 of them being positive
Well, why would you do
to
three
make
though?
it, because you're doing the claim and then you're doing the purchase order or the instrument, and then you're doing the voucher.
But why would you do any more than one? Because that's all you need. Therefore, you just essentially created three. Like, you just probably timed that by like 1,000 or something. Because I think that all of these processes, no offense to anybody, this is not an offense to anyone. Everybody has worked hard, myself as included. Throw all these fucking processes in the goddamn trash. Excuse my French. Throw them the fuck away. They're getting people in trouble. They are costing people money. And how many people out of all these hours and all these people that we see on these lives, how many actually have had success? You don't have to be sovereign. You don't have to be anything. I don't put a label on it. What I am is me. I am because I am. I always will be, and I always have been.
You already are sovereign.
Yeah, from the
I mean,
beginning, but they stole our birthright.
Right. Sovereign is a way of thinking. You
Yeah,
know,
along,
it's an extension of the mind.
along that way of thinking, though, we need to not authenticate a document. We need to authenticate ourselves
I'm
because
not, you know what? Here's the thing. Whenever it changes in your mind and it switches from how do I get through this and what do I need to do next? And it goes from that to I am because I am and I'm just fucking doing it.
Right. Playing.
That's the
It's a game.
Well, the thing I always look at, for example, when we're talking about birth certificates, certificate of live birth, or anything else of that nature, the only one that can truly authenticate any one of those documentations, to be honest with you, is you
Yep.
and
Living
your
man.
mother and father who had first-hand knowledge and was there.
Yep.
Put the
They're the only true
fingerprint on the
witnesses.
back. If you're going to authenticate, I would put my fingerprint on the back of it and red ink. And that is my authentication because you can't get more authentic than my fingerprint.
Right. Your
your
guide getting
footprint,
seal.
My
your footprint,
footprint, yeah. And you can go
footprint
and
is
take a picture, like,
Yeah, because that attaches you to land. Is your flat foot.
well, no, your foot,
Can you guys
yes,
hear
and
me?
your footprint forensically identifies you as the grown-up child, as the grown-up baby. So now you can step your foot back on the land and you claim everything back that they took from you when you were lost at sea.
Because it's
Just like
larger. Yes.
Viper.
just like the salvor ship of rescuing a vessel
Yes.
that's stranded at sea. So any man or woman can go rescue any vessel. Speaking of a boat or ship that's sinking or in distress, whether in any body of water, doesn't matter who you are, and then you just notify whoever the owner is, hey, you rescued their vessel, and they can pay the salvor fee and basically buy the thing back. So you can do
Right.
the same thing by helping other people. You can pull people out of maritime admiralty commerce by rescuing their vessel even before they even know really who they are. And then
You hold it.
the state can buy them back if they want, but it's going to be real expensive.
You become the holder in due course.
You
And
become
you're
a
holding it
holder.
in good faith.
Right.
And
And
then when
so,
they finally learn, then you can gift them back to them. At that point, they can now gain the profit that they have now earned.
okay,
That's
so then
gonna be
you're gonna put their footprints on a piece of paper of a claim of life and have their father claim their life, or if you're the one claiming their life, then you claim their life, and then you post it on the records. When I walked into the court with my footprints on a piece of paper, the attorney told me, "Don't you dare bring that in the courtroom." I knew I knew exactly that's what I'm going to do.
well, how
So
about
what
you?
that
You know what's
does,
funny? You know what's
uh-huh.
funny is like I Oh man, I don't know if I want to talk
And
about
technically,
that.
you could actually bring
What
in the
somebody
birth
actually did.
certificate.
But
Because
I
that's
You
think
what
that
they're
cannot.
what
looking
You
you
have
for.
to
what
always
you
have a
just
third
said
party.
might have actually saved him, and not the process that he thinks did. If that, I don't know. I want to say it, but
Plus two, when I did
because
my live life.
because what he did, he brought in a piece of hair, and he brought in, like, I don't know, and some other things, and then took a picture somewhere, and then yeah, that deal. But I'm just saying, I think what you're talking about there probably saved his ass, and not the whole little other process.
When I did my
And
live
that's
life
gonna be a
claim,
long piece of paper, though, isn't it?
yeah.
With your
When I did
fingerprint,
my
or
live
with
life
half of.
claim, I had two witnesses to it. I had Justin and Elijah Roberts.
Yeah.
So I used two actual living witnesses, and I'm holding their live claim, and they're holding mine. So where two or more gather, Christ becomes present, putting us in the position that it was witnessed by two other living souls that are all
Yeah.
stamped on the documents, and I'm the holder of theirs as witnesses, and they're the holder of mine as witnesses.
Ooh,
And
I
we all
like it.
exchanged. And we
I
because
love
you
it.
cannot operate within yourself. You need witness.
Right.
That's why you can't hold the birth certificate to turn it in. You need somebody, a third party, to come in as the holder that shows
That's why
you.
you have your registered mail agent.
I
Yes,
wonder
you have
what
to
they
have
would.
you
I
have to
wonder
have an
what they would
agent
do, though,
to
if you
represent.
put your feet print on
They're
it.
authenticating you
I
because you
wonder what.
can't authenticate yourself. So they're
Right.
authenticate that you're live and you're living because you put your footprints down as a record.
I
So can
wonder
I
what
have
they
my
would
dad
do,
be my
though, if
registered
you.
mail agent? He works there.
Mm,
Yeah, you can assign
And
I
whoever you
then
don't.
want as
I
your
don't know if
agent.
that would be a. I guess you could. Yeah.
You could.
look, that would be my father.
You
Look,
are the
that's my
power.
dad.
You are the power, though. You can assign whoever you want to be your agents in life. They
He's the.
do.
He's the pedophilia.
Gee, don't do that.
Remember, oh brother, we're out there. He's the
No,
pedophilia.
we don't do that because nope, nope. That,
What? He's the father, is what that means. The
I know. But
pedophilia,
it doesn't
not
sound right.
pedophile. I know it doesn't really.
What
How ironic that that's what the wow.
I know.
what color ink would you use to
Red.
always
Red
red for living, purple for sovereign,
for royalty.
gold for royalty,
Uh,
green for money, blue for admiral, and
Yeah,
black for dead.
dead.
I prefer always red, especially for something like that. I wouldn't use
Yes,
any other color.
you do have the option though, like when you're forced into it at certain points, to squeeze into purple, to sign.
Oh, I do like the purple a lot.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, I wonder what they would do on a court case if you put your feet prints on a piece of paper and,
Well,
like,
we're gonna find
send it
out.
in to the county clerk.
Yes, we
Because
are.
my
Well,
child
I did
support
that.
attorney called me.
This is what I'm trying to tell you. I did that.
And you sound so much like freaking Danny in so many ways, dude. Who are you? Where'd you come from?
Well, my nickname's Captain.
Captain.
Okay,
Captain
so
Crunch.
I was in the gated community, and I
The
didn't have
gay
anyone to.
community. No, I'm just
Yeah,
kidding.
you know, the one you can't leave. And so, in all I did is just research while I was in there, and I came to the conclusion that since my footprints were the only forensic evidence that tied me to the birthing event, because no paper is going to tie me to
You're
that,
right.
so I blew out ink
Send him your
pens
belly button.
and
Your
and mixed it.
umbilical cord. The thing that falls off.
Yeah, but I wouldn't send him my stem cells. Those are stem cells. You
No,
want to
yeah,
keep
you're
that
right.
shit.
You're right. But anyways, I'm sorry. I apologize. I cut you off.
Yeah, are you good?
I'm rude.
Go ahead, Wesley. We're sorry.
Okay,
We're
all
both
right.
sorry. We.
Yeah, so I put my footprints on a piece of paper and I put claim of life on there, and I had the witnesses sign it that were there in my pod. And I brought this into the public defender, and the public defender told me I was going to have to take at least 3 felonies in order to go home. And I told him, well, that just isn't going to happen because I
Oh,
haven't done
this is
anything
when they
wrong.
had you locked up.
Yeah, gated community. You didn't get that?
Oh, I didn't get it really. I was
So,
like, what?
right. And so
I
I
get it
brought
now.
And so he was sitting on the other side of the table from me, and he's trying to convince me that I got to take these felonies. And I told him absolutely not. And I said, well, this is how we're going to proceed. And I slid my footprints over to him. He shoved himself back from the table and stood up and screamed at me, don't you dare bring that into the courtroom.
Damn.
Okay, it's very powerful. It forensically identifies me as the grown up child, and that makes me
So,
not a dead entity any longer.
so say
Like,
I go to a federal or like a park, one of the
You
national
knew what I
parks.
was getting to earlier.
Say I go to a national park and I'm like barefoot in front, like on their land, with 3 or more to establish my tribe and to just not even the tribe, but just to establish my aliveness and meanness and all
Well,
that
see,
stuff.
this is what I wonder too, Starcy, because the thing about it is, um, like I always talk about a lot of times, is whenever they shut down the so-called government, what do they shut down? They don't shut down the police stations, the courthouses, sheriff's departments, and so forth. What do they shut down?
The parks.
The national parks. And it's listed as the less than 10 square mile areas, plural, in documentation. And I'm like, wait.
Oh,
I'm like,
uh,
hold up. What is
I get where you're getting, or I
yeah.
mean, I get what you're putting down there. I'm following. I'm tracking. I'm on there.
So what is also at Washington D.C.? You got the Lincoln Memorial. You got the Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, I said that. The Washington Memorial. You got the Thomas Jefferson Memorial, and so forth and so on.
So they steal the
Those.
land 10 square miles at a time.
Yes, all through the Port Forest Preserve. Through I think that was who created the national parks? Was that Roosevelt?
I don't know. We'll find out. Hold on.
I think it is. And
Yeah,
I
I
want to
just
say the 33 thing, but
If I may,
you'll find out it was a national park movement that he did and started buying up all available land. But another thing that you guys got to understand too is like shutting down the federal government.
Grant.
It was Grant.
now
Yeah.
I want to say one
All right.
thing here. And then Cap has something to say here. I'm not trying to interrupt him too, but there's before I forget because I forget shit easily. Okay, I was looking up this. I'm like claims, and then I'm like, oh fuck, sea lanes. And so I start looking up some things, going deep, and you have LAMS, LAIMS, Settlement Commission of the United States, under United States Department of Justice.gov. I'm like, oh, yeah, property means the property and the right or interest, including any household interest and debts, da 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 da. The LAMS, without the C, it would be on the land, wouldn't it? Not the sea lames, the claims. Like, holy fucking shit, they fucked everything, didn't they?
yep.
They
And
fucked
also
up. That's for sure.
another thing,
Well,
Starseed is like if you go plant three sets of feet on land. The problem is that the United States, the way it's all set up is they're a war nation. They steal land. They're salvage. They take claims, stake claims to things that aren't theirs. So if you stake a claim to something that they already stake claim to, they consider that an act of war, and then they will bring war. So it's what they
Well, we
did to
can.
the
Yeah, it's
Indians. You know
another
what I mean?
trading with the Enemy Act.
You ever mess with a
Yeah,
witch?
you know.
Yeah.
You want to, or do
Say
they
that
want
again.
to? I know some witches
Yeah.
from the
I
hills of
think Cap
Kentucky.
was wanting to say something.
if I don't know if you remember Sean, but a while back ago when we were having that conversation one time, I think Chief was on the call.
Yeah.
And what reminded me of this call was when Starcy was talking about putting your foot imprint, in the dirt to show as proof with witnesses. It reminded me of what Chief was talking about. I can't remember what act it was or something, but you have to dig at least like 8 inches into the dirt with witnesses and put your foot in there because land is not considered land until it's like 8 inches deep or something like that. Do you remember that?
It's something like the top, I want to say this top 6 inches, what have you, of the soil they claim or some shit like that. I think it was, but it's hard to keep everything in memory like that.
Right. I try, but like the numbers, whenever I just can't do it, I get confused. But that's interesting. I will have to do some research on that to see what the legal framework is around it. That's what pisses me off with like my chat GPT sometimes. It hasn't done it in a long, actually for a minute now. But whenever it's like, that sounds like you're referring to that sovereign citizens jargon.
Right.
Like that would piss me off so bad because anytime I would ask any like real question, it would do that. It doesn't now. We've talked enough and I've made it very clear that you don't give me that answer ever again. Or
That's that
anybody.
CIA deflection. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's
But
that was actually created by the CIA, and it's actually copyrighted the term sovereign citizen,
oh, I know.
and they did completely defined it, and they own it, and then they propagate it throughout their business.
I'm willing to take over all these fucking courthouses and sheriff department, every fucking thing else, but I
Well,
can't do it
why are you
alone.
not talking
Nobody
with
can.
why are you and Tanawa not working together? What are we
Well,
doing?
I had messaged him, but he never responded back. Number one. Number two, he's like, I'll do it by myself and on my own, and I'll go to all these places and I'll put in these affidavits. And he doesn't realize that affidavits under Admiralty Maritime, which is AFA means affixed, and
I try to talk to them as well.
David is a lifeboat, and I'm willing to try to help. But the thing about it is, I'm doing this myself, and
Well,
da
it
da da
can't be
da.
that like
Exactly. He doesn't get that.
we can't. That's not what it's gonna. I mean, he can do whatever he wants to do, and I can't
And
stop that.
then I'm gonna take it to our corporate plantation owners and get. No, that's not gonna work.
Yeah, like what are we doing? Because like we're actually doing this movement. Like we are gonna be free. It's not. There's no question to it. Like that is what is the next step is for us to all rise at once
But what's
and take back
killing
our
us
power.
in reality
Huh?
is, I said, what's killing us in reality is all of these county
Yes, the counties,
municipalities for
the
the
CFR,
state,
the
municipalities,
CAFRs, the
whatever we call them.
comprehensive annual financing reports. That's not revealing anything. That's keeping the public in the debt.
Well, it's everything. Is it also where they're using the CUSIP reports?
Yes, everything.
And
The Chris,
those
everything.
are hundreds. Those are each one of those are billions and billions apiece that they're putting on every case.
But it's all
Case
being hidden
number,
through the coffer. They're not
yes, the
showing
case
it.
numbers break down to a CUSIP number. And they don't want to tell us that. And these bonds that they're holding, I think, are connected to those CUSIPs in order to hold, stabilize, and back them as surety.
And then they're not being truthful through the coffer, which is the comprehensive annual financing report.
And that was renamed. It's called the annual financing report now. They took the C off.
Oh, did they?
Mm-hmm.
I have to check on that. That was must have been done very recently.
And they're replacing their EIN numbers with LEI, which are legal entity identifiers.
And then what's going to happen with the business owners they all have to record as business owners. So they can't get away with nothing no more come January 1st. Or actually, what is it? It's next month, December 1st?
I thought it was this month, actually. It's right after Thanksgiving.
Yes, exactly.
You gotta have it done the last week of the month.
I see where you're getting about the April 1st thing, though, which is April Fool's, which is supposed to be like the first day of the year or some shit. Yeah.
It is.
Like every year, they just been like, April Fools, we're fucking tricking the shit out of you guys.
Yeah, I was talking about the whole 28-day and cycle.
13 months
ago. Yeah, 13 months, 28 days, 364. There's one day left over called the end day, the begin day. I was talking about this decades ago, and we even did a show. I was on Santos Bonacci. We were talking when he was actually a decent guy, but he's a dickhead now. But anyway,
Age does
Uh,
that.
I guess I don't know, but
You know, when you get nowhere
but
and it doesn't work,
it's on.
and
It's also on the turtle's back. Reason we call it Turtle Island.
yes,
One reason.
as the calendar, perfect
And
calendar.
you got to look at it every 28 days. The moon cycles every 28 days. You have a woman's menstrual period is every 28 days. We grow new skin every 28 days, so to speak, they say.
The
And
moon
so many
cycles.
other things, 28 days. And you know what's so funny about me, though? I mean about this, though, is like the whole, oh, 9 months it takes for a. No, it actually equals 10 months exactly. So what are they bullshit about that?
Yeah, for the baby.
It's what, the 40 weeks?
Yeah,
10 months?
yeah,
Yeah, it's 10 months. It's not 9.
no. We've been lied to
And
about everything.
our clock had 13 hours in the day.
And how many is it? It's 10? So say 10.
Yep. That's what
Just
I
keep
tell
saying
people.
10.
Well, use the S as it's, and it's a ton.
What?
It's a
Yeah, when
ton.
you decode words,
Oh,
verbs,
Yeah.
yeah. Oh, look, I was doing some of that. I watched this really cool video the other day, and I'm gonna show you all this really cool stuff.
Who's it by?
It's about hold on.
Yes,
Speaking
yes,
of
yes.
deep,
You brought this up the other day. Yes.
Yes.
Yesterday. And I'm just blown away by this.
So hydrogen, so these are like letters in the Greek alphabet or the Hebrew alphabet. Y'all can see. I don't need me to read it.
And you have breath, which is be wreath. It's
Yes.
the wreath, like a wreath is weaving around in the circle donut, shape. It's the wreath, the breath.
And then also associated or often associated with the concept of creation and life.
And
Can you scroll down for them or no?
you have
Well, I've
you have
got more.
spirit, which is its pyre it, but the pyre meaning at the very top.
Hold on.
Same where they get the word pirate. Arg, that
Right?
sort of deal. 'Cause
Do you know what ARG stands for? Authorized Representative Grantor. That's why the pirate says it.
that's what I do with
ARG.
the
I'm the Authorized
dead.
Representative Grantor.
damn, that's crazy, bro.
It's
ARG.
dead going D space EBT, which is always called the of the electron. No, not electron. Of the energy banking transfer, right? Debt. And then you have the creditor, which is the C re debtor. So they have that going in a cycle.
And then D, take off the D, and it's the EBT.
You're right, yeah.
We all
what I
need to
said,
get we
'cause
all
the
need to get the
letter-
EBT, so that way we
the
can be dead
letter-
in front of it.
So
That's what I was saying. The letter D apostrophe in French means of thee. It's just like driver means
Yeah,
of the
right,
river.
of the river. Yep.
License.
ELAL at the end of the name.
All.
Uh-huh.
I've heard of et al.
Maybe
ETAL.
that's what it is. ETAL.
Yeah. Et al. is Latin for all encompassing.
Because I was looking at patents last
Okay.
night, and I noticed that a lot of the people that had these patents, they had that et al.
No, the patents are the root of everything because everything starts with a land patent, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well,
DuPage County holds the land patents for the whole United
start with
States.
that because it starts way before the.
well,
Indeed,
we're missing
indeed.
something here that is never, I don't think, ever gets brought up. You have a patent and a matin.
Huh?
Yeah, say that second one.
Matin. The patent, pat means father. Okay. The
Okay.
MAT is the mother. You're not
Ah,
going to find it listed anywhere. So you have holy
because they steal the femininity from
matrimony.
us.
I'm not.
You
I
have
don't.
holy matrimony, which is from you take the woman's last name, which the tribals did and the natives.
And you got paternity.
But yeah, and then you have paternity, which is father. You know,
right? Patent father paternity,
Pat.
patent paternity. You're patenting the child, you know what I mean? Because you're the creator of it.
But who gave the be earth to it?
The
And then you
mother.
have the be orn, and the word orn comes from what? They hid the root. You have
Thorn.
ornithology, which is the study of birds.
Ornament.
All men and women with arms and legs, which is the ornamentals that are sticking out of us.
Yes.
Just saying.
Yes,
The
and
way
that's
we're
the
supposed
Allah.
to
The
function.
Allah.
Allah,
Arm.
arms, leg, arm, head.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So you got that right. Right on. You guys are fun. It is so nice to
Well,
speak
this
with
is where
people
you
that
have the
are
word Lord, because it's the Ord, the
Lord.
one who gives the orders,
Yep.
order,
Over
which is the
you.
past tense of
And a
such.
Lord over you.
I mean, if I wrote a documentation, they wouldn't be able to understand it if I wrote it in my own certain logalese. I
I've
just
got
made it.
yeah.
See, I just coined a fucking word right there.
I've got some beautiful stuff like what I was going to read
Logalese.
to the court. You know, the way that I was going to approach the court. Greetings of bliss from the Most High, the forgiver of sins and redeemer to all those that repent. I, comma, semicolon, Kevin, lowercase, dash William, semicolon, of the family of Ladwigs, come to you with honor from the Most High, for I see you in righteousness and will and desire to be seen in equity of righteousness as well. First and foremost, I come extending the olive branch of forgiveness and will to be seen in forgiveness for any misunderstandings I may bring, for I do not bring the controversy and only seek remedy, for no other means of resolution has provided me a ends to the abuse and injustices I have suffered. These abuses and injustices I have suffered are so numerous I don't know where to begin, and I will to keep this matter as brief as possible while being also complete in totality as possible. Maybe by requesting to see the numerous filings I have filed on my behalf, numbering approximately 40, they have been ignored and silenced, as well as my living self in propria personam autonomously. Every time I try to speak of lawful manners, I am deemed unfit and ordered under false pretense to undergo a psychological evaluation by co-conspirators aligned with Judicial Administrator Anne Celine O'Halloran Walsh and the court. The charges I am being held unlawfully on were created on perjurious statements presented to a grand jury and refused to be examined by the public defender, Jennifer Soroka, forced upon me, acting as inefficient assistance of counsel in a collaboration of the court aligning itself to deem me unfit in attempts to silence me from any ability to speak of truth and fact of a defense, to even bring to attention of no probable cause, to avoid wasting court resources, time, and avoid any unlawful treatment or detainment of said defendant. Again, the instances are so numerous and blatant that I am in fear for my safety, liberty, and civil rights that are due to present and post-traumatic stress disorder and judicial abuse syndrome. I don't feel or see any way I will receive a fair and honest trial from a courtroom full of biased and prejudiced employees, all working in concert against an unrepresented, misrepresented individual being denied any due process and rights as a living man entitled by God, guaranteed and secured by the Constitution. At this very instance, I am being unlawfully held in custody at the DuPage County Jail on cases that are of closed legal status
Well,
on all
that's the thing
counts
about it.
as
People
shown
don't
by the
understand. They're
documents.
working from the Constitution.
I have attached and provided along with the complaint. I have reached out to the public defender's office, Jennifer Stroka and Jeffrey York, and the sheriff's office, Sergeant Dorn and Chief Mark Garcia, to no avail, only to be ignored. I have provided a copy of my inmate request along with the proof of the documents from the clerk of the court for you yourself to be witnessed to my claims. I believe that upon review of my filings and the entire record, a pattern will be seen for me to be given the opportunity to present each instance without threat, intimidation, or retaliation. You will see me in equity of righteousness. and stop unwarranted abuse and persecution upon me. I'm just a simple man and not learned in how to properly and honorably a honorable agency as yourself. So I hope you find this letter in good standing. May the Holy Spirit be with you. It was the only thing I could do from a jail cell. You know what I mean? I had all the paperwork, all the proof, the cases were closed. And I'm like, please listen.
I can't
Just,
do that and then go in and take over their courthouses and sheriff's department and so forth, though. I mean, I'm just
I
saying.
know. Yeah. Because they keep saying, oh, I think he's going to stop this time. And then I get in the door and then I'm in the courtroom and then I start speaking. This is on the record, right? Just
Hell,
making sure. Are you a U.S. citizen? No.
I started just coming in going, listen, I'm not here to argue. I just need to know if you're going to be paying me in check or money order today.
Subrogation. I love that one. When I was in Mississippi and they picked me up, they looked at me and almost dropped
I'm
their
auto
pens.
subrogated. That's the thing about it. My paperwork is auto subrogated. My debtors are the United Nations, United States of America, the county and everything, the state and everything. Which one
Yeah, I
would you like
remember
to
you.
subrogate?
You were flying before. You were really hardcore when I was talking to you
Does the state of
years ago.
Georgia want to take on the state of Georgia? Okay, we'll go for this. Let's go ahead and get this ready. Huh? Yeah, I have a right to take one of my debtors and substitute. Let's do this.
Yeah.
I'll put them in my
I love you guys.
position.
I can't thank you enough.
It's nice when you actually find people that have the same interest. Like,
Would you guys challenge me? If you're the smartest person in a room, you're in the wrong room.
absolutely. Gotta always
You
check.
know, right? And it's. I don't think I'm that smart. You guys tell me, Kev, hey, you guys, you got it. I don't care how many times you tell it to me. I know how much I don't know.
Right?
And that's the problem. That's what I'm frustrated with.
I'm not frustrated with it because when you stop having things to learn, what do you have to look forward to? Like, because even though this is a pain in the ass and it's like a long process, there's something that we're looking forward to, that we're working for, because ultimately that's all we really ever do. It's what is it, the reward system, but it's like,
And I
My
think
goal is
there's
to get
something
everyone to
with
Fiji.
me. I think there's something with me personally that, and I talked a little bit about this with you, Starseed, that even if I write down my first, middle, last, they cannot use it. And this is even before I even did my paperwork or anything. They can't use it, never could. And I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Because
right.
I got my COLB, but then I went and asked for the BC with it years ago, and they're like, we don't have one of those on file, and that
Mhm.
was vital statistics. And I'm like, okay, is it missing? I don't know.
Right.
Illinois
It's
are on
like what?
microfiche.
Yeah, I thought they burnt all that shit and put it digital.
But it's a microfiche, so my birth certificate is a copy of the microfiche.
I have that too. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
It looks
So
like a carbon
I don't
copy.
have
I
a
have one right
certificate of
here.
live birth. Mine are one
I have
document,
both.
the same.
I have both. The
Right.
COLB that's black on white, and the other one that's white on black.
Now, my mom had original certificate of live birth, which was just a photocopy of the microfiche.
That's what I have.
Yeah.
One of those, and then I have the other one also, with and without.
Yeah.
But I
So
don't have a BC. I don't have a
so
BC at all.
now my actual birth certificate that I get from Vital Statistics is just a copy of my microfiche.
Because people have to realize, though, that the COLB is not the BC.
Right.
It's all in the BOL.
Well, the big one is the COLB. That's the master of all masters right there. It was created first and foremost, and then it was sent up to the DTC and the DTCC at 55 Water Street, and it was sent back here, which makes it secured and to a
What?
BC, and then they slapped both of those together and created what is known as a trust.
Wait a
Yep.
minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. 55 Water Street.
Yeah, you
Is
never
it
heard that?
underwater? 55
Yeah.
Underwater Street?
Yeah.
No, 55 Water Street.
So where's
Chicago,
55
So
Illinois.
Underwater?
But you're
it's
underwater.
also no, it's not Chicago.
Yeah, it is.
It's New York. Nope.
Oh,
You're
that's
thinking
right.
about
That's right.
55 Wack. You're thinking about 55 Wacker Drive, which is
I'm not.
Rothschild's land in Illinois.
This is
No, I was thinking about the
underwater.
DTCC in Chicago. Because then it goes to Water Street in New York to be turned into
They call
U.S.
the
Treasury.
they call the 55 Water Street, which is known as the Tower of Power.
Right. I actually got that document. I might have it real close.
I just received mail from that address. Well, underwater. It was 55 Underwater, Washington, D.C.
I was actually supposed to get ready for you guys. I didn't.
Well, they like that. Well, they like all their double numbers, but yeah.
I think I got a copy right here.
And I specifically note it was underwater because that stuck out to me.
Yeah, and it's by no
Well,
mistake. There.
there was one at the financial district years ago that there was a fire and then they flooded it with water, or I don't know.
Here, I got it.
There's a whole thing there weird.
Okay, ready? Affiant is aware and knows that a certificate of live birth, certificate of title, is a bond that evidences title held by the Depository Trust Company, DTCC. The issuer has legal title. You have equitable title up until you partner up to share equitable title with the United States. SS-5 creates the uppercase name, which is surety for the vessel. The vessel is the body and evidenced on the application by length, weight, and footprints. A body manifested into the sea of commerce. The beneficiary is supposed to be me, myself, and I, but the Depository Trust Company, DTCC, is at 55 Water Street, New York City, and operates both the public and the private side. Under civil RICO racketeering laws, 18 U.S.C. 1964, as corporations may have established a pattern of racketeering activity by using mail to collect an unlawful debt. If proven, there is a conspiracy to deprive of property without due process is various constitutional injuries under 18 U.S.C. 241. And then, we all know that one. And then 31 U.S.C. 5118 D2. None can ask for payment in specific coin. And then 3123 out of the 31 U.S.C. code, there is no money. Therefore, so no one can demand payment. The United States will discharge debt dollar for dollar. Affiant is aware and knows that legal tender quotes, Federal Reserve notes, are not good and lawful money of the United States. See Raines versus State, State 226 Southwest 18. Affiant awares and knows that the undersigned affiant has been stopped from using and has no access to lawful constitutional money of exchange. See Article 1, Section 10, that to pay debts at law and pursuant to H.R. 192 can only discharge fines, fees, debts, and judgments dollar for dollar. Yeah, that's pretty much, it keeps going, but you know what I mean? So that explains about the DTCC of it.
Well, the DTC is the in and the DTCC is out. In other words, it's the
yes.
You have the public and the private, but it's the DTCC is the ACH settlement, Fedwire, all that stuff that goes out.
They have to get it off the continent, and the way that they do that is through the DTC. They use the DTCC in Chicago, or the DTC in Chicago to the DTCC in New York, and then they're gone. Then they're traded with other nations. All put into bundles, like he was talking about, the mortgage bundles, because it's all mortgage. Because they're mortgaging us. Mm-hmm. And it's all an insurance policy that we will perform.
Yeah, it's under the GSA bonds.
Yep. I got Don Kalam's book here, Liquidation, a guide to that, which explains all the GSA bonds.
And that's not his stuff. That's from
No,
Gene
he's a
Keating, and
regurgitator.
all he does is take things from other people and put them in a
Yep,
book.
regurgitate it. But it is nice to have it in a
That's
nice
from
clean
Gene
form.
Keating.
You know.
To give him credit, I've seen it.
Yep. I haven't heard him in a long time. It's been a while, man. Wow. You know what I mean? I've been right, but I mean, I've been in a cell for the past 4 years, since 2019.
Yeah, he died what, last year or year before, something like that.
The GSA bond that is typically attached to an appearance in court is known as an appearance bond. Okay, yeah, the appearance bond is a type of surety.
Yes, and I kept telling my damn brother-in-law that is an appearance bond. You're no longer held on that. I'm gonna lose my fucking house. They talking about the bond is because you didn't show up and blah blah blah. And I'm like, no, that's the first appearance bond. I made it, and the only reason they're trying to hold on to it is because they want to steal the bond. He's got no brain. Tell me, I can blow your fucking brains out and shit. And I'm like, that's the only way you'll even be able to take me on, motherfucker, you fat piece of shit. But yeah.
Yeah, the UEI, which is the unique entity identifier.
For like Sam.gov.
Yes. Yeah. Why it replaced the DUNS is how to utilize the GSA bonds, because they separated it from the DUNS. The UEI is a 12-carat alphanumeric number that replaces the 9-digit DUNS number. That's because they needed to grow it because they were bankrupt. The 9 numbers were already used up. They needed 12.
Yeah, I gotta go take these GSA bonds back. I gotta put that shit up. I need to use the UCC or what the fuck I need to use on this shit.
The TDA. That's where I've been following Tamika, and they're getting a lot of traction and a lot of success lately.
Yeah, a lot of people are well, there's a few talking about the
Path to Freedom
thing, the Lejeune thing, but you need your 3 EINs and all this and that
Yeah,
and so forth.
you need to set up your TDA properly, because your TDA is your pass-through. You need a pass-through always. You know what I mean? You need that intermediary.
Always.
And then Patrick Devine was always like, you want to
problem.
do away with all them EINs except for the foreign grantor trust.
No, that's not. No, there's everything is going to have EINs, and all your trust. Everything is trust.
Ways from what I've looked at, because you can use that foreign grantor trust for banking and anything you want to, and it's not a Social Security number attached.
It's another hat.
I get what he's saying.
It's just another hat. You need multiple trusts and multiple hats and multiple EINs.
But you're not looking at the whole aspect, because you're looking at the other ones are connected to the Social Security number.
Sean, you'll back me up on this.
SSN.
You'll back me up on this. It's the back of the dollar bill, the most simplest bill that everybody could obtain. You are the all-seeing eye. Every trust is a mud brick. There's going to be a storm someday.
Is the moon. It's the moon eye, the money.
Yeah. You are it. That's you. You are the overseer. Get yourself, don't be a mud brick. Become the all-seeing eye that overstands it and separated from it. And then that's why it's above it, you know. And then when the rains come and wash away all the mud bricks, you just rebuild it. You know, out of chaos will come order. And that's what it says right around it.
Excuse me.
You know, and it's very hardcore. When you think about it, it's just trust. You have to create the trust and start to live as a living man. Trust was created for you to live in a dead world.
Yeah, who are you going to put on your trust? Your derivatives.
That's the hard part, is, you know, trying to find people to back up the trust and create the trust.
I just told you, you don't find the people. It's you, your derivatives.
That's what I'm starting to understand. I got an EIN today, and I created the Kevin Ladawega Estate. You know what I mean? I started creating, because I'm so far behind. I feel I'm so mad that I was locked up for
the trust in all 3 positions and different name variations on the derivatives.
That's also what I got to do, is go through some of the name changes, and I want to do them in the private.
You don't do a name change. They're already there, is what I'm telling you.
Okay.
Who do they lock up, Kevin? They don't lock up Kevin. They lock up fucking Lombard Kevin.
Right. They locked up the 3 entities, and they kept changing them and swapping them out on all the paperwork constantly. Because
it's always last name first in there, because it's military. That's what their military rule. And for some reason, they can't touch my first, middle, last, or anything else. They can only touch the last, comma, first, middle. I don't know why. And that, my
Yeah,
friend,
you're right.
is what,
And
and that,
they
my
were
friend,
using.
is what they named as the actual creditor. And not what I put down, but that's what they had to put down as my creditor. So my living agent, me, the living here, is over the secure party creditor, which is the lane, comma, first, middle. So every time they lock me up, for example, they have to pay the fee to do so and house me for free. And I'm just saying, no charge, no anything. But then they keep you in there and keep trying to get you to coalesce with their bullshit, acquiesce.
Right. I've got them now though because they unlawfully incarcerated me by keeping me coming to my house and catch me in Mississippi with a in-state only warrant. I was talking about it earlier, but yeah, I just got to bring forth my claims. I'm all fucked up from it. I got to have somebody else present it because I'm all fucked up and my anxiety and
Thing about it, they can't write a warrant. And when they do bring a warrant, like I've told them, they've came before and they've said, we got a warrant for your arrest. And I'm like, okay, you pull up my paperwork, you're going to be paying a check or money order today. I think we got off on the wrong foot. We just need to talk to you. Okay.
Yeah. All right, it's 2:00 in the morning. I got to get going. I love you guys.
It's good hearing from you, man.
It is. I'm gonna catch back up with you, Sean.
I saw you hitting up every now and then, like, yeah, I saw your name. And I was like,
I've been trying.
damn, I hadn't seen him in a while.
It's rough. They shadow ban me. They do everything they can. They wipe out my accounts every time I build one and get it going and start to try and reconnect with everybody. Facebook went completely dry. They don't share none of my, you know what I mean? It's just,
I do.
The only good thing about it is every time I come back, the accounts were so fresh that they let me pop them off right away. But then 2 weeks later, they just re-throttled it all up.
You need to get on Telegram.
I am on it, so I got to reach out to you. I'm not fluent with it like TikTok and Facebook. I really can't stand any of this. It's just constantly going to survive. I mean, if I relied on the old 70s way of trying to walk down the street and talk to you guys, I'd never meet you.
Right.
So this has offered me the opportunity to be able to meet people of like-mindedness since the Vegas shooting. Before that, it was... What's that?
Are you still in Illy?
Yes. I'm stuck here right now. They've taken everything from me. You know what I mean? I feel like a chump. I'm at my parents' house. I got my 16-year-old daughter. She's 16 now. She was, I dropped her off for 6th grade when this shit started. She's now a junior. And then she went through shit and the parole and I just know that I could travel around town, which I'm in the Chicago area. I could get around town here because they know my name so bad. They will turn the other way, but I can't go outside of here because I got DOT plates and I got to get plates in my trust name so that way, I got legal plates. They stay off me because it's all in a trust. So I'm in the process of just got another automobile. So I don't even get to travel much because I just really don't like to. I don't like people in public and no more. That's where they kidnap me is in the side of the road. And I'm gone for 2 years. I can't stand this shit.
For me, it's just I don't like people anymore. I don't like the public. I would rather just be home.
Yeah. But I can't, if I sit here in silence, iron sharpens iron. So I get this from talking to you guys. This is like divine downloads to me. And then I got to go do all this research to prove I'm right. And so I go through all this, but then I'm like, well, I got to be exact and I got to be like precise to the point and all. It's like, nah, fuck that shit. I get this. You people need to leave me the fuck alone. And why do I got to prove it to you? Why do I got to go in there with some speech and some paperwork to prove that I'm actually competent and I know that who I am is that I am my own authority? Like, get the fuck out of here. And then what? I'm supposed to be sovereign, and I'm going to come to you with my sovereign claims. That's not sovereign. I'm asking you again. So then I'm again putting myself below you. Yeah, I know I could do the torts. I know I could come in any other way. They should be knocking on my door. I shouldn't have to be knocking on their door.
I feel you. And
You know,
I'm going through the shit now. I know.
they had no problem coming to
Nine
my house
Ether
and locking me
said,
up.
"What about indictments? How does one handle that?" Well, indictments, like you talking about under the
It's just a
grand
true
jury,
bill.
because these, no, not really, because they're not true. None of them are true bills.
They really aren't. They're lying. They're using
You,
us as the
number one, you're never present to those grand juries indictments. Okay.
they
Number
say you are.
two,
You are
number
there. You are
two,
there in birth certificate.
again, number
You are
two,
present.
you're not even okay. Either way, you're not against like-minded. It's as if you set up an actual trial by jury, which they never offer you. A trial
Or
by
like
jury.
mindedness.
So who are these people? They get chosen because they voted during the voter
Right.
registration. They get chosen because of jury. I've never voted in any election in my life. How can they be any of my peers?
Plus, too, they got third grade educations. They'll listen to anything you say. Yes, yeah, sure. What? Get a license? Sure. Give you my
So we
mortgage?
have to.
Sure.
That goes back to what I'm talking about, though. We have to bring in our own juries.
We have to bring in our own complete system, but not create their system's flawed from the
That's
get
why
go.
they talk about, though, that you have to have 12 from each county,
Yes.
what have you, which you create your own jury.
And then that makes you Christ, because 12 makes you Christ. And then
Yeah,
you can
but we
rise
don't
above
do
it all. Then you can
we
stand
don't
on.
do it. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but we don't do it in their house though. We have to create a tribunal or something greater that's outside of
Very
their
true.
house and give an option to go to court, and we subpoena them to come to our court.
That ties back in with Starseed. You got to go
100%.
back to the land to be
Right.
able to
So
put a house
we
there.
don't go in their jurisdiction to adjudicate matters. They come to ours.
And we have our own tribunals.
Exactly, and gives people an option B so they can defer any court case into a safe jurisdiction.
What
The
we have to do is
jurisdiction of
run
their peers.
parallel. We have to run parallel to them until they die.
Correct.
You can
Would take all their
take
business
that
away.
under tribal arbitration, basically.
Oh, maybe
We do
that's how you
not
get
war.
translated court.
We do not war, for we are creators. So we create and co-create alongside of them, so that way they could just die off. Because, like he just said, get out of this. What do they call it? The monopoly, where they have the antitrust. So bring it back to trust.
Prosperity.
Yes, abundance. The only way. Get off and a lot of it is to teach people to get out of the sea, and let their dead entity do their commerce instead of them.
Mm-hmm.
Keeping them in honor as the living, and allowing the dead to operate as the dead as it's
And
supposed
the
to.
thing about it, where would you have one of these tribunals at? It has to be a certain location that is
We
not
need farms
under
again. We
bullshit
need these
world.
small
Yeah, exactly. I was
communities.
about to say in the farm land or something.
We need we need groups of small people living together like 100.
Well,
We
it would
can
be nice
do.
to it would be nice to have it in a land location, but truly, this could all be done with a Zoom meeting.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, we
But
can do in-person city hall meeting, like town
there's
meetings,
no
just
there's no
Zoom.
replacement for the flesh, though. When
I
we
said we
get
can do
together,
both.
You're right, but I'm on the other side of the country from you, so that would be a
right.
lot of.
But I would not be able to stand up for you because it would take me
Where are
days
you
to
at,
get
by
to
the
you.
way, Wesley? If you don't mind me asking,
Go ahead.
where are you located over there near?
I'm currently in California.
Okay. It seems so funny. I swear to God, you sound just like this guy Danny Garza on here, and I just saw McGrill on here, and tell me, McGrill, does he not sound like Danny Garza? Because he's always up on his lives. And somebody else commented in here too. I saw at least. Yeah, there he goes, Amanda. Yes, he does. It's so funny to me, but.
Well, I think there's a couple things that we need to remember, and I'm basically speaking to myself to make sure I remember it. And that is when I start standing up and being a man on the land, I can't recognize fictitious entities, and they can't recognize me. So we need to stop playing in their playground.
Well,
Exactly.
see,
Clean hands.
here's
Cannot
another
associate.
thing.
The Bible says,
Hold
"Come
on,
apart
hold
and be
on.
ye separate."
Here's one of
Yes, I
those
come with
things,
clean
though.
hands. I cannot do
Okay, never
business with you,
mind.
for you are not clean.
Go ahead, sir.
I cannot do
Here,
business with you for not having clean hands at that point. So I'm a registered agent. I'm following the rules as I'm supposed to
Bro,
in commerce, and you don't.
we cannot hear when more than one person starts talking.
I apologize.
No, it wasn't you. You were already speaking. We can't hear. And I want to hear what everyone has to say. And if y'all are talking at the same time, then it just sounds like mumbo jumbo bullshit.
okay, what I was going to say here is herein lies part of the problem, one of the biggest anyway, is that the chief head clerk at the counties, they work in two positions, obviously, public and private. You put in your records, they're supposed to be the record keepers, and they pretend that they are, but they're working mostly for the corporate side, which holds their insolvency and all that shit, and the bankruptcy and so forth. So this is, what we're dealing with also. We need to keep our own records keeping center too. I mean, it's insane what's going on. They pretend to operate for us, but yet, how can you wear two hats? They're sitting in the public and the private, which they tell us in the maxims of law we can't do so. But they've done it since the beginning, like with the CLB and the BC I bring up. They created those as a trust, the public and the private. Put them together as a trust. Boom. This is how we got in this game.
They are the biggest comminglers.
You think that 55 underwater is the private?
Yes.
Well, that's the same thing. They're working duality. The DTC is the public. The DTCC is the private settlement.
It's a dual entity.
DTC is where the so-called money goes in, securities and all that, and the DTCC is where it comes out through settlements, ACH, automated clearinghouse.
Known as the two-headed beast.
They're operating in dual positions on everything, even what you look at on the post. We know that, you have the post office, which is the private side, and then you have the United States Postal Service. They're servicing us, which is the public side. And we got mailboxes out in the front of our fucking houses for the enemies.
And then private takes priority over public, and they've already taken the position of private. They're all operating in private, not public. So in doing so, they're trumping the public, and that's why the clerk holds more oath to them, because the clerk is going to serve the private before the public.
Well, the reason that things are the way they are is because most people are under mind control, brainwashing, and pure indoctrination. Let's face it.
Well, they created a system no different than the Federal Reserve. It's just a system of that most people don't operate in, but it's the system that is operating.
Well, it's just like the Treasury. Take the T off Treasury. You have the reassury. XX.
Right.
Double cross, reassury.
Mm-hmm. Right? I'm not doing this to you. Honest. I'd never do you. I look like
T is 20 and it goes into XX and Roman numerals, and you have that double cross and then reassury.
You guys ever hear the story of the word test? Start out with the cross, second letter is the E of the energy of life, and third letter is S, the curvy path, because you will have many obstacles to see if you return back to the cross.
Testament.
And then you're never supposed to do a declaration. You're always supposed to do a testatory, because then you're making a testament rather than a declaration.
The whole affidavit, the testament, the declaration,
all war.
The claimant. I don't know. You keep going. I mean, it's crazy. Yeah.
It's all war. Yeah. And what's sick is that how do we speak of enlightenment? The only way, I figured out exactly what has to be done. It's the same thing that you tell a child. You tell it to stop. If it's going to run in the street, you go, stop. That's what everybody just needs to do. If we stopped, their whole system crumbles. And then we can start all over again. The next foot forward, decide the world that you want to live in and create that. It's called putting the next foot forward. This is that we have to stop before we do this. We're all running. Nobody knows where they're going. All chickens with their head cut off. I love you guys. I do gotta go. Much peace and love to you. I will see you guys tomorrow.
Have a good
All right,
one.
take care.
You too. Much love.
So if I could find my way into the front door of the DTC, will I be able to find a path to the back door?
I would have much rather, find my way into the back.
Well, there's already that goes deep because there's according to what you're looking for there. Because the thing about it, you could use different things like ACH and so forth, automatic clearinghouse, in so many different ways. But and that's on the DTCC side, you know, for pulling money out. I've done that before, but
Sean can't resist a good live.
yeah. What's up, brother?
Just got off work, man. How you guys doing?
Well, you know,
For now,
living the best lives.
living the
Hey.
dream, nightmare, something.
Exactly, yeah, one of the two, right? Hey, Lena, you know, I love that chart you have there. Can you send me the source of that chart? Because there's some things in there that I've been looking for that you have on there that I kind of like, if possible.
It's on the, I made a video with them, and it's got audio that explains it, and it's pretty cool.
Yeah, okay. So I gotta look for it, huh? Oogie.
Well, it's one
Let's
of the
see.
last, it's like the last video I posted. It's right there. It's not,
Oh, okay.
yeah, it's not a far one. I just did it today.
Yeah, cool. Well, I've been knee deep in getting my solutions going, that kind of stuff for paying our wonderful buddy the love letter they sent me.
Oh, yeah, but that's crazy. I'm working on some contracts tonight.
Oh, yeah. Which ones now? Well, if you want to say, you don't have to say, of course.
Highways.
Highway contracts, huh? They get benefits for those too.
Yeah.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
Eminent
Greg.
domain.
Wow. Well, you're just going to have the government in the palm of your hand, aren't you?
I mean, that's the goal. I am a government.
Right. You're going to be the government.
I am a government. I'm a tribal government registered like through the IRS already.
Wowzers. Very cool. Looks like somebody's catching some Z's.
Is that somebody? I don't know.
No, I'm
Cap.
chilling. I'm working on some paperwork.
Did you go to sleep?
No, I'm on my tablet doing some paperwork.
Oh, I thought somebody was snoring.
Yeah, I heard.
I just muted somebody because that was where the sound was coming from. Everybody else was muted.
Okay. Let's see. We got the letter.
No
Kyle.
sleep over here.
Superman's Kalal, right? Kal. Wonder if he chose it for that reason when he made the comic book.
What?
Kalal, Superman's alter ego from planet Krypton.
Oh, Khalil or something.
Yeah, Kal. If that's a L, or otherwise it's a F, and I'm just seeing blurry because I've been looking at the computer all night, working. Is that a L? That's a L, right?
I can't.
On carbon?
Oh, it's a C.
Or is that a F? A what?
It's a C.
No, I mean, no, talking about the Hebrew.
I don't know where you're talking about because I don't see an L.
Oh, it's the letter
Calf?
backwards C. Oh, thank you, calf. Okay, there we go.
AAF.
So we're looking at the ability to grasp our calf number when we put it on our IRS paperwork. Huh?
It's a good one.
Often associated with the palm of the hand.
Ooh.
Ability to grasp.
Get
is about the
get out of
ability to mold or shape things which aligns with the carbon's role in forming many structures in the natural world.
here. Let's go to the other one.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna get my glasses since I'm
Yeah, you
looking
should
at my
probably do that
phone.
because you're about blind.
No, I'm not. It's just my
Okay.
eyes are tired. Ah. Oh my gosh. There's one thing about having energy and another thing about storing energy. And sometimes it's not good to talk to your boss when you're storing up a lot of energy. You know that? Oh my God. Blew up my boss tonight, man. That wasn't good. But anyway, they slough it off, that kind of thing.
Damn. You didn't get
I know, right?
um,
I'm trying to self-sabotage myself. What can I say?
pardon me, I dare
Actually,
you.
I want to do that crypto thing. I'm going to get it going this week, get that started. And if I can manage to hold on to both jobs, I might get ahead of the game for a tiny bit, Let's see. The other one's only 45 minutes a day, though, so that should
Well, if
be
you can
bucks.
continue to say only a tiny bit, then that's all you're gonna get.
No, my dear. It's no, it is in the beginning. It's $100 a day. People are doing $500 a day. Some people are doing 1,000. Some people doing 5,000, 10,000, and one person was doing 25,000 a day
For
and
what?
getting commission. It is a very cool thing. It is. How do I explain this? It is okay. The developers of all these apps, right, on the Android and iPhones and stuff. Okay, they bid against each other to get a place on search engine optimization or the ranking in Google Store and also in the iPhone Store. Okay, so there's this centralized portal, and you use crypto, Ethereum, or Bitcoin. You fund your account. You go in there. You do it for 45 minutes a day. That's it. And you get back your $100 that you used to fund the account, and then also you get commission. Now, you normally say, well, why am I going to do that? Well, after 5 days, you get $800 salary. I told Sean this, by the way, already. And then after 10 days, you're
No,
going to
you
get 16.
didn't. You
Yes, I
you s-
did.
you
I explained it
no
in
you
detail.
you said I will tell you about it later. Is what you actually said.
Are you sure about that?
Yep.
Oh, well, I'm telling you now then. This is later.
Okay. Yeah.
So after 10 days, you get 1,600 salary. And then after 3 weeks of continually doing it, you get 3 times 8 is 2,400. And after 4 weeks, you get 3,200. Okay. Now, you can stay at that level for the whole month, right? But what I'm foreseeing here is, okay, right now, crypto is starting to take off like a weirdo, right? That kind of thing. And so, like, you have the stuff in your wallet. Next time you go back and look in your wallet, all of a sudden, for some strange reason, you have more. Oh, crypto went up, right? Okay. Now, later on, when you get the hang of this, see, they have what they call combos. This is about the only downside I've seen so far. If you get a combo, they're going to ask you for more money. So you got to spend 40 or $50 more. Okay. Do it. Fine. You get it back after the combo and you get paid a little extra commission on it, right? Okay. Or if you get 2 combos, then you got to do it again, which means you get another bit of commission.
Well,
But
you
if you
let me
get
know
3
how that goes
combos,
for you.
yeah, no, I will, believe me, because I'm tired. I just want to have backup because as we go towards December, we're going in the darkest time of the year. And so, I'm usually a target at that
So,
time.
how much does it take to start up that?
I would say you want to have a minimum of 300 because if you get the combos, if you get 2 combos and you have an extra 100, you're okay. But if you get 3 combos, you might not be able to pay it, and then you're stuck. You're not going to you're just like basically stuck there. So you want to have $300 to $500 at least to go in the beginning, and then you just do it for a month and play it out and see what happens. But for 45 minutes a day, hey,
That's not making
I'm
sense to
there.
me. That doesn't add up to me.
It doesn't add up, but it's like all you're doing is hitting the space bar to enable them to complete the transaction, if that makes sense.
Is
So
that the
then,
You
reason
know?
I always hear you clicking over there?
Yeah, no, that's not what I'm not doing that
That's your
tonight. Tonight
that's
I'm
your
just
game plan.
but that's my game plan. If you hear
No,
me,
Telegram.
Oh no, no, I'm playing like Call of Duty when I'm on, or
Yeah,
playing Ark
there you
or
go.
some silly game when I'm there.
Right. Okay.
And what's really funny is when I'm distracted talking to you guys, I do better. It's really weird, you know. Like, I mean, I'm sitting there going, "Wow, this is pretty cool," you know. But
Because you're
sometimes,
doing it out of reaction instinct instead of focus, and you
yeah,
actually
mm-hmm, I know.
muscle memory.
Alana D
Yeah.
asks what app that's through.
What?
In the comments, Alana D.
Oh,
Oh,
what?
Elaborate. D. Sorry.
What did she ask?
What app is it through?
Oh, okay.
oh, it's on a desktop app. I'm sure you could do it on a phone, but I haven't tried it per se. But I have done it for 4 days, and my situation, I ran out of money, and I didn't want to get into debt to do that. You know, that kind of thing. Uh, and so like I did 4 days, if and I, it's like it killed me because like I was so close, so close. One more day, I would have got more commissions, but I hit the third cobble, and I didn't have money to back it up. You know, because
Wait, you
you
said
got
what app was
kids.
it?
It's a desktop app, okay? And what happens is they will give you a website. They will take you through training, which is Duck Soup, and you'll actually earn a little bit of commission on that time there through the training. And but it's like this: you start out, you fund the account yourself with $100 of crypto, okay? After that, the end of the day, you get your $100 back, okay? And then you're going through and doing these, hitting the button, hitting the space bar. You do that for 45 minutes. And then you get paid commission. You do it for five
Okay.
days, you get $800 salary.
Would you
Okay.
say that you're mining coins?
No, it's not like that. I've done mining before. It's not like that at all. This is something different. I really honestly, the only way I can describe it is there is a central portal which like all of these guys are bidding against one another to for search engine optimization. I mean, it'll actually show you. It says like, Apple, or it says Android, or somebody created a game or something like that, and they're trying to get the ranking higher on it. So there's a centralized terminal or poor web portal where everybody bids on each other. Okay.
Okay.
And
Question.
yeah, go ahead, man.
You have what are known as mouse clickers, and there's also one that where you can set any key on your keyboard to act as the mouse itself. So why don't you set up like you could do 10,000 clicks per second, or it's crazy. Um, why are you doing that?
That is an interesting thing to do it, but I don't know. I kind of, since I'm dealing with my money right now, I want to go through at least a month of running it all the way through to make sure that it's something I can depend on and fall back on, because I was actually thinking of doing, I know a couple of different sources to, become a part of their operation, right? But when I started thinking, I said, why am I doing that when I could just do 200 a day? First month you do 100, right? But then if you take that $800, which is kind of what I'm going to try to do, and then reinvest some of that. I'm going to keep some back so I can use it for the combos. But you go through a month. First month you do 100. Second month you do 200, and then as you start getting paid more, you could do like 300, something like that. The only thing I'm worried about is the combos. I have to talk to them about that and find out if the combos go up or they stay at the first level, because from what I was reading and talking to people, they said that the combos don't come as often on the upper echelons, like the higher amounts, like when people are paying like $600 a shot a day, right, to do this. They get their money back. But I mean, to me, it's like, well, the more you're gonna, it's like you got different levels, diamond, platinum, et cetera, right? So as you pay more each day, then you get a higher commission rate too. So, I mean, theoretically, I mean, this is something that you could travel with, and even quote unquote when, not if, when I hit the private, uh, I'm going to probably still do this because I can have this as my main thing. And this people ask, "What do you do?" Well, this is what I do,
It
but
sounds
I'm not going to
something's just missing for me
Yeah,
with it.
like what is the risk? Like I hear the reward, but like crypto, like I've been
the
in
Good
crypto
the
for
point.
5 years and it's very risky.
the risk is only one thing. Okay, is that let's
Hmm.
say that you're funding your account with Ethereum, right? You got $100 worth of Ethereum, right?
Hmm.
Okay. And let's say the bottom drops out of Ethereum or Bitcoin, which is the two main ones they're using. Okay. Theoretically, you would have to put up another, make up the difference of whatever it would come down. Okay. That's one risk. The other risk is like what happened to me is, let's say you try to do it with just $100, right? And you say, well, I'm making money. Why should I put any more money there? Right. Okay. Difference is this, is that if you get like the universe and, the powers that be have a funny streak, light and dark, right? Okay. So they say, hey man, we're going to give you some extra luck there. I got two of them. And I said, wow, I was kind of excited. But then I got a third one. And I says, oh, great. They want another $80. I didn't have $80. I didn't have nobody who's going to lend me $80. And I certainly didn't want to take a loan out by anybody, to get $80, right? Because that's where I start looking with a cross eye on it saying, but so I just said, no, that's okay. You guys, whatever. And I left it. I let it alone. So that's the only time that I can see. The other possibility is that you're playing in the big leagues with, $600 or $1,000, and maybe there's something more along that, but I haven't done it long enough to get there to see
I'll
what
lose my ass in 5 minutes. Nope.
So I
What's
guess it
that?
would be like, oh, go ahead.
Oh no, I
No,
just
go
said I
ahead.
would lose my butt, but I said my ass. That's it.
So it would be
but
most
but but
similar
but
to like call and put options, like option trading. So like, like you're basically betting that in a way
it's gonna
that,
go up or go
yeah,
down
it's
or
going to
something
go
like
up or
that.
down.
Yeah. I know about options. I know exactly what we're talking about to a small degree. Okay. I've
hmm
never done them, but um, I have a friend who's playing them, and if I could get some money together, I could put them with her, and then boom, I would be hitting it. Okay, 10,000 a day like she is, but you got to have the money to invest it. You know what I'm
I
saying?
wouldn't say it's that easy to make because I used to do that before I got into this realm of understanding and shit. Like it's not.
No, no, I know it's not easy, but the only reason I say that I saw her father is the finance minister, was the finance minister of Ukraine and got out before the war hit. And he's got a whole team of analysts. And I was watching the picks that she made, and she had some right on the money hits and stuff like that. Even if, because it's not like, here, give me the money and invest it for you. No, no, no. She just gave me the website, and she would give me the information, and I'd invest if I wanted to, whatever amount. So for myself, I could see investing that way. But the other thing about it, though, is I see this opportunity, this what I'm going to do anyway, as an opportunity to ramp up slowly, test the waters, see what happens with it, and if it's golden, I'm gonna keep doing it because I saw one of the people's checks, they got like 9,000, that kind of thing,
For who paid them?
and the company, what happens is at the end of the day, let's say you're done, right? Okay,
Mhm.
you call another number on your WhatsApp, da 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 da, and you say, okay, here, I need my crypto. I'm done. I'm done with running everything. They verify it, and then they send you the money that you've started up with. If you started 100, that's going to send you $100 worth of Ethereum. And then the other thing is that they will give you also whatever commission you got that day, whatever that may be. Okay. And then you do that, and then so if you are able to make it 5 days, then they say that you will get your salary of $800, and they want you to make that because I think that there's different levels. Like if you stay there a month, then they make you a supervisor or something like that, and I think there's an additional commission based on if you have people under
Who's
you.
supervising?
That's my that kind of thing. But it's not like I've done a little bit of crypto here and there and stuff, but it's not like anything that I've ever seen. It's not like putting your own crypto away and watching it
I
wait
don't
there
like
and hope that
crypto.
it's going to go up.
I'm
A
not
lot of
for it.
people don't. A
I
lot
want
of
I
people
want something you
don't.
can put in my hand. I don't fucking trust it. You mean to tell me that at any point we can have, you know, a beam shoot down from the sun and knock out all of our electricity, and you're not going to give me money anymore, or fiat, or silver, or gold, or anything? And so all I have to do is trust in the fact that this computer could crash at any moment, and then I have zero, nothing, absolutely nada. Give me the fucking real shit,
Well, that's
please.
the same concept with the banking if you think about it.
Yeah, give me the
Hmm.
real. I want the real shit. Like,
we all want the real shit, but for right now, we don't have the real shit. So in the
Oh, I
Me
meantime, I'm
too.
do.
gonna, I got a job and I'm gonna get 2 jobs, and this is my second
I
job.
have the
So,
silver certificates, I have the bonds, I have the silver coins. I
right,
do have it.
right. You have it. I don't. I'm still working. I'm still working, man, but I'm getting close. I'm getting closer.
I'm just saying that
And
I don't like the crypto at all. Like I don't like it. I just don't. Like
well, you got to
I'm
forgive me though.
look,
It's like I used to deal, huh?
I'm like
I
compelled right now to continue to say I don't like it. Like I don't like it.
okay. I'm not saying it's for everybody, but I don't know. I've got this person inside of me that likes to have fun. And I used to deal cards, dice, and baccarat and roulette in a casino. I've done all that stuff before.
Well,
And
they've
money got
been
ruined for me because I had a Chinese guy come up one time and he had 2 girl assistants and they opened 2 briefcases and dropped a plethora, about $500,000 on the table. Okay. And we gave him the chips. And when you sit there and see 8 blackjack circles filled with these chips, each one, being $1,000 or $5,000, it totally destroys your concept of what money is because one of those little, even, like a little tiny bit of the stack could pay, all your bills for a year, right? I mean, it's like, gosh. So I used to sit there and I'd like take my paycheck and I'd go lose half at blackjack, but then I knew enough about craps dealing that I'd go up and I'd inspect and I'd say, hey, how long has this guy been hitting it? Oh, guy's been hitting it for about a good half hour, man. This is great, great. So I'd go back and buy like $300 or $400 behind the 410. They 7 out, they pay that, and everybody looks at me saying, you did it. I didn't do nothing. I just looked at the trends and the patterns and said, okay, but I mean, to me, it's speculation's kind of fun, but what's really fun to me, this is what I use it for, to be honest, is to see how clear I can be emotionally and see if my intuition is going to be spot on. That's what I like to play with,
Mm.
and put myself in those kind of situations.
I
And
usually
so,
lose when I do that. Like
do you
I'll
really?
get a scratch. I'll get a scratch off or something from the gas station. Nothing really. I don't do it often. But anytime I'm like, ooh, I feel lucky. I'm gonna get one. I haven't done this in a long time either. But
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I always lose when I have that feeling, and I'm like, oh, I feel lucky. I'm gonna go get me a scratch off.
they've
My
been
daughter
running
was extremely
crypto
lucky with
underneath
that
for a
stuff.
long time now.
Huh?
What's Sean?
They've been running crypto underneath the banking system for a long time
Well,
now.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah, they have. That's
So,
for
I
sure,
mean,
Lena,
man.
Yes.
whether you like it or not,
I
you
know.
should get you some crypto.
I know. I have some.
Oh, good.
diversification.
I just don't like it, and I'm compelled to say I don't like it. I do have some, but I don't like it.
Who knows? Who knows?
I
It's
mean,
it's
I'm
just
not
one of those
crazy. I
things.
see what's happening right now, and I see but I don't. I just
And
You're not attracted to it. You're attracted to working on what you're working on, and that's fantastic. That's great.
it's
That's a
funny
good thing.
also how people a lot of times will say, oh, it's deregulated or unregulated. No, you gotta put your whole plan on what's called a white paper, and then that white paper has to be accepted into this, that, or what have you for you to become an actual crypto and so forth and so on. You know,
I think I talked to you before, Alana, as well. How do you do? I'm
it's
Shunyata.
Elena.
You were
Yeah, it's a lady.
Elena, Elena, Alana.
Elena,
I'm sorry,
Lana,
Elena, Alana.
Lala.
Ah.
That is
Weepy
There's
weird.
only
weepy.
one person that calls me Lala.
I know. I was like, who is that? And she was like telling me. I was like, oh, okay.
We all know her as Lala now because of that.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I've
Mm.
been in crypto for quite a while. As actually in 2018, I was banned from Coinbase. Love
Really?
that.
What
Well,
did you
Yeah.
I
What'd you
just don't
do?
do?
understand it, and that's probably why I don't like it because I spent so much time trying to just sit there and figure it out by myself, completely by myself.
Oh, pierce the veil, huh?
Yeah, you have to watch YouTube videos. You
That's
gotta,
right,
it's
I
the same
did.
thing with the
Dude,
education, like with anything.
Elena.
You just have to,
Elena, do you know me? Bro,
like, Yeah, I
I
mean, let's
think
be honest. It's an illusion. Like it's not real, but it's just as real as like the Federal Reserve.
Yeah, and
Yeah, I
again,
thought
we're
about
coming
actually learning
into.
how to make my own crypto. To be honest, to program
Oh,
it. Those
same.
guys
Yeah,
make 100,000 and above, man, easily.
That sounds too complicated. I would
but
not want to do
again,
all
you're
that
gonna have to
coding.
write up your own white paper, and then it has to be
Mm-hmm.
accepted, and all this other shit.
Yep. Yep. Yeah. Well, it's almost the same as what was that trend of pictures that they call, I'm not with words tonight,
NFTs.
but yeah,
Oh
NFTs.
yeah,
Yeah, it's almost
NFTs,
similar to those,
non-fungible
man.
transfers, or
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I
it was
was
cool for a
really,
second
I was
until
really
nobody
into
could do
that.
anything with them.
Right, right.
You know, we're like, what the fuck do
We
we
all
have to do?
explore that kind of thing, right? Or you go up to the gaming place where you can mine crypto by playing a game, right? You know, those kings and
I don't
all
know
kinds of
because I
fun
don't
stuff.
know crypto.
I
and
really
it's all
need to do all that.
Huh?
it's all
You know, it's
compartmentalized too, just like everything
oh,
else. You
big
have to
time,
learn
big
it,
time.
then learn this system, then learn that system of that postal system,
Well,
IRS,
one of the
treasury
best things
system.
though, if you
It
got
goes
some
on and
money,
on and on.
is just to start mining with it. I mean, there was two Indian kids in India. Their uncle who ran a bank funded them
I don't know how.
60,000. Got them. Oh, girl, you buy high-end computers and stuff, and you hook into the Bitcoin mining
But
stuff,
that's
and
really
yeah,
expensive.
yeah,
And
it
it
is.
uses
It
a
is.
lot of energy.
What if I
It
put like five
does.
thousand dollars into it?
You could
Mm,
do it, but you'd start out by one of mining something else,
I wouldn't
that's
mind the
cheaper.
5K. I would just put that straight into like a diverse portfolio
I'm not
between
gonna.
all the
I'm not. I'm not gonna.
Well,
ISO.
as a computer builder for years, decades, the thing about it is, it's not so much as if you're building it yourself, it's not the computer itself, the parts that cost, because you can get it fairly cheap. The thing about it is one item, which is the graphics card, which are just more
Yep.
than the whole damn computer itself.
Mm-hmm. That's true. That's true. You need a really good graphics card. But
Hmm.
if you get one coin, one coin, you're doing pretty good. That's now it's 100. It went up to 97 to 100,000 the other day. I haven't checked it to see what Bitcoin is now, but
Yeah, I
What
never
about
you
this
saw
know,
it at
other?
100. I
huh?
saw it at like 99 and some change. I never saw the figures.
Really? Yeah, I
Hmm.
saw a little news blur for a second. Oh, okay, cool, cool. But maybe they were exaggerating. Who knows? But I know it shot up there. It's probably going to shoot down again, but maybe that's good for option. Hey, you know, that kind of thing. But it's reading when. But you know what I like to look at too is the solar flares and how it relates to the stock market and all that
Oh
stuff too.
wow. Yep, that's true.
There's a correspondence to those things,
I have no idea
those
what that is.
cycles. Like, okay, like the solar flare cycle, right? Okay. Like when, massive ejection of a CME, coronal mass ejection
Yeah,
occurs in the
I
sun.
don't know what that is.
Yeah, you do. You're just pulling my leg.
Is that like I don't know, like I feel like are you talking about like I don't even want to say it. It sounds really stupid.
No,
But
just say
I
it.
genuinely
Nobody's
don't
going
know
to
what
judge
you're
you.
talking about.
Oh,
It's the
okay. All
big
right. You have a
granddaddy
mass
of what we could
ejection of
consider
electron
EMP.
particles. Yeah, that's why everybody worries about having crypto or, an EMP because it sends out a massive charge of highly charged electronic particles, okay, from the
To
sun.
destroy everything electronic.
Yep. Okay. Now, on the other side of that, there is a cycle to those things. Right now, we're in the peak of the 12-year cycle, okay, with solar flares, okay? And so what happens with that is that that's why I'm having a response. I have a response when there's a solar flare. I either get real weak or real tired or, that kind of thing, or I can't sleep at all. It just depends on how the energy's hitting me that time. But I look up and say, oh, there, yep, they're saying there's another solar flare hitting us. Great. Okay, wonderful.
Look up
I'm gonna,
what is known as the Carrington effect.
Hmm.
so,
Okay.
but what they used to do, a lot of people do when computers came out, they started like mapping, cycles mathematically and everything like that. And I think Sean's alluding to that whole thing, that there's a correspondence between the cycle of solar flares and the fluctuation in the stock market.
and all other things of that nature. So yeah, it's interesting.
Wait, so I have a
That make any?
question.
Go ahead.
Where do these solar flares come from?
The sun.
So
Well,
it's
that's a very deep question. Only thing is that's a mystery, but it has to do with the life of the sun and the influences of the rest of the cosmic bodies upon us. You know, because we are in a galaxy, quote unquote, so they say, right?
but I just don't believe
So
that theory though.
okay,
So like,
who's to say what the galaxy is? Who's to say that we are surrounded by bodies? You
so
know, that
where's the
kind of thing.
sun?
The sun is above the flat Earth. It's like what I was
We're in
watching
a
from a
simulation.
1972 Apollo video that I saw. I actually saved it to share with other people. That kind of thing, you
You
know,
have
because
the what is it? The fusion sun above us, and then you have the fission
It's a
sun that is
local.
inside the Earth, the black sun.
mm-hmm. Right,
Black
I'm
hole
on.
sun, won't you come? That's
Yeah,
where
it's
you
you know it's
supposedly get the aurora borealis, or yeah,
Aurora
what is it?
Borealis,
That
Aurora,
thing, yeah,
Aurari.
that something,
Yeah, that's why we
something.
get that. By the way, Alana, is the Aurora Borealis. It's
Yeah.
the charged, quote unquote, electrons hitting the layer of electronic shield around us. I forget what that's called, but yeah, magnetosphere. I think it is. Yeah, and it hits the magnetosphere, and those charged electrons make pretty lights, which are actually a living entity. But you know, hey, that's cool.
Yeah, just a fun fact around that. I booked a flight to Iceland to see
Did you
it
really?
back in March, and I saw it for maybe 30 seconds.
What?
Wow.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it does it. Sometimes they're longer, sometimes less. Like I was fortunate enough in Juneau, Alaska, at the Mendenhall Glacier, and I was up there doing some martial arts stuff. Said, "Oh, thank you." I saw a little glimpse of a light, and I thought, "Wow, that's cool." But then I was going out the glacier. It's shaped like a horseshoe, and my companion at that time said, "Look up," and I was my jaw dropped down because it's like all of a sudden it's like I saw all the colors of the rainbow, like is these lights dancing, like you know, like there was like I got some Indian in me, so I guess I don't know if that influenced or not, but I thought you know it looked like Indians dancing on horseback, going across you know the canyon and stuff, and it continued that way for a while, but I felt it inside me more than anything. That was what was really unique about it. It wasn't like a subject object thing that you're looking at. You're like you feel it inside, and then like towards the end of it, it all started swirling in a big spiral. It was like whoa, you know. So yeah, it's if you get a chance, man, it's Juneau is probably cheaper than ISO to be honest. Plus, you get to ride the ferry going up there to Juneau from
Expensive.
Vancouver, BC. That's a beautiful
Was it
trip up
really
there.
cold when you went up there, Elena?
Um, it was more windy than
What'd
it
you
was
laugh for?
because me and my sister rented a camper van, and we didn't have heating the first night. We couldn't figure out how to turn
Oh
the heating
damn.
on. It was just
Oh God.
the good old days.
The good
But
old guy.
it was really freaking windy. Like they say Chicago's the windy city. Nope, I don't believe it. I've never been to Chicago, but like that shit was really windy. Like, and it was like really cold from the wind, but like, cause we did a glacier, we went on a glacier hike, and like, I ended up taking off my jacket. So, like, cause we were protected from the wind inside the glacier of like going through the tunnels and stuff.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was super windy. So I have to imagine it's like that year round. Just
Oof.
It is
I
pouring down right
understand
here
that.
now.
Driving up to Juneau through Montana, well, driving up Alaska, okay, and the Alcan Highway and everything going up there in a Volkswagen van without a heater.
mm,
That was not fun, but I
no.
understand to a certain
Hmm.
degree.
Yeah, even if that thing had a heater in it, it probably wouldn't do shit.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, the
But
heater
Volks.
definitely helps.
no, I was talking about like a VW. I mean, I had one of those little
No.
bugs years
I mean,
ago, and that
honestly,
son
I
of a
think
bitch. The
We
heater
were
in that
in
was
I
shit.
think we were in a Volkswagen when we were in Iceland. We thought we were getting a fucking Sprinter. We thought we were
Ironic,
getting
It
a
huh? How
was
about
Sprinter
one
and
of
that?
they
the.
gave us a fucking Volkswagen. It was so
Let's hope it was one of the
confusing.
newer ones, though. I'm talking about back in the day. It was like,
I know, like the
Yeah,
little
the camper
Scooby Doo
one that has
one.
the thing up top
yeah.
and stuff, right? That was pretty cool. I would have kept it if I could have brought it back down to the States, but
Those old bugs, for example, you say like the engine's in the back, gets a little heat, so it deflects the heat while you're driving inside of the vehicle, and that's what gives you the heat. So
hmm
that's all you got.
It's
And
better
not
than
only that, those engines, the Volkswagen engines, you could actually bore those out and make them into a Porsche engine. That's
Yeah,
the
I
only
had one
difference.
that was board 60 over, I think.
Wow. I had a friend that in
It
high
would
school
pop
he had
wheelies.
one. Oh yeah?
Yeah, it
This
would.
this guy was crazy though, man. He was all up into that stuff. And he used to go race the CHPs on the highway and then watch their engines burn out.
Those
He
things are
did
quick
other
to overheat,
extracurricular
though.
act. Huh?
They're quick to overheat, though,
Ah, yeah.
because
Those
they're
were
so
fun
small and
times.
they're confined. They're in the back.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you gotta have proper
The
airflow, no
air's got
doubt.
to kind of dovetail on through into the back to even get to the
Mm-hmm.
engine. Although it's a little, usually what is it, 50 cc or some shit? It's crazy low.
But those things run forever, though. If you treat them right.
With maintenance.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yep. Yep.
Lots of maintenance.
Maintenance. Dun 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 dun. Fluorine. The letter P. Speech. That's the visualization of that letter. Revelation or disclosure. Now that's interesting. Wait, neon. Let's see. Oh, I
The
can't
letter
make it.
P, the 17th letter, is associated speech or expression, is connected to the idea of revelation or disclosure, symbolizing the power to influence and change. Fluorine's reactive properties fit the symbolism as it's highly reactive and seeks to bond with other elements.
Ah, that's the root of all lust then, huh?
Mm-hmm.
That's funny. Oh my god.
All right, guys, I'm gonna log out of here. I was reading this indentured on the SEC website. I'm gonna finish reading it before I go to sleep because it is 3:47 a.m. and it's getting pretty late.
Same.
All right,
I was getting
Alana.
ready to get
Nice
off
to see you
too,
up here.
so I'm gonna hop
All
off here
right.
as well.
All right, well,
So
everyone
it's
have a great
4:47.
night.
Have a
Have
great
a great
night. Be careful when you
morning
hop out.
and
Don't fall
day.
over, okay?
I'll try not to.
Exactly.
Grand Rising.
All right,
Grand
bye.
Rising.